In a room within the dungeon, dozens of goblins held their sharp weapons, ready to attack a lone human standing calmly. But before they could approach, the human counterattacked, anticipating their movements and taking them down one by one. His staff flew through the goblin army, defeating each one before they had a chance to respond. When the staff returned to him, the hero maintained a serious expression, while the goblins that jumped to attack him fell like rain of defeated creatures. As they watched their companions being struck down, the remaining goblins hesitated to advance. At that moment, an arrow was shot toward the hero. Fortunately, it missed its target. He looked in the direction the arrow came from and saw a goblin armed with a bow. He mocked the goblins, not only for relying on their numbers but also for attacking from a distance without any warning. Electricity began to flow through the hero's weapon as he laughed. If you think Ban Yuan entered this dungeon relying only on his low power level, you're completely wrong. His staff rose high, and the hero summoned a magic circle beneath it, commanding the weapon to transform. The goblins became disturbed when they saw the human begin to advance toward them, but by that point, the hero's weapon had already transformed, emerging from the magic circle. It had turned into a powerful firearm, and the hero pointed the weapon at the goblins and mimicked a shooting motion with his hand, issuing the command, "Start firing." Several years ago, when Banu Yuan was 4 years old, his parents were excited to see him reading a book in a foreign language. The couple smiled warmly, while the mother beamed with pride, and the father was happy that he had raised a genius. However, their loving smiles quickly turned to expressions of astonishment when Banu began reading books in several different languages, even though he had never visited those countries. At that moment, another figure appeared, opening the door with muscular arms, filled with pride that Yuan had inherited the blood of their ancestors. Carrying a small girl, a huge old man wearing a straw hat spoke enthusiastically about seeing Yuan achieve the family's long-standing dream and restore the Tower of Babel to their lineage. When the old man entered the house, the couple looked at him with wide eyes. Yuan's mother sighed, seeing her father bring up the subject again, and called her youngest daughter, Yumi, to come closer. When the old man noticed that the couple was ignoring his words, he became extremely angry. "Stop talking nonsense. The Tower of Babel really exists." Ignoring the old man, the mother tended to her daughter while the father returned to reading his newspaper. Ignoring the others, the old man took a book and a box of pens from Yuan. He began drawing on paper while telling a story. Long ago, in a chaotic world, our family's great ancestor possessed an ability that allowed everyone to communicate. With this power, he led people to build a tower that would never collapse. This is the Tower of Babel. The 4-year-old boy listened attentively to his grandfather's words, understanding that the tower was a type of building. His eyes sparkled with dollar signs when he asked if their ancestor was rich because he owned a building. Yuan's grandfather bragged about their ancestor while laughing. "Our ancestor was a master of languages, capable of interpreting any form of communication. We must never forget that we are descendants of such a remarkable person." Ignoring the praise for the ancestor, Yuan avoided inquiring about the building's location. Upon remembering his grandson's question, the old man admitted that he didn't know the tower's location. Although this answer disappointed Yuan, his grandfather placed his hands on the boy's shoulders, smiling, and declared something that would define his future goal. One thing was certain: once we find the tower, our family will regain its glory and power. When Yuan was a child, every time his grandfather told stories about their ancestors' adventures, he hoped his exceptional linguistic talent would help him achieve the family's long-standing dream. However, Yuan's abilities far exceeded those expectations. Days passed, and in a fairly luxurious house, the hero sat in his room, surrounded by books, looking at his computer. He kept pressing the refresh button, anxiously waiting to see if his score was enough to achieve his goal. This year, Ban Yuan was applying to university. He aspired to join the Department of Diplomacy and Political Science. After refreshing the page several times, Yuan felt frustrated that the exam results were taking so long. Suddenly, the computer screen began to flicker, as if suffering from a short circuit. He pressed random buttons, trying to see if there was any change, but froze in astonishment when a screen appeared before him. As he stared at the floating screen, he wondered what exactly was happening. He tried to touch the blue screen, thinking it was made of glass, but his fingers passed through it. The screen displayed unfamiliar writing, something he had never seen before. Then, suddenly, Yuan began to understand the text. Slowly, he read, "The Grand Academy of Alternative Worlds congratulates you on passing the selection." The hero stood up in shock, wondering what was happening and why he could read the strange text. Notification windows began appearing to Yuan, telling him that he was about to be summoned to the location for a practical evaluation. If he succeeded, he would become an official student. The countdown began as soon as he read this. He looked around, disturbed, thinking he was the victim of a prank. At that moment, he looked at the computer screen, which had returned to normal. His psychological state improved when he saw the news that he had been accepted to the university he wanted. Relief washed over him, dispelling the anxiety he had felt earlier. However, during this period, the countdown to his summoning was rapidly approaching its end. Trying to convince himself that he was just seeing things due to stress, the hero was suddenly engulfed in light. When his younger sister entered his room to ask if he had been accepted to university, she witnessed in horror as he disappeared before her eyes. The summoning portal transported the hero to another world, throwing him into a dark, shadowy place, rubbing his head to ease the pain from the fall. A notification appeared, telling him that the practical evaluation for candidates from the lower dimensions had begun. He stood up, confused, wondering what was happening and whether he had actually been summoned to another world. At that moment, a notification issued him a command to defeat the blind goblins and destroy the dungeon's core. Holding his head in frustration, he wondered why he had been dragged into a practical evaluation and a special test that had never been mentioned before. He begged to be sent back. As he pleaded, the sound of footsteps echoed through the cave he found himself in. When he headed toward the source of the noise, Yuan froze in fear. There were indeed monsters in that direction. Blind goblins wandered the cave armed with primitive weapons. In a strange language, one of the goblins announced that it heard a human's voice, and another confirmed that there must be prey nearby. Amazed that he could understand the goblin language, Yuan wondered if they were referring to him when they mentioned prey, and he remembered the words from the notifications: practical evaluation, blind goblins, dungeon core. Covering his mouth, he wondered if he really had to defeat these monsters, which seemed like they came straight out of a game or light novel. The headache and the overwhelming sense of reality inside the cave made Yuan believe the situation was real. Remembering that the notification had called the creatures blind goblins, and realizing he needed to defeat them to escape, he was struck by panic, wondering how he could do that. Fear consumed him. After all, people from the modern world were even afraid of small Chihuahua dogs. Suddenly, one of the goblins' clubs fell near the hero, startling him and making him wonder if they could see him. In fact, the goblins had started swinging their clubs randomly, trying to hit anything in their way in an attempt to strike their prey. The hero tried to stay calm and not panic, but as he stood up, he unintentionally made a sound. As soon as one of the goblins sensed it, it attacked him violently. The hero barely managed to dodge the club, avoiding the blow with difficulty. The goblin's strike hit the ground as our hero jumped to the side, prompting another goblin to ask what was happening. The goblin that attacked said it heard a sound, and while the other wondered if it was sure, the attacker ordered his companion not to let the prey escape. The hero pressed himself into a corner of the cave and covered his mouth to stay silent. He realized that although the goblins were blind, they were very sensitive to sound and movement. They seemed to hunt by cornering their prey while communicating with each other, so no matter how well he hid, they would eventually find him. The hero began thinking about his next move, analyzing the blind goblin's habits and his limited options. He crouched to the ground and picked up some stones. When he realized it was time to move, he threw the stones in the opposite direction, making noise to distract the goblins. The goblins immediately turned toward the sound and ran toward where the stones had fallen, believing it was their prey. The first goblin reached the spot and bent down, finding the stones the hero had thrown. The goblin that had attacked the hero earlier arrived more slowly, joining him moments later. At that moment, the hero threw something else. It was a piece of wood that flew through the air and struck the goblin holding the stones on the head, making it think the prey had attacked it from behind. The goblin turned and swung its club. However, the blow landed on its companion, who was running toward it, hitting him directly. Meanwhile, the hero, who had already learned the goblin language, was imitating their voices and ordered the goblin to keep attacking the prey behind him. The two goblins, confusing the voice with their companion's voice, began violently hitting each other with their clubs. They continued attacking each other until they collapsed on the ground. When the hero saw the results of his plan unfold, he let out a deep sigh, exhausted and terrified. As he looked at the fallen goblins, he noticed the club one of them had left, lying within reach. One of the goblins, the one that had attacked the hero, was still alive, although it was trapped under its companion. At that moment, he heard the sound of footsteps. It raised its head, realizing that someone was standing before it. The prey they had been following was now carrying the weapon that had belonged to them. The hero apologized to the goblin, pointing out that they were the ones who had attacked him first. He raised the club, trying not to hesitate, knowing that if he couldn't finish off even this creature, he wouldn't have any chance of escaping. After defeating the goblin, the hero felt relieved that he had survived, at least for now. Unexpectedly, the goblins' bodies began to glow. Various phrases rose with the light into the air, and floated toward the hero, who was confused by this sight. Yuan was shocked, but a notification appeared to explain the situation to him. It congratulated him on his successful hunt inside the labyrinth. A golden sphere with a technological appearance formed, made of binary numbers and unknown alphabets. It radiated a yellow light resembling the sun, surrounded by a golden ring. He was granted the power of a higher dimension as a reward. Words surrounded the hero with golden lightning-like energy. He felt the power being bestowed upon him, leaving him astonished and captivated. After receiving the power, new notifications appeared before the hero. He was unlocking the power of the Babylonian Code, an ability manifested through ideograms, a language familiar to the owner. The hero wondered which familiar ideograms would appear to him. To his surprise, the notifications began displaying Chinese characters. The symbols started flowing from the goblin, and a notification explained that the concepts of demon and life had been learned, while other concepts were too complex or trivial for the owner to comprehend at his current level. Upon reading the notification and observing what was happening with the goblin, the hero was shocked when he realized his ability wasn't limited to language. It extended to extracting concepts from things. The characters forming the word demon floated before him, while a notification told him he had absorbed 0.2 points of demon. It explained that this concept was something humans couldn't possess directly, and recommended storing it separately in the Babylonian Code to apply to other things when needed. Amazed by this, the hero decided to test this ability. Holding the character representing life, he absorbed 0.4 points of life, increasing his total life value to 10.4. With growing confidence, he realized he could apply concepts to himself to enhance and strengthen his attributes. Next, he absorbed 2 points of flesh, increasing his physical value to 10.2, making him appear healthier. Feeling rejuvenated, he moved his hands and noticed the difference wasn't just mental. His grip strength and leg power had improved, and even his skin texture had undoubtedly improved. The hero remembered how he absorbed concepts from the goblin: understand, learn, and absorb. This was what he needed to focus on now. Once the goblins disappeared after absorbing their abilities, only their staffs remained. He analyzed a staff, pondering the possibility of applying concepts to objects. He summoned the demon concept and decided to test whether it could work and help him escape the dungeon. A wide smile spread across his face as he integrated the concept into the staff. He was already imagining how he would deal with any goblin that crossed his path. Using his newly unlocked power, the hero quickly cleared the dungeon of blind goblins. When he reached the heart of the dungeon, he destroyed it, a small, glowing orb. A notification told him he had passed the practical test of the lower dimensions special examination. Wiping sweat from his forehead, the hero asked if he could finally go home. However, to his disappointment, a notification appeared contradicting his expectations, saying he would be transported to a dormitory instead. Against his will, the place he was transported to wasn't his home. Ban Yuan was sent to a world he had never seen before, a place called the Federation Academy. Upon exiting the transport, the hero found himself falling to the ground again, just like the first time. This time, however, he fell in a dormitory. He was congratulated once more on passing the practical test and becoming a temporary student. To his surprise, the notification window informed him that he must wear the designated uniform and attend an interview. The message emphasized the importance of wearing the Federation Academy uniform with pride. Annoyed, Yuan sighed. He had already passed the entrance exams for university and now had to wear a uniform again like he was in high school. To him, the situation was utterly ridiculous. However, while he continued complaining, Yuan put on the uniform. With a tie and carefully polished shoes, he maintained a stern expression, determined to confront whoever had brought him to this strange place. As he walked through the grand corridors toward the interview room, Yuan prepared what he would say and imagined the massive compensation he would demand for being transported to a place he never wanted to be. When he reached the interview room, the young man met a woman with red eyes and pointed ears, her elegant hair radiating a sense of freshness. When his gaze fell upon her, the hero's eyes widened in surprise at her beauty. Upon the young man's entry, the woman verified his identity. He paid careful attention to her. She had a flower in her hair. Her skin was green but stunningly beautiful, and he couldn't help wondering if she was an alien. She sat behind a large desk and introduced herself as Yuna, a magic combat instructor at the Federation Academy, welcoming the hero, who stammered as he returned her greeting. Yuna congratulated the hero on passing the practical test, making Ivan scratch the back of his neck shyly. Yuna completed her question about about whether Yuan was aware that his performance during the test had attracted the attention of the entire faculty. He was the first student in 500 years to create a new artifact during evaluation. The hero remained silent while the professor spoke, uninterested in talk about 500 years. He had been brought there against his will, with no idea what was happening, and had suffered greatly during the process. Unaware of Yuan's thoughts, Professor Yuna continued happily, praising his exceptional condition that exceeded the special test standards, perhaps because they came from different worlds. Yuna's thinking was completely different from Yuan's. However, he only wanted to leave this strange school as soon as possible after the interview ended. That was until something outside the interview room window caught his eye. He approached the window, and the hero asked about the name of one of the external pillars. Hearing his question, Yuna commented that it seemed true that people from lower dimensional worlds knew nothing about the pillar. The pillar is the reason the Federation Academy was established. We select the best talented students from all dimensions and help them reach the peak of their worlds. This is the shared inspiration because the Federation Academy and the ultimate hope for all dimensions, the dungeon of all dungeons, the source of all mystery and danger in this world. This is the Tower of Babel. The hero's face paled as he stared at the massive tower through the window. He wondered if this tower was what his ancestor had created, the structure he had heard about for so long from his grandfather. He began to doubt whether everything his grandfather had told him, all the stories inherited from his ancestor, existed in this world. However, the tower was called the Dungeon of Dungeons. This made Yuan suspect that strange monsters had taken over the tower for themselves. Nevertheless, he pushed this thought aside. This wasn't important to him at that moment. The glory of the Pan family and everything his ancestors had built. The hero smiled as he dreamed of reclaiming it all for himself. Thus, Ban Yuan decided to enroll at the Federation Academy. Thanks to special treatment from the faculty, he was allowed to return home for a short period before enrollment. After gathering his family and explaining everything, something great happened. Yuan's grandfather was overjoyed when he heard that his grandson had finally found the Tower of Babel, while the hero's father tried to calm the old man down. After explaining the situation to his family, Yuan prepared to enroll at the academy. Now, in a low-level Federation dungeon inside a goblin cave, he was preparing for his acceptance while testing his new abilities, defeating goblins easily, and using his knowledge to craft weapons from materials in this shared world, creating firearms stronger than real ones. The hero defeated the monsters easily. He walked among the defeated monsters, absorbing all their properties through his ability while advancing to attack the next areas. Initially, the hero's abilities were confined to languages only. However, after defeating several goblins and hobgoblins, he learned the concepts of demon, life, flesh, assassination, and projection, becoming a completely different person from what he was at the start. All thanks to the Babylonian code, Yuan could now express, absorb, and manipulate the concept of anything. When he defeated an enemy, he could acquire the concepts he recognized. These concepts appeared above the monsters' bodies as conditional words, and the more concepts he acquired, the stronger he became. The concept he obtained from the first dungeon he encountered, the Blind Goblin Cave, was absorbed into a staff and supported a weapon he created, a massive flying staff enhanced to defeat monsters. The staff, saturated with magical energy, as the first artifact created by Ban Yuan, showed its true form at its master's command, capable of freely transforming into independent artifacts. The hero embraced the staff, praising it like a pet, all because thanks to the staff he inadvertently created, he achieved excellent results during the evaluation. After defeating all the goblins and hobgoblins in the area, the hero prepared to assess the spoils of battle. Upon observing the concepts he had gained from the monsters, he noticed something he hadn't seen before. He obtained 2 points of spirit, making him wonder what that meant. The staff approached him upon sensing the property he had stored, and Yuan quickly understood its intentions, asking if it wanted the property for itself. The staff shook shyly, as if saying yes. Without hesitation, the hero granted the property to the staff, and also decided to give it some life, ghost, and spirit. Ban Yuan had learned some things by this point. Using all the sub-concepts he had acquired, he created a small sphere shaped by the Babylonian code, and filled these concepts into the staff. A major reaction occurred. The combined concepts formed a perfect harmony, making the artifact undergo a transformation. The paired properties created a perfect synergy, resulting in a fusion that transcended its current depths. When he noticed the monster property at the center of the fusion, a property he hadn't given to the staff, the hero wondered if one of the concepts he added to the fusion had transformed. He watched closely as the concepts enveloped the staff and changed it. After a while, the bright light faded. A notification appeared. Due to the transcendent fusion, the ghost monster property was completed. Before the hero's eyes, what was once a staff transformed into a silver snake, a ghost monster. He bent down to examine the small snake, observing closely, analyzing the mix of ghostly and animal properties that fused to create a living being, as if from a fairy tale. The hero slowly extended his hand toward the snake, wondering if he could touch it. In response to his movement, the snake hissed at him, making him freeze and tremble with fear. But the surprising thing was that the snake was extremely gentle. It began rubbing its head against his hand, showing its sweet nature, the same nature it had when it was still in staff form. This made the hero wonder if it could still transform into weapons or armor. With the snake coiled around his arm, he decided to give it a name and called it Eve. After naming her, he opened the growth stats window to take a closer look. Based on his experience so far, he concluded that the life stat resembled levels in games, while flesh represented physicality. However, he wasn't sure what spirit meant. He also noticed some other abilities, like eyes of deep vision and ears of deep hearing, concluding they were probably related to his language skills. As for the other stats, he decided to ignore those he didn't understand yet. After analyzing his own stats, the hero checked Eve's stats, asking if she thought she could impress others now. The little snake shook her head in denial. Smiling, the hero reassured Eve that her current stats weren't important, just her growth potential for the future. He then opened the option to exit the dungeon after destroying its core and pressed the button to leave. Upon returning to the corridor via transport, the hero decided it was time to go to the Federation Academy reception. In the Union Academy Hall, countless lights were displayed, projecting holograms in the sky, welcoming new students while showing advertisements from sponsoring brands. The diverse students who arrived at the hall came from different races, planets, and distant dimensions. Gradually, the hall filled up as new students took their seats. The hero, who arrived at the hall via teleportation, amazed some people around him and caught the attention of others. Ignoring their reactions, he looked around and noticed that the hall was already full. Observing the hall, the hero used the ability All-Seeing Eyes, a skill that allowed him to read everything around him, and depending on proficiency, the user could understand the aura and spirit of their targets. While he noticed some new students who had characteristics classified as B, A, or even S, the hero observed that unlike him, who entered the academy through special admission for lower dimensions, the regular students who entered through the standard process seemed very powerful. Even at first glance, while searching for his seat, the hero was surprised by a huge person behind him. It was a massive green monster with bad behavior, trying to intimidate the hero. "Hey man, if you're from a lower dimension, don't wander around here getting lost in this place." The hero didn't care about this guy's behavior, and despite the laughter directed at him, walked away thanking him. Everything was going as Yuan expected so far. Those who entered the academy through the normal process had high opinions of themselves, looking down on those from lower dimensions. Even in this place that gathered all worlds, those with power looked down on those beneath them, making the hero wonder if this was the case everywhere. Suddenly, someone called out to him, saying that students admitted through special admission sit over there. Walking toward the person who called him, the hero saw 4 chairs separated from the rest, making him feel that those from lower dimensions were exiled to this place. However, something else caught his attention at that moment, something that made him use the All-Seeing Eyes ability to observe those who were admitted through special admission. When he looked at the 3 sitting before him, the hero was surprised. All of them were no weaker than the strongest regular students, and the hero noticed that these 3 students had very high characteristics of S and A grade. The students awakened a feeling in the hero that they were powerful enough to sweep away the regular students. The student who called him was looking at him. Seeing that he was still standing in place, the hero woke up from his thoughts and greeted him, saying that their seats were amazing. Light laughed, unsure if he should laugh at the hero's comment. Light, the blonde young man, was actually the handsome roommate that Yuan met in the dormitory before the opening ceremony. Their first meeting was unique. When the hero moved into the dormitory, the blonde-haired young man in armor pointed his sword at him, asking who he was. With the sword pointed at him, the hero was about to faint from shock. The hero quickly placed Eve's club in front of him to protect himself, saying he was the young man's roommate. In response, the blonde apologized, saying he was just nervous because of the practical exam he had just finished. The hero felt uncomfortable around Light because the young man looked like a princess from a fairy tale, despite his temperament. Yuan quickly changed his mind when the young man apologized first. When the hero mentioned he faced a dungeon of blind goblins, Light mocked him, asking why he took the practical exam in the first place, as even beginners with basic training could hunt goblins easily. Because of that, the hero's perception of the blonde changed again, this time for the worse. At that moment, the hero realized they had been talking for a while, even though they hadn't showered yet. As he started taking off his clothes, Light asked if they should shower because the bathroom in the dormitory was shared. When Light saw him suddenly undressing, he felt shockingly embarrassed. The hero didn't notice Light's embarrassment because he was facing away from him, and when he invited his colleague to continue talking in the bathroom, he was almost attacked, being told to go shower first. The hero didn't understand why Light was embarrassed, so he turned to look away from him, making him shrink in embarrassment and say he would go later. Now, during the opening ceremony, this strangeness coming from Light was still bothering him. Regardless, since the seat Light was sitting in was part of the special admissions section, this meant the other two people were also like him. The hero raised his hand, greeting the other two people. The first to respond was a girl with pink hair, like flowers, and covered horns. Immediately, the hero considered her cute in his mind and quickly looked away when she lowered her head shyly and greeted him too. The hero didn't forget to greet the other person as well, but when he went to say hello, his expressions changed. The reason was that the girl's white hair was accompanied by completely black eyes. She was staring at the hero, and when she looked at his arm, she commented that the thing wrapped around it was interesting. The hero realized what the girl was talking about and revealed the small snake that was invisible. He asked her if she was referring to it. The white-haired girl stared at the snake with an open mouth, while Light and the pink-haired girl were impressed. Light noticed that the snake was the same tool as before and asked Yuan how it changed in just a few days. The pink-haired girl thought little Eve was cute and asked if she could touch her. The white-haired girl smiled and introduced herself. "My name is Do-Yun. I'm the daughter of a martial artist. What's your name?" The hero introduced himself, curious to know if Do practiced martial arts or something similar, or if she fired energy blasts. The hero's comment made everyone feel embarrassed. Do covered her mouth shyly, saying Yuan wasn't completely wrong. The hero was initially surprised because he was right, but since they're in a fantasy environment, it made sense that martial arts would exist. At that moment, the pink-haired girl introduced herself for the first time. Her name was Rochelle. Light also introduced himself to the girls, greeting them. While the four were talking, suddenly the opening ceremony began. The hero recognized Professor Yamina among the teachers and asked Light if he had interviewed with Yamina too. The hero was surprised to learn that Light had also done the interview, but at that moment, something started happening. A red light appeared from above, and the lecture hall ceiling began to open. A voice echoed throughout the hall, announcing that everyone had gathered. The voice echoed in all the students' minds, making many of them feel headaches. Everyone, including the hero's group, Rochelle, Light, and Yuan, felt overwhelming pressure. The hero looked up as the voice continued. "Now I will begin the opening ceremony for class number 2557 of Union Academy." In the sky above the hall, there was a giant eye of a being watching all the students in the hall. After the opening ceremony, Yamina commented optimistically on how impactful the director's speech was. In the room, with the 4 students admitted through special exams, the hero broke the ice by asking if the giant emblem was the director. Yamina was surprised, asking if the hero had really seen the eye. Light was amazed when he discovered that the hero had looked up, and Rochelle added to the comment, saying that many people felt so scared that they didn't look. The hero smiled, unaware that he was being watched by Doku. The girl knew that being had completely hidden itself using some kind of special method, wondering how Yuan could see it. The hero felt her gaze on him and shivered. Then he mentioned that he somehow felt there was a giant eye watching them. To change the subject, Yamina confirmed that it really was the director, but students wouldn't be able to see him again until they achieved something special or caused an incident. She also mentioned that it seemed Yuan would hold a special meeting with the director. After hearing what the teacher said, the hero sighed, commenting that it seemed like a curse. The teacher laughed at the hero's comment, saying that students' achievements were also teachers' achievements, and asked everyone to work hard. Light was surprised by the teacher's comment and asked if she would be taking responsibility for them. Yamina confirmed Light's question, making him more surprised. Light knew that Yamina was one of 9 full professors at the academy, which increased his amazement that she would be responsible for them. The teacher took her teacup and decided to formally introduce herself to the 4. "I'm Professor Yamina, and I teach magical combat. I've been assigned as the teacher for your class, room 11, so let's work well together over the next 5 years. Light asked the teacher if special admission low-level students were usually assigned to assistant professors, and Yamina confirmed what Light was saying. However, she explained that the 4 of them were very special students. So, she was given this responsibility. The teacher thought in her mind about these special students. It was quite strange that only people like the 4 of them were chosen this time. Then she said that since they were all gathered, she would give them advice. The teacher's eyes became lifeless when she warned them to be careful of hostility and envy from regular students. The hero became cautious about what Yamina said. He realized that the hostility and envy she was referring to wasn't just academic competition. It involved physical confrontations and battles between students. Matters outside internal competitions protected by the academy's rules were things the professors couldn't intervene in. Yamina told them they should stick together from now on, since they were rare special admission students. The teacher knew that if they wanted to grow by fighting other students, they would need to be strong enough to ignore the envy and hostility. Otherwise, something bad might happen. She also mentioned that they were members of a team that would climb the tower together until graduation. Then Yamina snapped her fingers, saying she was done discussing the difficult matters now, and revealed that the academy had prepared a small gift for them. Glows appeared on the table in front of them, and Yamina began explaining the rules and details after they received the tools. The glows on the table caught the students' attention, and they approached to see them closely. After receiving the academy's gifts from the teacher, the 4 left the room. The hero held a necklace, asking if that was the student ID card. The teacher explained that they needed to use the ID to access all facilities on campus, and that they could teleport to any place within the Union realm with it. Holding the student ID, Light was the first to cast the teleportation spell. Professor Yamina is beautiful. Then they were transported to the garden. After that, Rochelle cast the same spell, and they were transported back to the academy. The 3 of them were frustrated by the simplicity of the teleportation spell. Light commented that they needed to keep the student ID if they wanted to enter the tower. So, whether they liked the spell or not, they had to be careful with this item. At that moment, Rochelle asked the others why Yuan was left behind. Do answered that she didn't know, but it might be because of that being. Not long ago, when they were with Yamina, the teacher received a call, indicating that they were about to hold a tea party, and unfortunately, the other person was asking for something. Du had been paying attention to the conversation between the teacher and the students, watching who she was looking at. Among all the students, the only one who managed to stare directly at the teacher's face was Ban. Sitting in an armchair, the hero was nervous because he was sitting in front of the principal at a large table. The hero felt tense about having a special meeting with the principal on the first day, wondering if he was in trouble. When the principal saw that the hero was avoiding looking at him, he stated that it was fine to look at him directly. There was a stuffed doll sitting on the principal's desk. He said, "It's okay, my real body isn't here." Looking at the stuffed doll, the hero asked if he should call it principal or counselor. The stuffed doll replied that Yuan should call him teacher. After that, the teacher stated that he would explain why he summoned Yuan. Generally, I don't hinder students' growth. If they're weak, I let them stay weak. And if they're strong, I let them stay strong. Whether they perish in the tower or survive to become strong and great, I don't care. I have only one goal, which is to witness with my own eyes who reaches the end of the tower. Everything else is meaningless. Given the principal's statements, the hero wondered why everything seemed meaningless to him. Precisely, the tower dated back to his ancestors' era. The Bond family was determined to restore all its power and glory. He decided to risk his life to harness the tower. But at that moment he wondered what the tower meant to the counselor and to the other students. He wanted to understand why everyone gathered in this dimension to climb the tower. Looking at the stuffed doll and calling it teacher, he asked what exactly is the tower. In response to the hero's question, the doll fell silent. After a minute of silence, it revealed what the hero wanted to hear. The tower is a path to divinity, an examination. The hero felt a mix of surprise and curiosity about the principal's response, wondering if he was referring to the same concept of divinity as beings from religions. However, the principal continued his explanation before the hero could ask more questions, saying that he doesn't interfere with students' difficulties, but he would make an exception this time because he saw potential in him, the greatest potential he had ever seen. The doll pointed at Yuan, and Yuan's identification necklace began to glow. Then Yuan asked the principal what he was doing. Then the principal clarified that he had expanded the privileges for external exploration so he could move to anywhere he wanted. The principal created a portal under the hero's feet and pulled him inside while giving some instructions. Now, that's everything. You can go improve your skills before climbing the tower, Yuan. If your progress is remarkable, I'll open the next privilege for you." The hero asked the principal what privilege that would be, and was shocked when the doll said he would allow him to explore the tower alone. As he was being pulled into the portal, the hero heard the principal say with concern that he looked forward to their next meeting. The hero was surprised when he fell through the portal, landing on top of someone. Yamina, who cushioned his fall, asked him how his meeting with the principal was. In the teacher's embrace, the hero was surprised to see her, and quickly got up with a flushed face. Yamina stated that the principal always bids farewell to visitors this way, and asked if he didn't think the principal had a strange personality. She smiled, saying that the principal had been waiting for Yuan from the beginning. After they sat down, the teacher took the hero's ID, surprised that the principal had granted a student permission to leave the academy. The hero wasn't sure if this was a big deal, saying that the teacher had quickly told him to improve his skills. Then Yamina explained to the hero why this was a significant achievement. You can freely explore dungeons outside the tower and visit external cities as well. This means you'll gain much more experience and preparation than others. There's no precedent for a regular student receiving such privileges before. Then the hero understood what the principal wanted. Previously, he thought the principal was calling him weak and telling him to gain more skills, but it was completely different. Yamina revealed her envy, calling the hero lucky. She saw the surprise in Yuan's eyes and explained that teachers are usually too busy to leave. She explained that since the union is an academy, everything is carefully organized with students in mind, which can sometimes be inconvenient for teachers. While showing her envy, Yama said that Yuan would be able to explore dungeons and visit cities in his free time, and even visit many shops. The hero was surprised and started sweating, and to avoid problems, he asked if he should bring something for her during his travels. As he walked on a long stone path, the hero looked at the sky, enjoying the weather. When he asked the teacher if he should bring something for her, her eyes sparkled as she commented on wine from a temple famous for its distinctive aroma and taste. She wanted him to bring a bottle or two, remembering that the teacher had asked a student to buy alcoholic beverages. The hero found the request somewhat ironic, but he didn't mind. He was more than grateful to get early inventory in return. At that moment, the hero remembered something. His grandfather had given him a small bag when he went to his house to tell him the news. The hero was preparing to leave. The grandfather approached him, asking if he was ready. The grandfather gave him the bag and told him to open it and take what he needed from inside. When the hero opened the bag, he found it completely full of gold. He asked his grandfather if it was acceptable to take it. The grandfather smiled and said he didn't mind. With a big smile, the grandfather mentioned that the gold is the legacy of ancestors who devoted themselves to searching for the Tower of Babel, and now it's his to use freely. The hero thanked his grandfather and accepted the gold, although he wondered if it wasn't too much to carry something like that. At first, he thought the gold would be heavy and dangerous to carry, but now, with the inventory, which is a convenient item, his thoughts changed. Since his grandfather told him that gold is valuable everywhere in this world, the hero decided to take only some bars of gold. With that, all his preparations were complete. Looking at the vast city like the horizon before him, the hero took his first step in this new world. As he walked through the large city, even though it was from another world, the urban scene looked very similar to Earth. Of course, there were many differences, such as cars and gliders. While looking at the flying vehicles, the hero was impressed, wondering how they worked. Amidst his thoughts, someone called out to him in the street. He turned and saw two people approaching. One of them said he hadn't seen him before and asked where he came from. As they approached, the two were quickly surprised, noticing the hero's clothes. They asked if he was a student from the Union Academy. The guards quickly gave Yuan a military salute and introduced themselves. In front of the two surprised guards, the hero also introduced himself. Ban Yuan, first-year student. The two guards were curious to know how the hero got there and if he had received permission from the counselor. The hero confirmed that he was allowed to roam freely. The two guards quickly understood the situation, saying that thanks to the counselor's effort and the academy's staff, the city remains peaceful, and they are very grateful for the academy's grace. The guards noticed that the hero was a new student, and mentioned that he probably doesn't know much about how the city works, and offered to help him if he needs anything. Upon hearing that, the hero was surprised. Seeing Yuan's amazement, the guards reassured him that they would, of course, help him as part of their job. The young man could ask anything if he was curious. Because the guards said he could ask about anything, the hero pointed upward. In the direction he pointed, there was a flying vehicle. He said he wanted one of those. As the guards looked up, the hero smiled and asked about the cost of those flying bikes and cars. The flying bike the hero bought took off across the city's outskirts, raced through the fields, and jumped off the edge of a cliff with the bike. The hero enjoyed the air caressing his face. The higher he went, the more excitement grew. When the hero inquired about the flying bike with the guards, they revealed that even the most basic model costs 250,000 runia, which is a steep price. Curious about the value of each runia, he took out a gold bar and asked if he could exchange it for money. Upon seeing the gold bar in Yuan's hand, the guard's eyes widened, and he asked where he got this large gold bar. He replied that it was a gift from his grandfather. Still amazed by the flying bike, the hero pondered how one gold bar was worth more than 7 million runia. This made him feel grateful to his grandfather, who insisted on giving him the gold. Suddenly, Eve appeared, whispering near his shoulder. Looking at the small snake, the hero asked about her opinion of the ride. He had integrated demonic and ghostly concepts into the bike, making it a living artifact. The flying bike was called Lilith, and he hoped to work with it the way he cooperated with the snake. After that, the hero thought about his other tasks: buying a bike, buying wine for the teacher, and completing his other missions. Now it was time to return to school. Upon returning to the academy, the hero fell on his desk, sick, with a headache. Beside him, Light placed a cup of water on the table, expressing his disappointment, and gave Yuan a stern look. Light was upset because after the group meeting, Yuan left without a word and returned to the academy drunk. Apologizing, Yuan drank the water, blaming teacher Yamina for insisting on drinking wine with her. Light scoffed, saying that Yuan should have at least informed him so he wouldn't worry. As they were eating, Du looked at the hero. She noticed something about him and asked if the logo on his shirt meant he had the representative position he got for drinking with the professor. Stretching his body slightly, the hero thought for a moment and said she could think of it as him becoming class president. While chewing his bread, Light accepted the professor's decision to appoint Yuan, confirming that he was responsible for their group. However, someone objected, saying that she should be the representative among the four. Du thought she was the strongest among them all. Looking at the hero with an arrogant smile, she asked if he agreed. The hero remained silent, but someone suddenly came to defend him. Light was annoyed by how Du phrased her thoughts, pointing out that they were supposed to be companions, but they still needed to address some matters about what she said. Light hated her superior attitude, because that wouldn't be in their favor in the future as they climbed the tower. Light continued speaking, saying that he also didn't agree with her saying she was the strongest. Upon hearing this, the girl smiled sarcastically, commenting on how Light had called them companions, even after he asked the professor the day before to let him climb the tower alone. Caught red-handed, Light froze, stuttering as he tried to defend himself. Under the gaze of Yuan and Rachel, Light claimed he was just curious and didn't really want to leave their group. The hero bent his head on the desk, exhausted. He was already annoyed, not believing that tension started spreading early in the morning. He was hoping to gather his colleagues for planning, but the atmosphere was completely ruined. By observing the group, he realized they started off much worse than they should have. To make matters worse, Yuan didn't want to be the class representative either, but he understood why the professor chose him among the four. He was the least problematic. Light was too stubborn, and his pride was as strong as a lion's pride, while Du was too confident, strong, but prone to making enemies like a stray cat. On the other hand, Rachel was extremely surprising in her quiet behavior, lacking the personality to be a leader like a newborn puppy. Sighing, the hero tried to find a solution for these distinguished students. He raised his hand, drawing everyone's attention. He argued that the class president shouldn't be the strongest. Rather, they shouldn't be the strongest. Duo frowned, asking him what he meant by that. Yuan explained that if the strongest person became class president, they would likely make decisions alone. Meanwhile, the president's role was to unify the class, something a person with superior ability might not succeed at, drawing the attention of the other three with his logic. The hero confirmed that the representative should be a balanced person, capable of providing justice and good solutions for everyone. According to this logic, he was the most suitable for the position. Standing up, Duo reluctantly accepted the professor's decision to name Yuan class president, at least for now, making the hero breathe a sigh of relief and thank her. While looking down at the hero, Dulco gave a wicked smile, revealing that the only person she really wanted to lead was him. The hero was surprised by her sharp look. She looked at him sharply, then turned the same look to the others, declaring that even if something bothered her, if she wanted to get something she wanted, she would have to accept unnecessary things as well. Feeling that Duo's comment was directed at him, Light began trembling with anger, showing her a sharp look as if his things were leaving him. Yuan tried to calm him down. After Duo left and Light regained his composure, the hero lay back on the desk, exhausted from the morning's events. While he was contemplating how he would deal with two group members dominated by pride, Rachel suddenly interrupted him. Standing up suddenly, the girl approached him with her eyes shining, asking him where the snake from before went and begging to touch it. Facing the girl's strange request, the hero sighed again. It was a place full of crazy people. Thus began Ban Yuan's first mission as Class 11's representative, a group full of unique individuals with difficulty. In their first class, A student with a rocky body suddenly shouted at the teacher, "Professor, I'm curious about the abilities of these remnants." Class 11, the Heroes group, was in a joint session with other classes in a training yard. Whether from the Heroes group or from students of other classes, everyone was wearing training clothes for this session. The teacher, standing in the middle of the yard, was asking students about their opinions on his lesson plan that started with a light training session. Immediately, normal students began feeling anxious and eagerly displayed fighting spirit to challenge the specially admitted students. Yuan and Light noticed how regularly admitted students considered themselves superior. Light quickly noted that this interaction was especially expected from Class 1, the most prominent class. Their resentment stemmed from the Academy's division system, which ranked classes based on students' abilities. While Class 1 students were causing commotion, one of them suddenly saw Professor Yamina's brooch, known as the Flower Queen, pinned on the hero's chest. They considered him weak because of the class he belonged to. The rocky-bodied student became angry seeing Yuan wearing the brooch so casually. With a mixture of overconfidence, he couldn't stand this sight. The rocky-bodied student silenced the others with his loud voice, demanding the teacher choose him as an opponent. Seeing the student's enthusiasm, the teacher found it interesting. He headed toward the hero and chose him as an opponent for Ragon. Professor Yuma sat in her office under a pile of documents. She began complaining about the situation, wondering why Class 1 students get a joint session with the special admission class on their first day. And seeing that the first session was about understanding combat practices, her concerns increased, as she believed a student from a lower dimension, admitted under special circumstances, couldn't compete with students from higher dimensions. She was annoyed with whoever arranged the schedule, as it seemed like a cruel joke. She felt there was malicious intent in the decision. When the hero was called by the professor to fight, he didn't hesitate. But while he was staring at his opponent, his behavior was misinterpreted as surrender. He raised his hand and explained that his combat abilities were weak and that he had nothing to do in such a conflict. The professor thought for a moment, then accepted the hero's decision, deducting 3 points from him. The hero was shocked by the point deduction, which was unexpected. After adjusting his glasses, the professor said his excuse wasn't sufficient. The hero understood the professor's intention. It was as if he was trying to put him in a humiliating position. Angrily, the hero replied that it wasn't an excuse, but a fact. He explained that he was accepted as a student because of his unique ability, not his combat skills, and that it would be better to be asked to display another skill instead of forcing him to fight just to show his abilities. And seeing the logic used against him, the professor gritted his teeth in frustration and started shouting, asking if the hero was trying to teach a professor how to do his job. The hero calmly responded to the professor's shouting, confirming that anyone, whether a student or teacher, could learn. He reminded the professor that he was just an assistant and not a real teacher. And when confronted again, the professor deducted 5 more points from Yuan, who was watching the professor's behavior. Then the hero made a suggestion to give everyone a week to prepare and hold the matches the following week. Surprising everyone, the hero announced that if given a week's break, he would have all preparations ready and would welcome the challenge. He was displaying confidence in himself while making this statement. Silence prevailed in the yard. Class 1 students couldn't believe what the hero just said, and their feelings expressed dissatisfaction. One student considered it unreasonable for someone to request a whole week to prepare, assuming it was obvious their skills were at the lowest level. While some students mocked him, a girl wearing a large pointed hat watched the situation quietly, and while her colleagues were talking, she directed her investigative gaze toward the hero, analyzing the confident figure standing beside the yard. The assistant professor was feeling angry, feeling insulted by a student's audacity to challenge his schedule. However, the hero ignored him, forcing the assistant professor to accept his suggestion. Then the professor announced that the official match between them would be next Tuesday. The format would be completely public, and the entire academy would be able to watch the fight live. Smiling fiercely, he asked the students to prepare. Upon noticing the assistant professor's decision, the hero wondered if his real intention wasn't to embarrass him, but to turn the match into a show. At that moment, the assistant professor called the hero, grinding his teeth, and tried to threaten him, saying it would be better for him to perform well, because he was the one who requested the preparation period. The hero paid no attention to the assistant professor, and instead headed toward the student named Irito. "We'll have an official match next week. I'll be looking forward to it." The rocky-bodied student heard the hero's words and clicked his tongue, clearly angry. Then the hero turned to leave after that. He wasn't expecting a polite response from Irito, but he was confident he could discover something useful. He intended to analyze the stats using the all-seeing eyes. Reviewing the stats, the hero saw what could be expected from a student in a special class. Irito's health was 5 times greater than his own, and his physical strength exceeded his by 10 times. Compared to Irito, the hero knew he was weak, but when he thought about his classmates, he felt almost insignificant. To climb the tower with them, Yuan realized he would need to surpass Irito's level. While seeing Light and Rachel looking in his direction, the hero asked if they were worried about him. At that moment, he heard a voice behind him asking why no one stepped forward. Upon turning in the direction Light and Rachel were looking, he noticed Dujo preparing to fight, and Dujo said that unlike Yuan, she specialized in combat. Facing all Class 1 students, Dujo asked if they weren't curious about the abilities of special admission students. The hero smiled while watching Dujo challenge anyone to introduce themselves and face her. In Dujo's presence, Class 1 students remained silent. The assistant professor didn't speak either. It was clear why everyone was hesitant. Even the hero, with his all-seeing eyes, couldn't grasp how powerful Dujo was. There was no way Class 1 students could ignore the overwhelming aura emanating from her. While she was waiting, Dujo asked what was wrong and offered to back down because she hadn't noticed anyone looking confident enough to face her. Suddenly, she pointed at Irito, making him jump. She gestured for him to come forward with her finger, saying he looked like someone who doesn't back down, and challenged him to fight, promising she would finish him off. Seeing her actions, the hero smiled as he noticed Irito trembling with fear. He had targeted him initially, but now he was being challenged by someone he didn't expect. Everyone seemed to realize this too. If Irito tried to avoid being called a coward and accepted Dujo's provocation, he would be defeated. He would suffer severe injuries he wouldn't recover from in time for the match next week. The hero entered the yard, heading toward Dujo and asking her to stop. Although this wasn't his business, he couldn't allow this to happen. The hero announced that Irito would fight him next week. If she wanted to fight Irito, she would have to wait her turn. Dujo asked if Yuan was sure about that. He thanked her for trying to protect him, but confirmed that he needed this time to prove his efforts through his own abilities. Dujo looked at the hero as if she wanted to make sure of his determination. Then, lazily, she said she thought he was just someone who relied on tricks, but it seemed he had some masculine qualities. Then, Dujo abandoned the idea of fighting Irito and asked if there was anyone else who wanted to volunteer. Standing in the middle of the yard, she wondered if anyone would step forward, but no one responded. While she was asking again, passing by Class 1 students, Dujo sighed and returned to her team. It seems they're good at barking, but when a real situation arises, they hide underground. The heroes group watched Dujo's actions with smiles on their faces while Class 1 students gritted their teeth, knowing her words were true. But before Dujo returned to her group, someone from the stands released his aura and asked who she was calling a dog. Dujo stopped in her tracks and turned her back toward the voice. A blonde man with horns was speaking arrogantly and angrily, looking at her from head to toe. He claimed that the weakest and stupidest always gather together, trying to protect the weakest even, while whining. The hero stared at the man who spoke, sensing an aura completely different from Class 1 students' auras, a level far from them. Light recognized the student and explained that his name was Ortima, ruler of the Katios dimension. Facing Light's explanation, the hero was confused. Light explained further, excluding the Union, that there were 10 dimensions with the highest structures. Ortima belonged to one of the ruling families over these, the Katios family. After hearing this, the hero realized that Ortima belonged to one of the top 10 families in all dimensions. In the vast floating yard, silence prevailed, while Ortima stood. From the center of the yard, the Class 1 student ordered the professor to proceed. The professor raised his hand, activating a small device unfamiliar to Rachel. Light explained that it was a recording device and that the fight would be filmed for public viewing. The hero asked what would happen to the recording, and Light clarified that everything would be uploaded to the internet, but he admitted he didn't fully understand what that meant himself. After hearing the explanation, the hero understood the situation and opened his inventory to retrieve a phone. Light was surprised and asked if the hero really knew what the internet was. The hero explained to Light what the internet was, and Light was amazed that someone from a lower dimension unknown to the Federation Academy knew about it. While browsing the phone to search for where the battle would be broadcast, the hero mentioned that his world had the internet. Rochelle helped him search for the broadcast, and they managed to find a channel streaming the lessons they had attended. He opened a screen showing an overhead view of the students, like a live broadcast. Upon seeing this, the hero became more certain that the assistant professor had been trying to discourage them. However, looking at Dr. Joe, the hero doubted the professor's ability to achieve his goal. The two opponents stood face to face in the middle of the arena, their auras surrounding them. Arrogantly, Ortima told Dulco to initiate the attack. While extending her hand and calling him a beginner, she replied that she would let him start first. Upon hearing the term beginner, Ortima was grinding his teeth. He extended his hand and prepared to attack attack Doku, determined to crush her arrogant behavior. While his hand was extended, Ortima commanded Doku to kneel. In the next moment, he unleashed his energy toward her. The energy passed Doku and reached the hero's group, making Yuan feel immense pressure. The sensation of power affecting him was completely different from the power he himself possessed. Ortima's power was like water flowing from a higher place to a lower place, leaving the group gasping for air. Ortima's energy spread throughout the arena, affecting even his classmates, like a law of nature, forcing everything to kneel before him as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Using the power in his eyes, the hero analyzed Ortima's energy and discovered that his ability was a distortion of natural law. Light was amazed when the hero deduced the principles behind Ortima's ability in that moment. Rochelle grabbed the hero's arm, trembling and grinding her teeth. She wasn't afraid of Ortima, but of the aura released by the white-haired girl who had begun using it to attack her opponent. With a simple movement of her hand, Doku completely nullified Ortima's energy. Whether it was the professor, the first-year students, or Light, everyone was shocked by what happened. The hero was astonished. Doku had only released her energy, and it had erased her opponent's energy. Unwilling to be humiliated, Ortima smiled and commented that the girl seemed to possess some skill. Doku responded mockingly, "And you? Your power is as ridiculous as those horns. If that's all you have, I'm disappointed." Smiling, Ortima announced, "That wasn't all I had." He began focusing his energy in his hand, but before Ortima could move, Doku disappeared from her original position. In the next moment, her foot was buried in Ortima's chest. The girl asked if he really thought she would let him use the same trick twice, a move that grows stronger the closer it gets to its target. Ortima was thrown backward and managed to protect himself, but he felt humiliated because he had to use both hands to protect himself against someone like Doku. Before Ortima could get up to resume the battle, he heard the girl's voice in his ear. "If you don't have a brain, your body has to work hard, doesn't it?" Ortima immediately turned, throwing a punch toward the voice, but Doku ducked, easily avoiding it. Her hands moved quickly, grabbing Ortima's collar and delivering a punch to him while mocking his slowness. Smiling, Doku mocked Ortima, asking if he needed someone to hold his hand and help him become stronger. As Ortima clenched his teeth, he released the barrier he had created for protection again and threw it toward Doku. However, the girl easily avoided the energy attack with a side jump. While watching the battle, Light couldn't believe what he was seeing. His classmate had completely humiliated Ortima, the ruler of Kitos. The girl fought with a smile, as if everything were just a game, using her skills to completely embarrass her opponent. The hero analyzed the battle, noting that Ortima was used to overwhelming his opponents, restricting their movement, and easily defeating them thanks to his ability to distort natural laws. However, when facing an opponent with power at least equal to his own, cracks began to appear in his combat techniques. Gradually, Doku's strikes began to seem more effective. Ortima was under increasing pressure from the girl's superior combat skills. Ortima's usual fighting style wasn't working against her, and the battle was clearly heading toward his defeat. The hero concluded that Ortima, despite his tremendous powers and physical abilities, seemed to have never used his body efficiently. Light narrowed his eyes at the hero's deep analysis. He began to understand why Doku, who was fighting on equal footing with Ortima, and Ban Yuan, who could understand the principles behind both fighters' techniques, were accepted as special admission students despite coming from lower dimensions. Under Doku's pressure, Ortima began to wonder what was happening and why this girl was so strong. Upon seeing Ortima muttering to himself, Doku threw a punch to his cheek, asking if he wanted to lose his tongue or if she should cut it off because it was too long. After enduring long humiliations, Ortima released more of his energy, forcing Doku to retreat. A halo appeared above his head, and Ortima's energy spread like lightning in the arena as he roared, affected by the anger from the insults he had endured. His energy flowed from his body, and his anger increased. "I will never forgive you. Never. If you want to suffer, I'll make you suffer now." Upon seeing Ortima's reaction, Doku watched him calmly, waiting for the right moment to move. Facing the angry Ortima, Doku commented that such a concept wasn't something a child like him should discuss. Sensing the movement, Doku released her aura. Her hand was slightly compressed as if holding something while her energy surrounded her. In the next moment, she launched toward Ortima. When she saw Ortima approaching, she prepared to attack, and her intentions were lethal. Doku faced him calmly, ready to meet the attack, but at that moment, the sound of clapping echoed across the arena. Professor Yamina appeared to interrupt the battle. The auras of both young fighters faded as a vast field of flowers materialized in the arena, as if spring had suddenly arrived in the middle of the battle. Both Doku and Ortima were surprised to see flower petals floating in the air. The teacher reprimanded them, pointing out that the academy doesn't encourage students to fight for their lives. With a smile, she advised them to save that power for the tower. Amidst the field of flowers that covered the arena and the stands, a heavy silence fell. The hero was surprised, wondering if what he was seeing was an illusion, although the strong scent of flowers was undeniable. Despite Yamina's interruption of the battle, the two students continued to stare at each other passionately. Annoyed, Ortima clicked his tongue and turned to leave, walking away from Yamina without begging to continue the battle. While Doku stood next to the professor, she praised her for her strength, making Yamina smile at the praise. Shortly after, Doku also returned to her group, where Yuan and the others welcomed her. The white-haired girl asked the hero what he thought of the battle, and he replied that it was amazing, adding that just watching was a great help. However, while he was speaking, Yuan received a blow to the head from behind. When he turned around, he saw Rochelle trying to hide, using him as a shield. Noticing Rochelle's trembling, the hero asked if she was still afraid of Doku. In her response, she hugged him tightly, and he had to calm her down. Meanwhile, reprimands were happening in front of the group. Yamina was scolding Assistant Professor Friel, pointing out that he deserved punishment. She noted that he had started a combat session on the first day of school, allowing the situation to get out of control while he just watched. The assistant professor, shrinking under her scolding, apologized excessively. Yamina wondered aloud, pointing out that it couldn't be resolved with an apology alone, and directed him to prepare for the consequences. As she approached the hero, she pointed to the brooch on his chest. As she got closer, the professor said that, as class president, dignity was everything. She flipped the brooch upside down and asked how Yuan could wear it that way. Upon seeing the interaction between the beautiful professor and the special admission student, the first-year students felt jealous. Unaware of the interaction they had provoked, Professor Yamina bid farewell to the hero and his group, wishing them a happy day. Looking at the first-year students, the hero sighed. The professor had come to stop the fight, but instead, she had just added fuel to the fire. After the battle in the arena, rumors began to spread throughout the academy campus about a student from a lower dimension who had faced Ortima on equal terms. The talk increased with the posting of the fight recording, and many quickly realized that the fight was almost one-sided, with Ortima being pressured the entire time. Rumors about the new students, especially the pink-haired girl, began to spread with comments about her beauty. First-year students tried to defend Ortima, considering him above everyone to protect their class's dignity, but their comments were quickly crushed when everyone watched the recording posted by Assistant Professor Friel. The silver-haired girl quickly captured everyone's attention, attracting fans and supporters throughout the campus. But the comments didn't focus only on Doku. Many criticized a student who had negotiated with the assistant professor and quickly earned the title Master Bargainer. When Professor Yamina appeared in the recording, many were shocked and the comments exploded with doubts when they saw her interaction with that student, the Master Bargainer. Quickly, the students at the school became interested in discovering who these special admission students were, especially the one who seemed very close to Yamina. While reading the comments on the video with his classmates, the hero commented on how the world seemed to be talking about them. Light looked like he had melted into his chair as he read all the terms in the comments. Next to him, Doku seemed bored, commenting that it wasn't strange for people to talk about them. However, Doku made a comment that surprised everyone. She claimed that the man she had faced wasn't actually the strongest. Remembering a girl with a large hat, Doku said that at least there was someone else in that class more capable than him. Doku was surprised that Yuan hadn't noticed that. In response, the hero laughed, dismissing it as he explained that he had been too focused on her fight. As they were reading the comments, Light commented on how the hero's name was spreading through the school community. The hero noted, pointing out that since the other students couldn't touch the person who challenged the peak in their hearts, they were trying to target him in other ways. As Doku pointed out, she objected that she didn't just mean talking about him. At that moment, in the middle of the conversation, Light wanted to ask something. He looked at Rochelle, who was sitting several meters away, and asked if they always kept their distance. Rochelle, sitting far from the three, was trembling, her eyes fixed on the ground. Looking at the girl, silence fell among the three. The hero noticed that Rochelle seemed afraid of Doku, unable even to approach her. The situation was likely worse given that the two shared the same room. Then the hero opened his inventory, wondering if he should use something to try to comfort her. The hero pulled out a bottle of special elixir gel created by his abilities. The hero said the elixir was made from hundreds of fruits. The elixir had a special effect that enhanced the growth of all stats for whoever consumed it. Light and Doku looked at the bottle curiously. Based on their reaction as expected, the hero opened the jar, claiming they would be amazed. Then he asked them to take some bread. Rochelle, who was sitting a bit away, suddenly began to smell the special jam. When the scent reached her nose, she immediately lifted her head. opening her mouth. She looked to the side and finally saw the different pieces of bread with the golden jam that the hero was distributing to the others. Light and Dogo took the bread and took a small bite to taste it. Light liked the flavor, while Dogo almost lost her composure because of the wonderful taste she experienced. Light immediately asked how the jam could taste so good while Dogo was stammering, unable to say anything. The hero smiled at their reactions and asked if the jam was good. In response to the hero's modest question, Light became ecstatic, claiming that the jam was better than good. Meanwhile, Dogo was eating the bread filled with jam, revealing that she had tried all types of sweets in the Central Plains, but this jam was on a completely different level. When he saw how they were both interested in the jam, the hero looked to the side toward Rochelle, wondering how she would react. He saw the girl drooling with desire to try the jam, so the hero called her to eat together. She closed her mouth, and Rochelle approached the hero and asked him to make her a piece of bread with jam too. With the bread and jam in her hand, Rochelle took a big bite, amazed by the sweet taste she was experiencing. Rochelle felt it was like fruit nectar, the tastiest fruit she had ever tried in her life. Light was curious to know if the hero had really made the jam with his own ability, while Dogo abandoned her dignity, demanding more bread with jam. After eating a considerable amount, Dogo licked her fingers and commented on how she felt like she was eating something extremely precious. While distributing more jam on a piece of bread, the hero revealed that making the jam wasn't expensive, and since they were a team, he was happy to share it with their interest. While Rochelle was enjoying the bread with jam, the hero gave another piece of bread to Dogo to thank her for helping him. Suddenly, Dogo stood up and announced that she had made a decision. She grabbed the hero's collar and pulled him closer while he was still trying to eat his bread. In exchange for the elixir you gave me, I will personally teach you martial arts. After Dogo's offer to teach the hero martial arts, they moved to another place, a training room. Although small, Dogo found the place suitable for movement. Looking around, the hero commented that the training room reflected the psychological environment. While the hero was asking Dogo what she would teach him, considering they left in the middle of their meal, Dogo approached a place with several wooden swords. Dogo launched with one of the wooden swords, causing a small wind, and told Yuan that this move requires rushing forward without the slightest hesitation, and Dogo tells him that she will teach him how to fight with a sword. Dogo said they would start with that. In a moment, she released a pressing aura and advanced toward the hero with an attack. Her strike pushed wind toward the hero while she placed the tip of the sword against his nose. When he saw the sword very close, the hero stared at her with a blank expression. With a smile on her face, Dogo explained that the move she made was a thrust. It was a thrust without any doubt or hesitation. For Yuan, it was hard to believe that such a powerful attack could be executed by a human. However, in that brief moment, Yuan realized in Dogo's attack that he had learned a new concept. The concept the hero learned was penetration. He wondered why he learned this concept and not the concept of being a sword. Trying to think about this, the hero drifted away in his thoughts, which worried Dogo, who called him several times, trying to get his attention. Waking from his thoughts, the hero apologized. Dogo explained that the thrust doesn't have just one form. The thrust can be done using anything. What I showed you now is the most basic foundation of what the thrust means. Dogo began moving, placing several thrusts in the air in different ways. She asked the hero how many times he thinks he should thrust, from where to where, and what he should imitate while thrusting. Finally, she asked with what force or aura he should thrust. Each question from the girl was followed by a movement until she was in front of Yuan. Holding the sword, she said there were countless variables, but the higher basics were this: just one thrust, and he must never forget that. Facing the wooden sword, the hero analyzed what the girl said. Dogo's actions, who had perfected a concept to its final form, expressed a deeper meaning than just mixing several concepts. For her, the attack seemed loaded with the essence of truth. After giving the hero instructions, she gave him the sword to try for himself. Holding the sword while extending his arm, he asked Dogo not to mind if his imitation wasn't smooth. While watching the hero's movements, Dogo smiled, saying that if he could copy her movements perfectly from the start, the 10 years she spent perfecting that move would be meaningless. While the girl was talking, the hero moved mimicking her movements. He thrust the sword into the air, releasing a puff of air at the end of the wooden sword. Dogo couldn't believe she saw what happened. It seemed that Yuan truly understood the idea after watching her just once. However, the hero wasn't satisfied with his first attack. He tried to stay focused, realizing he couldn't exactly replicate what Dogo did, as he had been too focused on mixing several concepts until now. His idea up to that moment was to strengthen concepts by merging or adding them together, but Yuan realized he was wrong. so he took off his shirt to move more freely. His focus increased, and he felt that his power could become stronger if he refined what he already had. While performing several thrusts, he tried to think. There were many aspects to the concept of thrusting, which made him wonder why he received the concept of penetration. Finally, he understood the reason. The reason was that the person who gave him this concept believed that the thrust should penetrate the target completely. With this thought, the hero focused all his energy on his next attack, making it a deadly move. Unlike the first time, the strike in the air was much stronger, as if he had become the thrust itself. While she was following his movements, Dogo asked him to stop. The hero knelt on the ground, exhausted, while Dogo said it wasn't logical for him to exhaust himself this way from the beginning. When he caught his breath, she told him to remember what she showed him and try again later, when he has more space and an opponent who can actually respond. When Dogo finished giving instructions, several notifications appeared for the hero. He understood the concept of martial arts and absorbed the concept of duelist, adding it as a sub-concept of martial arts. He was surprised that he learned so much by just swinging the sword a few times, amazed at the talent that seemed to be exclusive to him. Looking at his stats, the hero was shocked as they all rose. The penetration concept, which he had just obtained, had already reached 16. The duelist, the concept that didn't increase even after defeating many goblin monsters, also rose to 20. The hero was incredulous, as his average combat capabilities doubled. While looking at him, Dogo revealed her thoughts. "I didn't expect to lose like this. Who would have thought you would show the essence of the technique devoid of the weapon's form?" The hero scratched his head, causing annoyance to Dogo by saying he was just imitating her movements without realizing it. Dogo became more frustrated with him, saying that he understood the art this easily, just by imitating her movements, something she spent years perfecting. The hero smiled, saying that maybe he learned this easily because she was the one who taught him. Upon hearing this, she blushed slightly. The hero continued explaining his actions, saying that when he watched her movements for the first time, he could feel their depth, which made him wonder if someone could really train to that level, where they become so immersed in the movements that they lose track of time. After hearing the hero's comments, Dogo felt embarrassed. However, not wanting to show her emotions, she turned away from him to try to ignore the words of the boy she had just met. Thanking the girl for teaching him great techniques, the hero offered her some delicious elixir. However, she said this doesn't compensate for what she taught. The hero was surprised and asked what he should do to compensate for that. Upon hearing his suggestion, Dogo smiled, telling him not to worry. Giving the most beautiful smile since entering the academy, she said she would collect her compensation over time, demanding that Yuan stay prepared. Where she completely changed the mood, Dogo reminded him that the next class would start soon, alerting the hero to leave quickly. After the hero left the training room, he scratched his head, still remembering Dogo's beautiful expression at that moment. Inside the academy, Rochelle and Light were walking in the corridors while looking at their phones. Suddenly, Rochelle bumped into some unfriendly students from other classes. The student in front of Rochelle put his hand on the wall, drawing his attention, and approached, asking where she came from. "Let me know if you need any additional adjustments." While he saw someone trying to intimidate Rochelle, Light intervened, standing between the two. He stared at the student and asked him what he wanted from Rochelle. The student from the other class got upset, angry, calling him an insect, and told him to leave. At that moment, both the hero and Dogo arrived in the corridor through teleportation, and the hero was hoping they weren't late. The group noticed the duo's appearance and became frightened. The hero also noticed their presence and asked what they were doing, while Dogo was watching the situation and saying they arrived just in time. Upon seeing the famous Dogo, the students from the other class fled, their tail between their legs, leaving behind a threat. Rochelle hid behind Light, thanking him while the hero tried to understand what was happening. The hero asked Light, who was angry, what happened, and Light told him after a bit. In class, the professor was talking about the history of the Union, revealing that it didn't start when the Chancellor founded the Academy, but when the tower appeared in that dimension. During the lesson, some students were secretly taking pictures of Rochelle, while others tried to intimidate the hero and the others, all from the group she and Light met earlier. Facing many annoying comments, Riel, Light, and the hero began to feel uncomfortable. The hero realized that regardless of the world, people are always the same. However, he wondered what was happening with the professor. The annoying students were making unbearable noise, but the professor didn't seem to care. Suddenly, Light stood up, which drew the professor's attention, and when the professor asked what he wanted, Light replied that other students were making noise, making it difficult to focus in class, and asked the professor to take action. In response to Light's request, the old professor simply asked if everyone had heard the request, and told them to stop talking and focus only on listening to him. With that, the professor returned to his monologue about the academy's history, doing nothing about the students disrupting the lesson. After being ignored by the professor, the annoying group started mocking Light, calling him a fool, and saying he was just trying to show off because he was handsome. They started commenting on Rochelle again, asking if she and the blonde boy were dating. The more the comments increased, the more nervous Rochelle became, making her about to cry at some point, which increased Light's anger. Light was so angry that he crushed the pencil in his hand. Suddenly, the hero put his hand on his shoulder, asking him to calm down. Light looked at the hero, asking if he was really asking him to calm down. Even after hearing the people talking about his classmates, the hero replied asking what they should do, whether they should fight, pointing out that he doesn't do pointless things. To Light's astonishment, who was shocked by the hero's words, the hero grabbed his phone, saying that stirring up trouble during class would only make things worse. He asked Light to calm down and look at his phone. Then the hero streamed the Union channel on a floating screen, saying there's more than one way to solve a problem. He was already certain that the fools talking behind him would soon regret it. Light realized what the hero was trying to do. Grinning mischievously, the hero hoped the fools would keep laughing since everything they were saying during the lesson was being broadcast live. The three fools had no idea that a camera with a microphone was right behind them, recording everything they said since the start of the lesson. Holding the camera and recording the three fools for the live broadcast was none other than a small snake, Eve. Quickly, hundreds of comments flooded the video, all cursing the three fools, who were quickly identified by other viewers in the comments. Dogo commented, saying the hero's move was smart to stir up public opinion. The hero smiled, saying he wouldn't forgive the fools for what they did to Rochelle. When the three fools discovered the live broadcast, it was too late. They quickly tried to hide so they wouldn't appear in the video, while searching for the camera. At one point, one of them found the small snake holding the camera in its mouth. However, before they could try to catch the snake, it disappeared. They looked toward Light, wondering if he was responsible for the live broadcast. At that moment, after hearing a lot of noise again, the professor started to feel annoyed for the first time. He looked at the three fools making the noise, asked for their names, and ordered them to leave the hall. The fools tried to defend themselves, but the professor wasn't interested, so he attacked all three of them. He forcefully threw them out of the room. The professor returned to the platform and explained that he would give the three fools a low grade all year long. The hero clicked his tongue, thinking this punishment was too light for what they did to Rochelle, and Light agreed with him. However, the small pink-haired girl said it was enough and thanked the two of them. With a charming smile, she said she was fine now, thanks to the two who stood by her side. The hero tried to be modest, saying he didn't do much, just thought of a way to solve the problem, and acted on it. Seeing Yuan trying to be humble, Rochelle smiled, and Light did the same. But it wasn't just them, even Dogo had started smiling more lately. The three agreed that things had become easier now that Yuan had become their class president. After class ended, as the heroes group was leaving, the fools group came back to try to cause trouble. Rill hid behind the hero while the others started feeling annoyed by the situation. The three fools were now armed and looking at Light, who calmly asked what they wanted. In front of the three annoying fools, Light stood tall facing them, while many other students watched the scene. The leader of the three demanded an explanation for what happened earlier. The others were angry because the recording ruined their grades for the entire semester. Moreover, third-year students started mocking them, and even their classmates began avoiding them. The hero looked around and noticed a teacher watching the situation with pleasure. The teacher had seen the three students draw their weapons but did nothing, as if he didn't consider students from lower dimensions to be human. Suddenly, the three fools became angrier, shouting at Light about something he had just said. Since the fools didn't understand his words, Light decided to repeat them. With a blank look, he stared at them and said, "If you want to hear what I have to say, you must ask politely, you savage." This label made the three tremble with anger. The leader of the three pointed his sword toward Light, asking if a lower being truly dared to speak to him this way. Facing the enemy's sword, Light calmly drew his own sword and traced a slight arc as he renamed the student a savage again. With a spontaneous movement, Light cut the other student's sword in half. The hero and the others were shocked by Light's move. The hero, analyzing Light's strike with his eyes, was able to understand a new concept from it. Light's sword was surrounded by golden energy that sparkled like sunlight. Taking a sword stance, he asked the three fools if he hadn't warned them before. Seeing his sword cut in half, fear overcame the student. Light held his golden blade and placed it on the group leader's chest. repeating his previous words again. The fool fell to his knees, trembling at the thought of what might happen if the sword moved even an inch. He heard Light say that if he asked politely, Light would agree to talk. Light looked at the fool with a cold expression. The hero felt something strange coming from Light, as if his personality had completely changed. He wondered if this transformation was connected to the sword, which seemed to radiate dazzling concepts. Light placed the sword on the fool's shoulder, commenting on how much he was enjoying the current silence. When he saw the fool kneeling before him, he considered it a sign of surrender, declaring that he could leave now. On his knees, the fool gritted his teeth. He couldn't move his legs because of the immense pressure weighing on him. His friends tried to help, shouting insults at Light. Meanwhile, Dogo was watching the situation with closed eyes. At that moment, Light turned his gaze to the nearby teacher, surprising him by calling him out. Light asked about the academy's assessment of a group that attacked their classmates with real weapons during class. The teacher seemed slightly annoyed by the sudden question. After coughing uncomfortably, he averted his gaze and said the academy encourages fighting practice to a certain extent. However, Light added that he hadn't accepted any match. The teacher tried to turn the situation against Light, claiming he was the one who drew a personal weapon first. Light replied, saying he was responding to an unjustified attack. Then the teacher blamed Light again, saying he released his energy first. Light defended himself by explaining that it was to prevent harm, and asked if the teacher intended to sit and let things go as they were. The hero became worried, seeing Light arguing with the teacher, who was clearly starting to feel annoyed. He feared what would happen when his companion got into trouble. Light became annoyed and raised a new point, asking the teacher how he planned to deal with the insults the three directed at him. The teacher hesitated, unable to respond directly. After thinking for a moment, he angered Light more when the teacher said he didn't see anything. The golden glow surrounding Light's sword intensified, sending chills through everyone present. Light demanded to know what the teacher meant by those last words. Light's anger increased, and so did the energy emanating from his sword. But at that moment, someone intervened. With a light touch on Light's forehead, the intense energy around him dissipated before Light even realized the presence. The effect sent Light's head back, making him return to his normal state. Light regained his normal state and directed an angry look at Dogo while trying not to cry from the sting of the touch on his forehead. Dogo pressed the point that should appear on Light and asked who was acting superior, waving his sword moments ago. While enduring Dogo's scolding, Light reluctantly removed his sword. The hero breathed a sigh of relief, seeing the energy disappear while the teacher clicked his tongue in annoyance. Realizing he couldn't handle the situation, the teacher ignored it and walked away, muttering curses about the group from lower dimensions, while the hero, with Rochelle hiding behind him, watched the scene with a questioning expression on his face. He looked at his companion and asked if the situation was a bit dangerous. With the situation under control, the hero and Rochelle watched Dogo scolding Light, wondering if his true nature was to shout angrily while holding divine tools. The hero smiled a bitter smile, realizing that Light was like a ticking time bomb. Later, inside the academy during lunch, the hero tapped his plate with a spoon, thinking. He said if they continued to act as they were, they wouldn't receive a good reception at the academy. Light jumped upon hearing the comment, trying to suggest that the hero was blaming him for the problem. But the hero pointed to the recent incident, wondering which of them tried to yell at a professor, noting that the situation ended with filing a formal request for a match after provocation. Cornered by the facts, Light tried to justify his position, saying he was just trying to improve the situation based on how Yuan handled it the previous time. The hero looked at him restlessly, pointing out that in the end, Light almost made things worse. What Yuan couldn't understand was why Light ignored the provocations and decided to argue with the professor instead. While they watched the two arguing, Dogo hummed absent-mindedly as she spread jam on her bread. Facing the apologetic Light, the hero remembered what happened earlier. If Light had acted as he usually did in those situations, it never would have escalated, but he seemed to have suddenly changed his personality, as if something broke inside him. In the end, the hero concluded that the golden sword Light was carrying was the reason. Driven by concern, the hero decided to clarify the situation, asking Light to be honest, wondering if he could control the power he displayed earlier. Light stood with dignity, declaring he could definitely control it, and that if he couldn't, he wouldn't have passed the entrance exam. He tried to justify his actions by saying he was driven by anger at the professor's lies. When the hero heard him talk about lies, he smiled a grim smile and asked asked him if it wasn't wrong to lie. Under pressure, Light avoided his gaze, trembling as he confirmed his words. The hero sighed and decided to trust that Light could control his power. With that, Light regained his energy and asked Yuan to trust him, promising that what happened wouldn't happen again. Next to Light, Dogo finally spoke. Although her words were sharp, at least it was comforting to hear you say, "This won't be a problem. Watching you get controlled by that divine thing was quite a sight." After seeing that Dogo wouldn't let him hide his mistake, Light pressed his face against the table while the hero let out a long sigh, making a decision to leave it for now. Suddenly, Dogo called Yuan to discuss another matter. She remembered the advice their teacher, Yumina, gave them a few days ago, to be careful of the jealousy that might come from ordinary students. If they continued to show this power, their school life would get worse in the future, so they needed to think about their future. At that moment, Dogo asked Yuan what he was thinking about. She wanted to know what the class representative thought about the situation. When asked for his opinion, the hero contemplated for a while. During the past few school days, he started noticing what was bothering them. The mentality of superiority based on birth or innate power, the strange contempt for lower dimensions, and the backward system. All of this made it nearly impossible for people like them to do anything in a place where these ideas were considered axioms. The hero didn't reveal his thoughts, but instead asked a question. "Guys, what do you think is necessary to build an emotional relationship, or rather to win the support of a large group?" Faced with the unexpected question, the three tried to guess the answer, suggesting things like talking and power, but the hero said it was something else. Something they already had. He placed his fingers in a square shape like a camera and looked at the three through it, and the hero revealed the answer: appearance. After giving the answer, the hero made a plan. Dugu was curious about why they needed to create a channel to showcase their daily activities. Then the hero explained that in the world he came from, this was a common way to build relationships. He wanted them to create an image to present to the general public. With his plan in place, the four headed to the training ground. Lighting equipment was set up to help with the recordings they were about to make. The hero held his phone to record while Rochelle held the light reflector. Yuan explained that by creating an image in people's minds, they also fostered a sense of familiarity, which in turn could lead to respect and admiration. Despite the detailed explanation, Light didn't understand why they needed to fight. Seeing his confusion, the hero warned, "We're not just pretending. The fight has to be real, so take it seriously." The moment the hero finished speaking, Dugu rushed toward Light. The boy was still unable to take the fight seriously. His speed was affected by how quickly things escalated, but Dugu forced him to react. While fighting, Dugu complained to Yuan. Then she grabbed Light by his collar and pushed him to the ground, declaring, "Anyone after taking a few hits will take the fight seriously." After the hero captured the scene of Dugu taking Light down, he was shocked. Light gently got up from the ground, affected by the blow. As Dugu mocked him, she looked at him sarcastically and commented, "Now I understand why you were so confused when you used the sword last time." Taking advantage of the situation, Dugu suggested, "Pick up the sword again. At least that way you'll have a chance to get close to me, though I doubt you'll even be able to do that." Faced with multiple provocations, Light gritted his teeth, annoyed by the girl. Angrily, he rushed toward Dugu, while the hero's excitement to capture the scene increased, worrying Rochelle a bit. Rochelle didn't yet understand how what they were doing could make their school life easier. The hero smiled and said, "This might not have an immediate effect, but things will change over time. If the people who have been bothering us lately know how skilled we are, they won't dare mess with the group." This was exactly what Yuan wanted everyone to see. With the hero's explanation, Rochelle found the idea very logical. The intensity of the battle Yuan was filming increased, but he continued talking. He told the pink-haired girl not to worry about the results yet, because her beauty was too precious to waste on stress. Rochelle was embarrassed by the hero's comment, and he pinched her cheeks, saying, "Haven't you heard that a beautiful face looks better when smiling?" With her face reddening, she heard him add, "You have a face that could attract anyone anywhere. It's a shame to exchange a beautiful smile for a frown." Encouraging her, he suggested she set her worries aside and enjoy the moment. Following Yuan's suggestion, Rochelle offered a shy smile, hiding it behind the reflector. She felt a strange feeling, as if every time Yuan said something, she felt immense happiness. After minutes of fighting, Light started running away from Dugu, who was following him, and asking where he thought he was going since they had just started. Light was running toward the hero. All he wanted was for Yuan to save him. Seeing Light's reaction, the hero smiled, deciding to follow his own advice to Rochelle and enjoy the moment. Later, Rochelle was crying. She was trying noodle soup for the first time, but she felt as if it tasted like soap. which made her cry. She asked Light if he was recording her while eating, and he smiled and said she would get used to the taste. Following the hero's suggestion, the 11th grade students began posting videos about their daily routine on their channel, which was appropriately named Rebellion. The response to the videos on the channel was amazing. The video featuring Dugu and Light's fight got countless comments praising Dugu's beauty and strength, while others wondered if the group was really from lower dimensions. Other videos were uploaded too, like a video showing the group playing a board game. That video was full of comments, with some viewers who knew the rules explaining them to newcomers while enjoying the group's antics. On the channel, they also posted a video about their meetings with the teacher, which was flooded with comments praising Yumina's beauty and the charm of the food and tea they enjoyed during her lessons. Naturally, there were also reactions to Rochelle's expressions when she was trying new foods, with many comments about how beautiful she was. After many students at the school watched the videos already uploaded on the channel, they were excited to wait for the next video. However, they realized that the next one wasn't an ordinary video, but a live stream scheduled for the next day. This made many disappointed because they wouldn't be able to watch it immediately, while others became more excited thanks to a comment asking if it would be the day they climbed the tower. The next day, seeing all those comments on the channel, the hero and his group were shocked. Rochelle didn't understand why they had gathered such a large audience, while Yuan was happy that they got more than 1,000 subscribers in just one day. On the other hand, Light was upset that the most popular video was the one where he got beaten. While the group was talking excitedly, Professor Yumina approached them. As she walked toward them, she commented and said that the Union was full of higher dimensions that took pride in true wonders. In a place where those wonders were taken for granted, no student had thought of creating media content. She was surprised by their channel, which stood out among these wonders. It offered entertainment and connections in a way she hadn't thought of before. Seizing the opportunity, the hero teased Light again, pointing out how their first video, The Battle, had become famous. After his comment, Yumina decided to change the subject. She reminded them that today would be the day they would enter the tower. Upon hearing Yumina's statement, Dugu stood next to the hero, wearing her combat armor and carrying her samurai-style sword. Light was also wearing his dark armor, and Rochelle was wearing her outfit too. At that moment, the hero noticed something unusual. Everyone, even Rochelle, was wearing different clothes while he was still in his school uniform. In response, both Light and Dugu explained that since they were about to face battle after battle, they wore appropriate clothing. Meanwhile, Rochelle said she simply felt safer in the clothes she was wearing. When asked if he would be okay wearing his school uniform, the hero remembered that he came from a quiet place where there were no specific clothes for the battles he would face in the tower. But since he had decided to risk his life in this world's battles, he made his decision. After adjusting his tie, he declared that the clothes he was wearing would be enough for him. When she saw that everyone was ready, Professor Yumina gestured with her hand. With that movement, a large magic circle appeared on the ground, covering the area where everyone was standing. The circle was glowing brightly toward the sky, and with its radiance, it transported everyone inside it. A flash of light appeared in front of the building guarding the tower, bringing Yumina and Class 11 with it. Many students present noticed the arrival of Class 11, quickly recognizing them from the videos they had watched since the previous day. Rochelle looked around nervously, trying to figure out where they were when Yumina confirmed they were at the tower entrance. She explained that the tower had been open since dawn, but the entry order was determined by grade level. First years enter, and Yumina indicated that they should consider it a reward for the great attention they had received. As they stood with the group, Light suddenly noticed the presence of a few individuals. There was, a bit farther away, the group of idiots who had recently tried to start a fight with him. However, the three seemed to be looking at them differently than before. They were no longer angry, and Yuan revealed that the three had subscribed to their channel. Despite the change in their expressions, Dugu caught the group's attention, pointing out that there were still some deadly looks directed toward them. Dugu wanted to warn the hero, but he already knew what she was going to say. That day was the day they would climb the tower, and the following Tuesday would be the day of his duel with Irito. Unconcerned by the presence of his future opponent, the hero invited the others to move forward. With only 4 days left until the fight, he intended to reach a level where Irito could never touch him. As they moved deeper into the area, the professor stopped to explain some things for safety reasons. She wanted the group to finish their exploration early and return before the weekend. However, since this was a decision that should be made by those climbing the tower, She asked how many days they planned to explore. The hero, representing the class, asked if he should answer on behalf of everyone, since they all shared the same mindset. Everyone agreed. Clenching his fist with determination, Yuan declared they would explore for 2 nights and 3 days before returning. As he spoke, Yuan opened his hand, revealing a small robot with 2 eyes, with a small recording camera. Upon hearing and seeing the group's determination, the professor smiled and urged them to be careful during the process. And so, with the small camera hovering above them, the hero led his class toward the tower. Yuan had a desire within him for his ancestors, wherever they were, to watch and observe what he was about to achieve from this moment forward. Several days ago, during a meeting with Yumina, the group revealed their intention to film the exploration inside the tower, which made the professor unsure. The hero explained that he wanted to try filming the situation inside the tower and showed the small flying robot, an artifact Yuan had made based on what he learned from Eve and Lilith. The professor wasn't opposed to filming, but she said that the tower's structure constantly changed, so it wouldn't have much meaning, which made Yuan feel a bit disappointed, unlike Rochelle, who was excited about the beauty of the recording device. Light confirmed the professor's words, saying that Yuan should look at the basic handbook, which mentioned that the internal structure of the tower changes. Yumina confirmed this was correct. Each floor was called a room, and when the monsters in each room were defeated or the traps were bypassed, the space would automatically change to the next room. In the Union, this unique changing structure was called switching. The more switching the students went through, the deeper they went into the tower. The hero was surprised, asking if the rooms always changed with each switch. Yumina confirmed their question, but added that once they passed through a room, they could return through it. Busy with worry, Light asked if the monsters and traps also changed, and Yumina of course confirmed they changed. Each time the room changed, the monsters that appeared were different and stronger, and so were the traps. After the professor explained, Dugu took a sip of her hot tea. After a long swish, she spoke for the first time during the meeting. I asked what would happen if someone didn't survive while climbing the tower. Dogu's question made everyone doubt. The hero, who had always lived a quiet life, and Light, who forgot this important issue, showed a human side, indicating that Dogu had raised a crucial question. The professor explained that contrary to concerns, in most areas of the tower, students remain alive even after a fatal blow. This comment relieved everyone in the class. The professor wanted to be more precise, saying that when that happens, the challenger will be sent back to the tower's entrance. The hero asked if they would need to climb the tower again from the first floor if that happened, but Yumina explained that thanks to the student ID, which records the switches, they can re-enter directly to the floor where they failed. She raised the red stone and explained that this is why the student ID is an essential item for climbing the tower. The hero looked at his ID, saying it seemed like a roguelike game with a save function. Light was excited about the professor's explanation, as if they could be revived again. They could challenge the tower as much as they wanted. At that moment, Dogu interrupted them, reminding them that the professor said most areas, and asked if that didn't mean there were areas where challengers might end up buried, wondering if that meant the tower wasn't a completely safe environment. In response to all of Dogu's questions, Yumina fell silent before admitting she was correct as always, creating a tense atmosphere. The professor described that some areas were an exception to this rule. After entering the dungeon, the hero's group would face different types of monsters on each floor. Light struck his sword at green, slimy monsters spread throughout the room, including the ceiling. The monster they faced, Gluter, was known for swallowing all of an explorer's equipment, leaving them unarmed. Light's sword sliced through these slimy monsters, as if cutting through green bread dough. He moved bravely as he unleashed his attacks. While Light was busy in close combat, Dogu was shooting at the monsters using her red energy, destroying them. The duo was completely focused on the battle, while the hero was doing something else. Extending his hand, he was looking at the thing in front of him, a torch, trying to extract the concept of the image. However, even though he felt the concept existed, he couldn't extract it. He had been able to perform such extractions in other dimensions, but he wondered why he couldn't do it in the tower. With that in mind, an idea occurred to him. Discovering the answer to this could be the key to unlocking his abilities. While he was busy with his thoughts, the hero paid attention after being interrupted by Dogu, apologizing for losing focus for a moment. While Light was still engaged in combat, Dogu asked if Yuan had figured out what he wanted after requesting some time. The hero explained that he tried to extract the flame, but failed. When Dogu heard the hero hero's answer, she said it was unfortunate, because if he could extract the flame, he might have been able to extract the tower's concept and use it freely. While the two were talking, one of the monsters approached them, crawling on the ground. The small monster turned into a huge wave and suddenly jumped toward Dogu while she was distracted. However, before Dogu could take action against the monster, a chain struck the creature in place. Dogu looked at the chain and then at Yuan, asking if this was how the small artifact snake acted during battles. Eve moved, having transformed into a serrated chain. The hero smiled and confirmed the girl's question. He ordered Eve to continue attacking, and the chain snake flew through the dungeon room, mercilessly attacking and destroying the monsters. When she saw the chains controlling the entire floor, Dogu praised the hero and said, "The attack wasn't bad, and it was fast too." In response to the compliment, the hero agreed with her words and said, "It was a powerful attack, but it was too noisy." Upon hearing the hero mention the noise, the girl with claws rushed into the tower room to attack the monsters as well. Rochelle, with sharp teeth and red eyes, was happily attacking the monsters with her own claws. Rochelle's attacks caused a tremendous impact upon landing, spreading many stone blocks in all directions. When she watched her actions, Dogu commented on how ridiculous it was. For her, the basics of battle were to hide and avoid being detected by the enemy, but instead, Rochelle was screaming and fighting in a crude way. Ignoring Dogu, Rochelle continued screaming, while Light followed her actions, and the two attacked the monsters, making Dogu more frustrated by the noise. After they had defeated almost all the monsters, Light pointed out that the first room only contained Scyther Claw monsters they would have no problem facing. However, after Light's statement, Dogu felt there was something more. She warned everyone that tremendous energy was gathering around them. Then Light asked if an elite monster would appear, which made sense. Then Light looked at the hero, but Yuan was already doing what he was going to ask him to do, using his all-seeing eyes to find out what was happening. Suddenly, the hero warned Rochelle and asked her to pay attention. The large wall in front of them had transformed into a magic circle with a pentagram. Yuan wanted Rochelle to destroy it. In the blink of an eye, Rochelle rushed forward with her claws, and the rage in her eyes indicated she would strike hard on the stone wall. Rochelle's attack hit its target, raising a cloud of dust inside the room and blocking everyone's vision. The first to regain vision of the situation was Light, who thought Rochelle's move was amazing. Following Yuan's instructions, she destroyed the stone wall before the elite monster could even form, resulting in an enhancement core dropping as a reward. Rochelle gasped heavily. In her hand was the core mentioned by Light, a glowing pink orb. Looking at Rochelle, the hero noticed something about her. The girl's hair had changed. Rochelle, who had completely pink hair, now had hair that had become darker, closer to wine color, and above her head appeared the heart concept for the hero to see. When Rochelle saw the hero staring at her, she asked what happened, and he told her about her hair. Thinking about the heart concept that appeared above the girl, the hero wondered which of the two factors was changing the situation. The concept displayed was one that burns emotions as fuel to gain power, meaning the combination of these two words created the berserker concept. After thinking about what he saw, someone grabbed his shirt cuff. Rochelle approached, asking worriedly if she had become scary during her attack. However, the hero smiled and explained on the contrary that she was giving off a very reliable feeling. Despite the hero's words, Rochelle tried to argue that the situation might deteriorate. When Dogu faced an attempt to calm the situation with a threat, the other three were shocked, especially Rochelle, who tried to calm Dogu, saying she couldn't do that. But Dogu said that if the situation continued like this, they would have to ascend the tower with only 3 of the 4 present, and Dogu announced it would be better if only she and Yuan ascended the tower. This comment seemed too dramatic for the hero, especially since Light was upset about being excluded. After all the comments, Rochelle suppressed her feelings to change the situation. The hero approached her, saying he would think of something. While he smiled confidently, "I know why you feel uncomfortable, so it's my duty as class president to find a solution." Rochelle's facial expressions, which had been discouraged, completely changed to a bright expression thanks to the hero's words. She grabbed his hand, thanking him, making him feel embarrassed, while the others watching seemed frustrated. Dogu became annoyed, noting that after all this, Yuan was just another young man who easily falls in love with appearances. The hero smiled awkwardly, saying Dogu had misunderstood, and asked her if she couldn't say he was acting completely normal. Amid all this drama, Light sighed. After destroying the stone wall and resolving the situation, a magic circle surrounded each member of the group as they switched. After a few moments, they arrived at the second floor. Light bent down, touching the green ground. Under their feet, grass and moss were growing, creating a completely different scene from the previous room. The hero obtained the core from the elite monster that Rochelle had obtained earlier. Upon seeing all the concepts contained in the orb, he cursed the time he spent running through the dungeons. After passing through only one room of the tower, he received more concepts than he had when he passed through the ghoul dungeon more than 10 times. Now he obtained acid-melting concepts, attributes that could melt materials, attributes that most likely came from the Scyther claws. So, Yuan decided to merge the fusion into his sword, while feeding Eve with the acid concept. The small snake on the hero's arm opened its mouth, swallowing the orb with the acid attribute. Dogu suddenly approached the hero, feeling that the snake had been strengthened immediately. The hero was surprised when he saw Dogu approach so quickly, and in his response, she said he should have sensed her presence if he had trained a little more. While the two were talking, Light seemed alert. The atmosphere was suddenly changing as the monsters in the second room were about to appear. Light was about to ask the duo to act more seriously when a beam of light passed by his shoulder, hitting a monster that appeared before them. In response to Light's request to take things more seriously, Dogu commented that the second room didn't seem much different from the first. The monster that appeared in that room was an evil spirit, a malicious being that hunts mages among humans. But Dogu considered these monsters too weak and asked Light if he really thought an ant could defeat a lion, even if it pounced on it. In response to the girl's statement, Light became annoyed, saying that's exactly how the enemy could surprise them. After Light's reprimand, Dogu made a suggestion. How about letting Yuan handle all the fighting in the second room? The hero didn't understand why the fighting responsibility was being handed to him. Light also didn't understand what Dogu was suddenly suggesting, and Rochelle mentioned that this might be too dangerous. With a smile, Dogu opposed the two, saying her idea was great. Dogu explained with a yawn that Yuan needed to develop his skills quickly, especially with the battle that would happen in a few days. Then she asked everyone again if her suggestion didn't make sense. The hero smiled while gritting his teeth. Despite the mischievous behavior Dogu had shown earlier, she was right. The hero stepped forward, heading to the front of the group, volunteering to try to handle things alone for a while. Light quickly tried to convince him it might be dangerous, but the hero stopped. He said he was fine. He added that, as Dogu mentioned, he needed to grow quickly, and that it would be bad for the rest of the group if they exhausted themselves on a low floor. As he extended his hands, he asked if the two could help him shorten the distance as quickly as possible. When she saw that the hero was seriously asking this, Rochelle decided to trust him as Light did, who said if things became dangerous, he would intervene. In front of many evil spirits, the hero smiled and thanked his companions, and suddenly called out to Dogu and asked her if she would help him later, in case he exhausted his energy now. Dogu smiled proudly, promising that he wouldn't perish easily from his exhaustion. After the short conversation, the hero summoned Eve, summoning a magic circle above the snake. Eve passed through the magic circle, and on the other side transformed into a large firearm. At the hero's command, Eve began firing at the evil spirits, turning them into dust. The evil spirits screamed when hit, but the hero didn't stop. While Yuan launched his attack, Rochelle and Light were amazed and frightened at the same time. Light wondered if this was an ordinary weapon from the hero's world. Although he didn't know the weapon's exact power, the speed at which it was defeating the monsters was surprisingly fast. Light frowned, wishing that soldiers from his country were armed with such weapons. He tried to observe the weapon the hero created closely. At first, he thought it was a launcher, but he soon realized the weapon was continuously firing metal balls. Dogu was also amazed. The weapon Eve had transformed into might be able to handle second-level assassins or even weaker first-level ones. Even in the world of martial arts, such a weapon might be useful. However, Dogu noticed a problem. The attacks were directed in one direction. For ranged combat, that would be fine, but in a narrow space like the one they were in, there might be too many variables. Just as Dogu said, one of the ghosts snuck behind the hero to attack him from behind. The evil spirit opened its mouth, which was larger than the hero's body, intending to swallow him by attacking from a blind spot. Rochelle and Light immediately became worried when they saw what was about to happen. The hero looked back at the sound of their screaming, turning his face toward the evil spirit's huge mouth. Despite everyone's concern, the hero summoned a sword in his hand when he saw the evil spirit behind him. Using the sword, he cut off its head, and the hero defeated the monster that tried to ambush him. The hero smiled at the awe he felt, but quickly refocused. Rochelle breathed a sigh of relief. Light, standing next to Rochelle, was amazed to see the sword in the hero's hand. The hero had enhanced his longsword with several attributes, preparing it for when he needed to use it. Light was surprised to see the hero holding a sword, while Rochelle revealed that she didn't know Yuan used a sword before. The hero smiled, saying, "It wasn't exactly like that. My use of the sword wasn't close to Light's or Dogu's quality." Dogu smiled at the hero's comment, proud of how far he'd come so far. The hero advanced, continuing to fire using Eve. The evil spirits were being hit and defeated one by one, but now he wasn't just using Eve, but the sword too. As he advanced, displaying the skills he'd gained so far, he smiled and said that, although he wasn't good, he was trying his best. After defeating the evil spirits, the hero needed a break and put the sword on the ground and breathed deeply. Then he looked at the others, saying that since there were no more demon spirits, what awaited them was the last monster. The hero summoned Eve, who transformed into a chain. He ordered the tool to attack the last evil spirit, restraining it. Then he said they could rest before defeating the last evil spirit and prepare for the next room. During the break, Dugu bent down to touch the remains of the evil spirits. She noticed that the sword blade was melting and breaking down the monsters. Yuan must have been using the abilities he gained in the previous room. She thought about what happened earlier and the way he handled the sword, realizing that he probably never went through battles, which made her wonder how he was growing at such an amazing speed. Light was also amazed at Yuan's discovery that they could control switching rooms this way. It was truly an amazing method, Rochelle agreed, saying it was an expected idea from an expert student. Dugu praised the hero, saying his last attack was excellent. Thanking her, the hero became excited. Dugu started thinking out loud, saying that if he didn't focus so much on quick attacks, he could improve. But still, it was better than being an idiot swinging his sword without thinking. She was obviously referring to Light. Light got angry and asked why he would be an idiot if he had fought bravely earlier. But Dugu said she didn't say anything and didn't mention his name. The two started arguing because of Dugu's comment, while the hero searched through the contents of his bag. From the bag, the hero pulled out a can of energy drink, opened it to drink while laughing at their argument, saying that, although they were on a break, they never seemed to get tired. The three saw the hero drinking in that state and opened their eyes wide. Dugu was angry, asking what he was drinking while Rochelle drooled from the smell she was smelling. The hero showed them the can, saying it could be bought outside. But this only increased the three's anger. Light led them in, reminding that unlike Yuan, the three couldn't leave the school. The hero quickly apologized under their angry stares. He put the can back in his bag, saying that even if he wanted to share, he hadn't bought many, and this was actually a lie. And Yuan pointed out that the drink only works when they're tired. Yuan's last comment caught Dugu's attention. Because of that, the girl took charge, saying she would be responsible for the third room. The hero called out to her, noticing her behavior, asking if she hadn't said he should fight alone. Dugu frowned in response, saying the drink had a taste she hadn't experienced before, so she couldn't leave everything to him. While the girl wanted the hero's drink, Light reminded her it was his from the beginning. When he saw that everyone had rested enough, the hero defeated the last evil spirit, preparing to move to the next room. The magic circle began surrounding all four of them again, and the room began to switch. While they were moving, the hero closed his eyes to see an internal vision of his attributes. A window appeared in his mind, showing more than 10 attributes distributed across different types. The hero was excited, because according to these attributes, he should be at the intermediate level of the academy. He had swung his sword only a little, but even the duelist attributes and penetration techniques he had just learned were improving. Yuan realized that with this efficiency, he should focus a bit more on enhancing his duelist attribute for the upcoming duel on Tuesday. The situation seemed to depend on how much he could develop his martial arts, as the gap between his body and Eratus was about 200 strength points. The hero frankly thought there was no way to close that gap over the weekend, no matter what he did. However, since he was learning martial arts with Dugu, he had found a path to follow. Gaining skills was important, but it was also necessary to develop those skills. While thinking about his development in martial arts, the hero wanted Dugu to teach him more, but suddenly, he regained consciousness from that thought, feeling it would be difficult to ask that of his classmate. Moreover, it wasn't right to depend on her, no matter how strong she was. He didn't want to upset the balance between them. While Yuan was trying to figure out how he could become stronger in such a short time, several gusts of wind passed by him. He was so busy with his own problems that he didn't notice, thinking he was still going through the room switching process. At that moment, a voice started screaming his name, insisting on calling him because he was so busy he didn't hear it the first time. It was Light, who was falling, asking the hero what the hell he was doing, so oblivious to the situation. The hero suddenly opened his eyes, realizing the situation they were in. The four were falling with winds buffeting them. In this situation, the story's hero turned purple from panic. When he looked down, he wanted to understand why he was falling from the sky. Rochelle was the most desperate among the four. The girl tried to hold her skirt while falling to prevent the wind from lifting it. In addition, she had to face her fear of falling in a completely unexpected situation. Looking down, the story's hero wondered what was happening, what happened to the ground, and why it disappeared. As they were falling, the hero realized that not only had the ground disappeared, but something else had replaced it. When he looked down, he saw they were heading toward sharp spears pointing upward. Yuan quickly summoned Eve, who transformed into a chain. The tool wrapped around Rochelle's waist, holding her and providing protection from falling on the deadly blades. The hero breathed a sigh of relief as he held the chain with Eve wrapped around his arms. He managed to hold one end of the chain while holding Rochelle with the other. While hanging, he looked around trying to understand what was happening. The room they were in was huge, yet there was a trap placed exactly where they landed after switching. While trying to figure things out, he heard someone calling him. When he turned, he saw Dogu hanging upside down from the ceiling. The girl suggested he move quickly, but instead of complying with her advice, he was surprised when he saw her walking on the ceiling. Ignoring his astonishment, Dogu warned him not to stay in this position any longer. Just as the girl warned him, Yuan heard a sound. One of the walls was opening, revealing a passage. From inside the passage, several spears were suddenly thrown toward the hero. Facing this danger, it surprised him, and he didn't react immediately. He knew he couldn't let Rochelle fall, so he had to think quickly. Suddenly, Yuan turned, pulling the part of the chain that Rochelle was holding. This caused the girl to be yanked upward quickly. Meanwhile, the hero summoned Lilith and gave instructions to Eve. As Reel was pulled up, she screamed in fear. She was launched high enough for the swords to pass beneath her, all the spears colliding with each other without hitting anything. As Rochelle began to fall again, Yuan was there to catch her in his arms like a princess. He held her close, and Rochelle felt embarrassed as she heard him ask near her ear if she was okay. While riding on the floating bike, the hero apologized for pulling her roughly earlier, explaining that he had no other choice due to the dangerous situation. Facing the flying axes, Light executed several sword strikes, smashing them before they got close. Light was different now. Behind him was a pair of golden wings that resembled dragon wings. Holding the divine sword in his hand, Light walked through the shattered axes. Light wondered what was happening. He remembered that during their previous encounter, Yumina said traps wouldn't appear until room 20. However, they were currently in the third room, and the difficulty had already escalated to this excessive level. While using his wings to stay in the air, Light suddenly noticed a floating bike speeding through the room. He wondered when Yuan had managed to get that thing. While driving the flying bike, the hero gritted his teeth, accelerating at full speed to dodge the traps falling everywhere. Behind him, Rochelle sat on the bike, stunned. She still remembered how she had been in the hero's arms moments ago. Smiling, she wrapped her hands around his back. She felt comfortable in the position, felt amazed by the sudden embrace, and the hero's face flushed, surprised. Because of this, Yuan let an arrow hit the flying bike. He moved between the pillars, distributed across the tower room, trying to avoid the other weapons being launched toward them. The danger was getting closer and closer to the flying bike, but suddenly, a burst of light pushed some spears away. The hero stopped the bike, looked to his side, and saw Light floating in the air, wondering why Yuan was just running. Upon seeing Light's appearance, the hero was amazed by his wings and asked what this was. The blonde boy was about to answer, but he announced that he had a question first. Pointing to Yuan's bike, Light asked what it was and if it came from Yuan's world. The hero was surprised that Light didn't recognize a floating bike, then changed the subject, and Yuan spoke and asked where Dugu was. Thanks to the hero's question, Light realized he hadn't seen the girl for a while and wondered if she had fallen into a trap. Contrary to Light's assumption, Dugu was running along the walls of the tower room, dodging numerous weapons chasing her. The hero didn't know her exact position, but he was confident she wouldn't fall into a trap easily, dodging the spears like an acrobat. Dugu was twisting and moving quickly, avoiding all the spears and daggers directed at her. As Yuan suspected, Dugu was keeping track of everything happening. No longer worried about the amazing Dugu's safety, Light asked the hero what they should do and whether he thought the traps would end soon. Yuan remembered that, according to the guide, they had to survive for a certain period, although he didn't know exactly how long. With little information available, the hero gave instructions to Light to fly to the other side of the room so he could analyze the traps. As Light flew to the other side of the room, the hero examined the traps activating on the walls and ceilings. Surprisingly, all the traps this time seemed to be targeting only one person, Light. Because of this, the hero began to suspect that the traps prioritized those who were in motion. After further thinking about this possibility, the hero remembered the initial state of the room. All this made the hero realize what they should do. They had to avoid moving carelessly inside the room full of traps. The hero grabbed his head, frustrated that he hadn't figured this out earlier. Meanwhile, Rochelle, sitting behind him, tried to warn him about an incoming arrow. The hero pulled out the arrow that had stuck in Lilith the bike, annoyed that the arrow had scratched the surface, and he knew he should warn everyone to stop moving unnecessarily. However, he realized that if they stopped moving, they wouldn't be able to get through the room. Holding the arrow angrily, the hero suddenly noticed a reaction happening inside it. When he looked closely, he saw that the arrow was being absorbed, as if it were a concept. He didn't understand why this was happening now. Since the first room, he had tried to absorb concepts, but he had been unsuccessful. Trying to figure out the reason behind this sudden change, an idea occurred to him. His eyes landed on a sword, and he wondered if his theory was just a coincidence. But he knew he wouldn't confirm it without testing, so he decided to grab the sword. Rochelle was watching Yuan curiously, and before her eyes, the hero began absorbing the sword too, which surprised them both. The sword disappeared from the hero's hand, decomposing into golden dust. He obtained a concept, but not a sword concept as he expected. Instead, he obtained the concept of cutting. This reminded Yuan how something similar had happened with the stabbing technique Dugu had taught him. As the hero was thinking about it, Rochelle pointed at something and urged him to look in that direction. When he turned to where she was pointing, he saw Light surfing on a wave created by a trap, acting like a fool. After escaping the wave, Light gritted his teeth as he leaned on his sword. He had lowered his guard, expecting only the weapons to be dangerous, causing him to fall into the last trap. Light's vision began to fade. He realized that something mixed with the water was causing this effect. As his vision and thoughts began to cloud, anxiety took over his mind. He understood that with dozens of new traps appearing, he would find it difficult to respond to them all. The hero didn't stay still. Driving Lilith, he ordered the flying bike to move forward. Leaving Rochelle behind him, Yuan rushed toward Light. He apologized to Rochelle in advance, asking her to wait a bit, because what he was going to do was a gamble, and he didn't want to involve her. Rochelle agreed to stay behind him, and asked Yuan to hold on tight. As he moved through the waves flowing around Light, the hero increased his points in the concepts of acid and wave. Everything was showing him as he expected. Just like before, what the hero touched was water, but instead of obtaining the concept of water, he obtained the concept of waves. Finally, Yuan understood his power and why he hadn't received the sword concept when he grabbed the weapon thrown from the trap. As he advanced on the flying bike, Dugu was jumping from one pillar to another, moving quickly to analyze the situation. She was surprised when she looked down and saw the hero on the flying bike, with waves of energy flowing outward. She wondered what he intended to do. As he headed toward the light, the hero realized that the state of matter at the moment it manifested determined the concept he would acquire. Since the traps were targeting his neck, he had obtained the concept of beheading. Now, taking all this into account, the hero advanced while new arrows and spears appeared. The weapons were falling toward Light as Yuan closed the distance quickly, assuring Light that he would handle the situation. The hero completed his approach on the bike. At that moment, he hoped his comprehensive vision ability would deepen, which would allow him to perceive the essence of things and even read the instinct of the projectiles. The arrows were approaching Light, who screamed for help from the hero. He closed his eyes, extended his hand, targeting the weapons and trying to use his power. He opened his eyes and activated his special visual ability. At the tip of each blade, a concept appeared, revealing the intentions of each weapon now targeting him after attracting their attention. Astonishment showed on Light's face at what happened. He was safe. But now, Yuan had become the target for confronting the traps. The hero gritted his teeth with many weapons and concepts. He wasn't planning to absorb them one by one, as that might cause them to mix and lose their distinctive forms. He grabbed a concept in his hand and released a powerful surge of energy. The concept in his hand connected to the concepts of the surrounding weapons. Upon completing the use of his power, a golden light shone surrounding him. This was a sign of his plan's success to merge all the concepts, making him feel joy at his achievement. At the end of the room, Rochelle was watching everything calmly. The golden glow of the hero's power was still hanging in the air, creating a stunning vision for her. She extended her hands, allowing the golden dust from the destroyed weapons to settle on them. Smiling, she felt excited because of Yuan's achievement. Finally, Yuan stopped his bike a few meters from the light. The blonde young man ran toward him, asking if he was okay. The hero released a relieved breath, expressing his happiness that his friend hadn't been hurt. He laughed, remembering how close they had been to disaster. Light looked at the hero in amazement, noticing that he was holding a small red and golden ball in his hand. When he asked what it was, Yuan replied that he wasn't sure, but the ball appeared when he merged all the weapons together. It seemed as if he had obtained something very valuable. Then Light asked if the hero had awakened a new ability, as he now seemed able to interfere directly with the traps. Suddenly, While the two were talking, a new trap was activated, forcing them back into alert mode. However, two girls landed in front of them and quickly struck shields of swords and spears, preventing anything bad from happening. Rochelle released a relieved breath, while Dugu took the moment to scold the two, saying that if they didn't fix the habit of talking while letting their guard down, they would face problems in the future. The hero was amazed by the girl's performance. While Light was annoyed by Dugu's sudden appearance, he nevertheless sighed, thanking them for saving him. Dugu turned away angrily, wondering if Light would find himself in trouble and lose his focus again. Since these were the last traps they needed to face in the room, the transition process began. Surrounded by 4 magic circles. As they were being transported, the hero watched Light and Dugu arguing as usual. It seemed the two wouldn't give up their grudge anytime soon. Yuan could only laugh at the two, while Light wondered if Dugu was trying to play the hero role by appearing at the last minute and acting like the savior. In the hero's eyes, despite their constant arguing, regardless of how much they fought or how dangerous things became, they always rushed to save each other. And this, in his eyes, was proof that the team really worked well together. Seeing the hero laughing, sighing, and lost in thought with his eyes closed, Rochelle looked at him, wondering what was going through his mind. As for Light's accusation about her last-minute appearance, Dugu shamelessly claimed she had been waiting for the perfect moment to appear, surprising the two boys. Dugu gave a sly smile as she revealed her reason. Because once I make you indebted to me, I can make sure to collect that debt later. Dugu's words made Yuan silently hope that the spirit of brotherhood he felt within the team wasn't just an illusion. Finally, the hero took a good look at the monsters in this room, which shocked both him and Light. The monsters on that floor were giant mosquitoes, known as the famous tower mosquitoes. These unique creatures could appear on any floor of the tower regardless of level. Light drew his sword, moving forward to protect Yuan, who was shocked to see that the spiders were completely unharmed, wondering if they had somehow repelled his attacks. Light explained that the spiders' stats were random, just like the floors they appeared on, which was probably why Yuan's weapon had no effect. Seeing many spiders scattered across that floor of the tower, Light took the initiative with Rochelle to defend one side, planning to finally call on Dugu to intervene and handle the other side. Dugu glanced sideways at the hero, noticing he looked somewhat sad because he wasn't being useful this time. Yuan gritted his teeth, struggling to believe the monsters had become this strong so early. Sensing the hero's feelings, Dugu sighed. She stepped forward in front of everyone, asking them to stand back. She looked at Yuan and told him to watch her carefully, promising to show him exactly what he was looking for. She extended her arm forward, and energy began to flow from Dugu's hand. Then a beam of pure energy exploded from her hand, carrying all the power she could gather. Dugu's attack quickly reached the spiders, hitting them like a wave and swallowing the insects in its path. The hero's eyes widened as he witnessed a true energy blast. He realized Dugu's attack was much stronger than Eve's shots, as most of the spiders were knocked down. At that moment, Dugu asked everyone to let Yuan deliver the final blow to the spiders. Smiling at the hero, she teased, "Is there a more merciful teacher than me?" The hero gave a shy smile at Dugu's comment. Then he drew his sword, asking Light to protect him, while Rochelle watched the ceiling to avoid surprises. Yuan moved forward to face the wounded spiders, thinking about Dugu's actions. She wasn't his teacher, yet he didn't expect her to help him this much. The spiders approached Yuan slowly, forcing him to notice their pink spots scattered across parts of their bodies, making them more attractive. Yuan struck one of the spiders with his sword. His actions showed gratitude toward Dugu. The two watching him, Light and Rochelle, became worried. The reason for their concern became clear when Yuan's sword didn't advance. After striking the spider, his blade stopped against its hard shell, making the hero's hands tremble. He tried to push harder, but the spider's exoskeleton was too solid to penetrate. Without giving the hero a chance to attack, the spider's eyes glowed pink. In the next moment, it jumped toward the hero, trying to strike with its 8 legs. The hero jumped backward, avoiding the ambush. Refusing to give up, he advanced again, this time with a thrust, targeting the spider's head. Although he didn't defeat the spider outright, he managed to find a weak point. Rochelle cheered Yuan's success, while Light looked relieved. Despite his progress, the hero knew he couldn't continue with this hit-and-run strategy. Not with so many spiders surrounding him. He gritted his teeth, and of course he had a feeling that the tower spiders were still more than he could handle. Suddenly, an idea was born in his mind, and he even mocked himself for forgetting it. In the previous room, the hero had combined multiple concepts, creating something wonderful, the concept of slashing. He hadn't used this concept yet, and saw this as the perfect moment, so he integrated this concept into his sword. As soon as the sword received this concept, it emitted a small glow. Sparks of energy filled with power. Even a simple strike with the sword radiated a powerful aura. Yuan decided to test the concept's compatibility with his sword, which had evolved thanks to its upgrade to become the executioner's sword. The spiders attacked, unwilling to let Yuan execute his plan. The hero took a fighting stance, wondering if he should strike first. The sword moved quickly with Yuan's motion, slicing through the spider as if it were butter. He moved forward, passing several spiders, leaving his attack behind. Light was almost astonished, wondering how the situation had suddenly turned around, but Dugo was the most shocked, although she tried to hide it, furrowing her brow as she watched the hero. After the attack, the hero felt something strange. He knew he had made a clean cut, but something about it seemed odd. He wondered if he had attacked with too much force and decided to try again. Yuan returned to battle, determined to succeed this time. Light moved forward, concerned for the hero, to help him, while Rochelle followed them closely. After a long period of observation, Dugu, who had remained silent until now, realized that Yuan had done something to his sword in a brief moment before defeating the first spider. Whatever he did allowed him to cut through enemies he couldn't reach before, making her wonder how someone could possess such intuition and overwhelming skill. She was watching the hero's movements as he cut through the spiders, as if he had been doing it for years. She noticed he was trying to improve his abilities, relying not only on physical strength, but on technique. Dugu knew that usually when someone enhances their sword or gets a stronger weapon, they would swing the new weapon clumsily. However, Yuan showed none of those gradual flaws so far. Dugu hoped that even if not now, Yuan would someday understand the true essence of what cutting means. Dugu had no reason to interfere in Yuan's journey. He could proceed as he wished, but seeing his potential, she felt it would be a waste to let him continue as he was. She remembered her own history. Having overcome 3 calamities, Dugu proudly bore the title of the greatest talent in the world of martial arts. However, she now realized she was witnessing someone so talented, it made her ability seem insignificant in comparison. Dugu looked at the hero. She made a decision about what to do with the man before her. She would make him her king. Unaware of Dugu's fantasies, the hero continued attacking the spiders. Although he wasn't aware of Dugu's thoughts, he felt a gaze that sent shivers down his spine. Light sensed his reaction and asked what was wrong. The hero looked around and replied that he felt chills as if an elite monster was lurking nearby. At that moment, Yuan's and Dugu's eyes met, and the hero asked why she was just standing there. The girl, who had just been compared to an elite monster, turned her face away and replied, asking him if he was still managing things well on his own. Sarcastically, the hero replied that apparently he wouldn't need to share the drink she was excited to drink earlier because he was doing all the work. Dugu felt provoked and rushed after the hero, who was holding the drink can in his hand, while Yuan declared he would share it with Rochelle instead of her. While the two were joking around, Light received an external message from outside the tower. Dugu and Yuan also noticed they had received a message like Rochelle. All 4 group members received the same notification. 3 of them gathered to discuss the message's content, while Rochelle stayed behind them because she sensed something unusual. Light was the first to open the message, which asked them to leave the tower. The hero was confused about why such a sudden request was sent. Seeing that the message came from the director, they realized it must have been sent to all students. As they were talking, Rochelle began to feel anxious. Dugu, who hadn't noticed the danger yet, was annoyed. She didn't want to leave the tower, especially since she hadn't tasted Yuan's sweet drink yet. She wouldn't leave without an explanation. At that moment, Rochelle screamed, warning the others that the enemy was approaching. The hero was the first to turn to Rochelle, followed by the others, only to be shocked by what they saw. 2 massive gates appeared with dozens, perhaps hundreds of spiders emerging from them. Now, Dugu understood why they were being asked to leave the tower, and she finally got her explanation. After the 2 gates appeared, more cracks began forming in the space around them, making way for additional gates. Light asked if this was the situation Yumina mentioned during their meeting, and the others confirmed his suspicions. Dugu raised her ID card and realized there was no signal in the gym. With the ID cards failing, the group was now completely trapped in the tower room. Light clutched his sword anxiously, remembering this was the exact scenario Yumina had described. The only phenomenon that could send students directly to their graves, the appearance of a spatial irregularity. Multiple gates unleashed an army of spiders that swept through the entire tower room, the floor, walls, and ceiling. The spiders advanced, leaving no space to escape. Rochelle was the first to launch forward, followed by Light, who was carrying his sword. The hero faced all these spiders, and was terrified because he had never faced anything of this magnitude before. During the meeting, Yumina revealed there was a high probability that Dimension Pirates would occupy the tower when beginners climbed the tower. Since the hero didn't know what Dimension Pirates were, Yumina said she would explain later, focusing instead on the main issue, which was the irregularity caused by abnormal invasions. This irregularity produces unexpected phenomena. Yumina explained that one thing changes when natural exploration turns irregular: the tower's rules. Areas previously considered safe zones became hostile zones, while the number of monsters increased uncontrollably. Moreover, room difficulty rose unexpectedly, and many problems began occurring simultaneously. The more Yumina talked about it, the more the students' fears grew, except for Dugu. After explaining everything, Yumina reminded everyone that the tower doesn't guarantee their safety. They had to remember that if they fell into an irregularity phenomenon, the situation would be extremely dangerous. Now, trapped in the situation the teacher had mentioned, the heroes group needed to figure things out. An explosion occurred in the wall, creating a passage. The hero rode his flying bike, taking Rochelle aboard, while the others followed him toward a more spacious area. As the spiders began pouring through the opening they created, Light commented that they didn't know how long those spiders would keep appearing. Yuan added that staying in a narrow area would be dangerous against so many enemies. Rochelle was gritting her teeth in anger, watching the spiders in the adjacent room. Little by little, the glow of the spiders' eyes increased in brightness as they approached the passage the student group used to escape, and like a flood, they swept through the room as well. Seeing this number of enemies, Dugu commented that they seemed endless. At that moment, she resumed her attack. Using an energy burst, she targeted a group of spiders and unleashed a powerful strike. Many spiders were turned into fried skewers before Dugu's assault. Seeing this, Light also joined the battle, gripped his sword with determination, attacking the spiders while telling Dugu to continue the assault. Though she didn't need his words, the attack caused massive damage, taking down many spiders at once. The hero continued the fierce battle, feeling slightly tense. Dugu must have defeated dozens of spiders by now, and so had Light. Both were exhausted. Rochelle, who had used much of her energy, had most of her hair now turned dark red. Moreover, Rochelle was no longer speaking, acting almost automatically, driven only by the will to fight. If this continued and her hair color darkened completely, the situation might turn into a nightmare scenario, which was what Yuan feared. Dugu stopped attacking and joined the hero, commenting on Rochelle's condition. Dugu also said she couldn't continue much longer, and if she didn't take a break soon, the situation could become dangerous. Hearing Dugu, the hero pulled out a drink he had hidden and handed it to her to drink. Yuan decided to face the spiders while Dugu rested and drank. Dugu carefully took the drink from the hero, smiling and asking if he really thought he could handle everything alone. Suddenly, he pulled out a grenade, saying he could of course handle it. After pulling the pin and preparing to throw the grenade, he asked Dugu to watch closely. When the grenade was thrown, it flew quickly over the spiders. While in the air, Rochelle also noticed the grenade and watched it carefully. There was a force surrounding the grenade that exploded while still in the air. The explosion created a sea of fire, swallowing most of the spiders in the area. The explosion created a heat wave, forcing Light to retreat and protect himself with his sword. While protecting himself, Light asked what kind of power that was. The hero asked if he didn't think the power was amazing, revealing how much effort he put into creating this effect. In the next moment, the hero climbed onto his bike and advanced, telling Light to rest. As he advanced, the hero realized that Rochelle still had plenty of energy, but he couldn't rely completely on her power because her actions were unpredictable. Yuan was advancing now because he didn't know how long the spiders would keep appearing, so it would be better to let Light and Dugu rest. He knew that if he could defeat as many spiders as possible, he would at least buy some time for his companions. According to this plan, he drew his sword again. Suddenly, the hero received a notification that the blood poison in the executioner's longsword had increased to 15. Yuan was surprised at the speed of the change, and to his surprise, the cutting concept was slightly mastered, increasing the attribute's depth by 2 points. While advancing on the flying bike, the hero looked at the sword in his hand and noticed it was unexpectedly turning red. Although the hero didn't know exactly what blood poison depended on, he continued advancing. He would learn that information soon when he used the sword against the spiders. Upon swinging the sword, large amounts of energy were released with the strike, but something surprising happened. The sword's path seemed to have changed. It had increased. While dealing with the spiders, the hero realized that while the cutting concept increased the sword's power, blood poison increased the range of attacks. However, for that to happen, the sword had to absorb Yuan's own blood. The hero felt slightly uncomfortable about the sword. He realized he couldn't use it much because it felt like he was donating his blood with every strike. Light approached, revealing that he noticed Yuan had shown something interesting again. He was curious about the aura around the hero's sword. Seeing Light and Dugu approaching, the hero asked where Rochelle was. They both answered that she was somewhere killing spiders, so it wasn't good to approach her right now. The hero wanted to insist that Light and Dugu rest, but Light said they had rested enough. As they prepared to switch places with the hero, Light noticed that the number of spiders had decreased. Hearing Light mention this, The hero also realized it. Dugu looked at the passage leading to the next room and reported that the flow of monsters hadn't decreased. Light explained that usually when the number of monsters decreases, it means the battle is about to end or something stronger is about to appear. While Light was talking about something stronger, Rochelle was immersed in battle, grinding her teeth angrily. The young woman then realized exactly what Light meant. Something stronger was about to appear. A portal larger than before began to form in the room. The final elite monster of the tower spiders was entering through the new opening. The hero was shocked to see the giant spider that was several times larger than him. The reason for his shock was that a spider this size should only appear from room 50 onwards. Dugu spoke up, reminding him again that the tower's laws were in chaos. At that moment, Light started screaming, calling out to the hero. Although the hero wanted his companion to focus on the elite monster before them, Light was completely focused on something else. Light suddenly asked if there should be more than one elite monster, making Yuan turn anxiously. Then the hero understood why his companion was so scared. There wasn't one elite monster, but two. Looking at the second giant spider, Yuan realized this was the worst possible scenario. They were surrounded by two noble spiders, one in front of them and the other behind them. Light became extremely nervous, asking what was happening and if the school handbook at least matched this reality. But Dugu, unlike Light, remained silent, enjoying her drink. Meanwhile, Rochelle, who had become more tense, showed her fangs while grinding her teeth. With all her accumulated rage, she suddenly began attacking one of the giant spiders. Rochelle quickly reached the front of one of the giant spiders and attacked without thinking. Despite Light's concern, Yuan pointed out that this might be a good thing. Then the hero coordinated with Light a plan to help Rochelle. They had to split up and attack the spiders at the same time. The hero wanted to deal with the other spider with Dugu, hoping they could figure out something somehow. Light agreed to the hero's instructions and advanced to attack the spider. In his position before another giant spider, Yuan raised his sword in front of his body. He had been confident in instructing everyone to split up and deal with the spiders. But now, facing one, he wasn't quite sure what he should do. Before the giant spider, he remembered that he needed the cutting concepts and blood poison to cut the regular spiders. He wondered if these attacks would also work against this giant monster. Dugu watched Yuan worrying while she finished her drink, then moved to his side. She said, "Didn't you just say you'd deal with this with me? You know you can't win, and you still rush forward without asking for my help. Is this pride or stubbornness?" With Dugu approaching him, the hero's face reddened slightly. She stepped back, tossing him the drink can she had finished while asking him, "Do you like this drink? It has a unique taste, but it wasn't bad." Then she drew her sword to join the battle. She positioned herself in front of Yuan to lead him, saying, "Now you'll pay for this sweetness." Facing the giant spider, Dugu drew her sword. The hero looked at the girl's sword, wondering why she drew it. Until now, Dugu had always fought with her bare hands, making Yuan wonder even more why she was carrying a sword now. Was she showing him her technique for some reason? When she noticed the hero's curious look, Dugu exchanged her eyes with a sharp look. She said, "I just don't want to dirty my hands, so don't get any wrong ideas." The hero flinched when he realized his thoughts were being read. Dugu's words weren't entirely true. After analyzing what Yuan had learned for a long time, she knew he was still missing one move to master, and she was determined to show it to him in this one moment, leaving the responsibility of learning it to him. Powerful energy appeared surrounding Dugu as she prepared for the strike. She wanted the hero to notice closely. The young woman's eyes were glowing blue, the same color as her energy. She extended her free hand forward while her other hand on the sword crossed under her extended arm, positioning herself for the attack. In that brief moment, the hero lost his focus. The reason was simple. Rochelle had lost control. Instead of attacking the giant spider, she began attacking Light, who was trying to defend himself by holding his sword in front of his body to block the girl's advance. Rochelle was furious and didn't notice the elite spider moving forward. The spider jumped, shooting a stream of webs to attack the two who had gotten close to each other. Light was shocked when the web was shot at him. Quickly, Light pushed Rochelle aside, passing her to save her, and leaving himself to be caught in the spider's web. Rochelle fell on a pillar, grinding her teeth toward the spider, while Light was trapped in the webs. The giant spider roared at Rochelle, who responded to it angrily. When he looked at the situation around them, the hero noticed that everything was in chaos. At that moment, Dugu asked where Yuan was looking, demanding that he focus only on her. The hero indicated that he was watching, but he was worried about the other spider. As soon as Yuan revealed his concern, Dugu's sword moved. The hero followed and watched the young girl's sword move slowly with her energy, while she reassured him that everything was fine. The spider in front of her fell, split in half. Now only one type of elite monster remained. Dugu's strike was simple. It came from below, cutting upward. However, in this simple movement, Yuan was able to see something amazing: the distance between their worlds. After Dugu's cut, the spider fell, its parts flying to the sides. The hero began receiving a flood of concept notifications. Thanks to his observation of Dugu's strike, he reached a point where he felt a slight tingling in his head. He understood advanced techniques that increased his power and control. Many other concepts also rose during this time as he absorbed complex combat concepts, making the depth of his martial arts grow and thus enhancing the power of his spirit. Just a small fragment of Dugu's true martial art made his internal skill symbol grow significantly. The power he had just witnessed was similar to the moment when Ortima's force field was destroyed. Dogo's current attack must be an advanced version of the cutting movement. Yuan wondered how someone could express such a large amount of will in their sword. The human concept he discovered was so vivid that it made shivers run down his spine. The girl suddenly approached until they felt like they were almost breathing together. She asked if he had watched her strike carefully since she wouldn't show it again. With Dogo's sudden approach, the hero panicked. When he quickly moved away, he yelled, and Dogo asked what happened. Yuan's face turned red, claiming she got too close. The girl threw a violet orb to the hero. While he was examining the orb closely, which was flowing with energy, he realized it was the core of the previous elite spider. Such a gift made the hero happy, but he wondered if he should keep it. Since Dogo was the one who did all the work to defeat the spider, Dogo smiled and said this was his reward. He shouldn't hesitate and should accept the gift. Seeing them as if they were courting each other angered Light. He called on them to stop chatting and help him immediately. Light, who was trapped in the spider's web, was very worried because Rochelle, who had defeated the other spider alone, was entering an uncontrollable state of rage. The hero looked at Rochelle with concern. When he saw the situation, Dogo commented that Light was completely useless, which increased his irritation. Yuan knew that if he advanced, he would be instantly defeated by Rochelle, so he looked back and stated that the only person capable of handling the situation was the one who defeated the other spider, Dogo. Dogo asked the hero not to look at her with hope because she had already played her part in the battle. As Rochelle started looking at the others, Yuan tried to argue with Dogo, asking her to help because it was an unconventional situation and no one knew what could happen if any of them were defeated. Dogo couldn't end this argument, but when she noticed something, she decided to move. The hero became excited, understanding she had decided to help. Dogo looked at Rochelle, and Dogo said she would keep the beast busy. But in return, Yuan had to deal with what was under the beast's feet. The hero was surprised by Dogo's suggestion. Before Yuan could even think, Dogo advanced, attacking Rochelle with an energy strike. After the attack, Dogo taunted Rochelle with words, trying to provoke her more. Meanwhile, the hero still didn't know what to do with Dogo's suggestion about the spider on the ground. Without much interest, Dogo said she could really enjoy herself with Rochelle. And because of the provocation, Rochelle pounced on Dogo with her claws. The white-haired girl laughed enthusiastically, avoiding Rochelle's first attack, then jumped back, continuing to provoke her. With each strike of Rochelle's claws, Dogo made a simple step to avoid it. After 1, 2, 3, and many attacks, not even a strand of Dogo's hair was touched. Instead, she grabbed Rochelle's bracelet and with a simple movement, threw her on her back to the ground. With the shock, some of the sanity returned to Rochelle's mind, but not enough to wake up completely. Then Dogo released the girl and posed a new taunt, blindly attacking someone stronger. "Get up, you beast. You're still full of energy, aren't you? I'll keep you busy enough to keep you conscious. Come on, explode." Provoked again, Rochelle rose in her beastly form, gritting her teeth, and pounced again on Dogo. The hero watched their battle, which seemed more like just a game for Dogo. Seeing the hero occupied, Dogo scolded him. Then the hero pulled out his sword. He knew what Dogo was trying to say, but he claimed his task was a bit difficult. Dogo replied that if Yuan had watched her attack properly, he should be able to replicate it. When Yuan saw that Dogo expected so much from him, the hero wondered on what basis she thought that. At that moment, one of the giant spider's claws hit the ground near the hero, who barely managed to jump to the side. Seeing the hero almost get hit, Light asked him if he was okay. Yuan was surprised to see the spider attacking directly after the two girls moved away. Although the spider was in a severely wounded state, the hero realized it seemed to still think it could handle him. Gritting his teeth, he decided to deal with the beast and summoned Eve, who materialized in the form of chains. Not just one chain appeared, but several, emerging from multiple magic circles. The chains bound the spider's legs, and Light was surprised when he saw that Yuan managed to restrain the spider. Meanwhile, Dogo looked back at a rapid pace, directing her gaze away from the battle to see what was happening. The hero advanced with his sword toward the restrained spider, but not all its legs were trapped. Some tried to attack him, but he skillfully avoided that. With Eve holding as much as possible, and adding the concepts of cutting and blood poison, the hero was ready to attack. He got as close as possible, so that the point he needed to hit was within his reach. The spider realized the imminent danger, and with blazing enthusiasm in its eyes, Yuan attacked the giant spider with his sword. The hero's attack hit the spider, but it wasn't strong enough to overcome it. Watching the hero's attack, Light was in disbelief, wondering why Yuan wasn't able to finish it. While Doggo was skillfully avoiding Rochelle, she watched the hero with her sharp eyes. She knew exactly the weak spot he needed to hit if he wanted to defeat the giant spider. He had to split it in half. The hero retreated a few meters after his first attack failed. He wondered why his strike was so weak. He looked at his sword and finally realized that blood poison hadn't been activated properly. At that moment, the spider restrained by Eve began breaking the chains. The hero realized it made sense that one of his abilities had failed because he used 2 abilities consecutively, something he hadn't done before. Then the giant spider broke all the chains, freeing itself and preparing to attack the hero. Facing this giant beast, Yuan was about to receive a blow from the spider's massive legs, a blow that could seal his fate in his first exploration of the tower. While watching the giant spider free itself from its chains and attack the hero, stirring up dust that filled the room, Doggo froze, paving the way for the enraged Rochelle to hit her. However, as soon as the dust cleared, everyone could see the spider lying on the ground while Yuan was holding his sword. The sword fell from the hero's hand to the ground as he too collapsed. Exhausted, the hero suffered tremendous mental exhaustion when he remembered what just happened. As soon as his sword met the spider's leg, he adjusted the angle of his attack. He trembled as he recovered his sword, knowing that if he had faced a direct blow, his sword and arm could have been cut in half. Yuan wondered how he was able to realize something like this. For a moment, it seemed that a fraction of a second turned into eternity. The hero wondered if this state had occurred because he watched Doggo's strike. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Thanks to his evasion of the enemy's attack, he managed to grasp the concept of flow. The depth of this attribute increased to level 5. His understanding of what happened made the hero struggle to get back up. He mentally praised Doggo since her attack affected him and made him improve, and revealed a hidden side of martial arts he didn't know he possessed. When he approached the spider again, the hero knew he couldn't imitate Doggo's strike exactly, but now he understood what he needed to master. Then he drew the spider's attention and with his sword in hand, challenged it to continue fighting. He stared at the spider, challenging it. The spider felt angry, so it raised its legs again to strike. The hero began swinging his sword non-stop, trying to parry and avoid the spider's attacks. While watching Yuan's actions, Light remembered a concept, which was parrying. This concept involved deflecting or directing the enemy's attacks to the side, allowing the fighter to dismantle the enemy's attack or even avoid fatal blows. If applied correctly, the concept could open an opportunity to direct a counterattack. However, this was just a tactical concept. Reality was different. Most men wouldn't live long enough to learn such a technique, or would seek other ways to fight. Light knew things usually happened this way, but Yuan seemed to be reversing the tide. Although he had almost no experience, he was showing impressive skills. While watching how Yuan used the ability to evade attacks, he wondered internally whether the hero truly had never held a sword before. After avoiding one of the giant spider's attacks, the hero finally found an opportunity. He used the evasion concept to avoid a direct attack, then rotated the sword in a different position in his hand to do the same with an attack coming from the side, and continued evading while advancing. Little by little, Yuan began to see more clearly how he was advancing, and how he was getting the upper hand in the confrontation. There was another confrontation going on between Doggo and the crazed Rochelle. Rochelle attacked her with her nails, trying to hit the silver-haired girl. Rochelle showed her teeth, but in a short moment, she was disarmed and stumbled over Doggo's feet, who was standing calmly watching the hero fight the spider. Doggo thought what was happening was incredible. She thought Yuan would gain something from seeing her first strike, but he was showing her something beyond her expectations. While watching Yuan affect the flow of the spider's attacks, Doggo remembered that there was a martial art that used flow as its essence, but very few dared to try to learn it. Parrying the opponent's force was a skill that captured a brief moment, 1 out of 100,000. However, Doggo was witnessing Yuan doing it better and better. The spider was now under pressure from Yuan, as its attacks were failing to hit. Doggo knew there was great risk and need for great effort to use such a technique continuously, and that's why most people sought to learn easier techniques like Light did. However, she, who was always seeking to master martial arts up to that point, felt that Yuan was providing her with a completely new perspective. He was mastering what she once considered an impossible skill in front of the giant spider. Yuan was showing Doggo that such a concept could be much deeper than she could imagine. While Dogo was busy in the battle, Rochelle got up again, making Dogo realize how embarrassing her expressions were when she looked at the hero. Meanwhile, Rochelle received some blows while Light demanded to be freed from the spider's webs. Upon refocusing on the fight, Dogo realized that just parrying the spider's attacks wouldn't be enough for Yuan to finish the battle. She was wishing he would show her what more he had in store. She was hoping that thanks to the power to evade all the enemy's attacks, Yuan would be able to direct a counterattack with the same sharpness. And that's exactly what the hero did. Gritting his teeth, he rushed toward the spider. Dogo watched how the hero used the enemy's penetrating force as he spun quickly. The hero advanced using 2 combined abilities, with his sword swinging in a horizontal motion from bottom to top, slashing the giant spider. Yuan's strike successfully hit the target, making the spider scream. While watching the scene, Light was surprised while Dogo clapped in the air, celebrating the hero's excellently executed attack. After overcoming the difficult battle, the giant spider fell to the ground, defeated by Yuan, who also collapsed from extreme fatigue. While the hero was sitting, some notifications appeared to him. The external and internal concepts were temporarily merged, and the system had learned to create a powerful concept, and thus, the poison, air, and speech concepts increased by 5. While he was catching his breath, the hero noticed the significant changes occurring in his internal code. At that moment, Light called out to him loudly. When he turned his face, he saw Light bound in webs asking for help to free himself. At the same time, Dogo asked the hero for help dealing with the uncontrollable Rochelle. Light's eyes teared up as he said that since they captured him, he couldn't use magic. As for Dogo, she explained that Rochelle's endurance is unknown and that she never gets tired. Suddenly, Dogo and Light began arguing about who Yuan should help first. When he saw Rochelle chasing Dogo around the room, the hero came up with a great idea. Using his power, he tried to absorb the concept of the web that was restraining Light. Thus, he obtained the web concept and fed it to Eve. The hero used the web concept to create web chains. In the next moment, he threw the spider web to restrain Rochelle, who was surprised when she saw the web approaching her. The uncontrollable Rochelle fell to the ground, bound by the heavy webs. Looking at her, the hero laughed, saying it was useless for her to resist because the chains drain magic. As Rochelle tried to escape, the chains tightened around her body, making Light and the hero blush in embarrassment at what they were seeing. Embarrassed, Light covered the hero's eyes while his eyes widened in shock. With only Yuan's eyes covered, he gritted his teeth, asking Light why he was the only one who couldn't see. Light shook his head, saying it wasn't good for Yuan to see. Ignoring the boys, Dogo sighed, saying things had already been resolved. However, it seemed that moving to the 5th room wasn't happening. At that moment, Dogo noticed that the chains were beginning to show their effects as Rochelle's hair began to return to normal while she was weakening. Then Yuan asked the others if they should leave now. Dogo agreed with the hero's idea, but when they were planning to leave, a red shadow appeared near them. The shadow, like an illusion, began muttering to the group, You young people have passed the test." Upon hearing the voice, the 4 present felt anxious. The red shadow transformed into a circle, releasing internal energy. The circle said it would reward the group. The red light formed itself, transforming into a woman while continuing to speak to Yuan and his group. She said, "Now, I will give you the opportunity to make a contract with the Watcher of 10,000 Eyes." Outside the tower, Yumina was waiting for her students. Concern was evident in her eyes as she held the ID, trying to communicate with them. Suddenly, the teacher noticed something happening. A large teleportation began forming in front of the tower, lifting dust and wind in all directions. While Yumina was trying to wipe the dust from her eyes, some people appeared, Yuan's group. The hero asked if they were okay, while Light wondered where they were. Dogo realized they were at the tower's entrance and explained that to them. Yumina approached her students, asking if everyone was okay and not suffering from injuries or side effects. The hero was surprised to see Professor Yumina, and when he heard her repeated question, he clarified that everyone was fine, to reassure her. Many other students, when they noticed the rebel group's presence, were astonished, wondering if they were okay too. Yumina said she was worried because none of them had left, even though an evacuation notice had been issued. She said she was happy they returned safely, but she was curious about what happened. In response to the teacher's question, the 4 students returned to reality. The hero scratched the back of his neck, thinking about how to explain things to the teacher. Then he requested to go somewhere else first. After moving to a quieter place, the hero sought an explanation from the teacher, while the others allowed him to speak on behalf of the group. Then he said, "We were stuck in an anomaly, after teleporting to the 4th room. It happened shortly after we entered. The teacher bowed her head, hesitant to reveal what happened, but eventually, shocking everyone, she revealed that a student had been killed by an external intruder. Yumina said the academy was dealing with the situation, but the students who were in the same group as that student were severely shaken. This was the reason for the anomaly phenomenon. Yumina asked if they hadn't talked before about external intruders. They were dimension pirates, targeting new students. If they could steal students' IDs, they could prevent them from respawning, leaving them trapped in the tower forever. The hero asked the teacher what happened with the intruders. Yumina then revealed that they managed to escape because the students present couldn't do anything. At that moment, Dogo joined the conversation, asking her if these events don't seem like a planned test. Even though they're not academy students, they're still trying to sneak in to climb the Tower of Babel. For the intruders, when new students enter the tower, this is the perfect opportunity, right? If they eliminate the distinguished new students who pass the prestigious exam, they can damage the academy's reputation, gain qualifications as climbers, and even steal students' IDs to prove it, right? So, from the academy's perspective, they can only say that dealing with these intruders is something else they must overcome, transferring responsibility to them. Right. The professor didn't know how to respond to Dogo, making the silver-haired girl sigh. The United Academy is truly an amazing place. She pointed out that intruders were breaking into the tower, the academy's core, and the academy couldn't stop them from eliminating its students. This made Dogo think that an academy that declares itself as the best multidimensional academy seemed ridiculous. None of the other students could oppose Dogo's thoughts, but Yumina disagreed, saying she had misunderstood one thing. The teacher explained that the academy has a duty to protect its students, but once they enter the tower, they were responsible for themselves, adding that if the tower chooses the intruders instead of the students, they can't interfere with that. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Dogo became frustrated, hearing Yumina say that the reason they couldn't interfere was the tower's will. Dogo repeated Yumina's words, and while holding her student ID, she said that if that's the case, she hates the situation even more. At that moment, the girl used the ID's teleportation, leaving Yumina behind. The hero intervened, asking the teacher to understand Dogo, because something unpleasant had happened inside the tower. Upon hearing from the hero, Yumina asked him to tell her exactly what happened inside. The hero thought for a moment, searching for the best way to explain it. Then he stated that before they returned from the tower, they encountered something. Light and Rochelle didn't feel comfortable about what happened, and beyond that, Yumina asked what they encountered. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan revealed to Yumina that they encountered the constellation. The constellation consisted of patrons or transcendent watchers who observe billions of dimensions. When the watchers find someone who interests them, they form contracts with these individuals. They were transcendent beings, exercising influence in this dimension. They offered powerful magic, special abilities, artifacts, and more to make others follow them. In return, they asked for a lot, but no one dared refuse. After all, in a world where power is value, there was nothing better than their offers. Yumina couldn't believe that the Watchers were in their world. The hero revealed that the Watcher of 1,000 Eyes had spoken to him in a strange voice, and that this Watcher had promised power in exchange for fulfilling their demands. Yumina found that incredible. Her expression was glowing as she said that forming a contract with a constellation on the first day in the tower was inconceivable, as this was the first time something like this had happened in the Academy's history. The teacher said that connecting with a constellation so early was proof of their talents. However, despite Yumina's enthusiasm, both Rochelle and Light weren't enthusiastic at all. Then the hero asked a surprising question, wanting to know the Academy's position on contracts with constellations. Yumina, although surprised by the question, said that the Academy formally valued neutrality, but deep down it encouraged students to accept contracts. The hero understood this point. The Academy truly encouraged students to make contracts. Yumina agreed, saying that in this dimension, the tower was where the constellation's interests were concentrated. There was nothing more attractive for climbing the tower than receiving a contract. Internally, the hero couldn't believe that a place like the Academy had no defense against intruders and was still friendly with such unknown beings. It was hard to understand. Then Yumina asked what the Watcher of 1,000 Eyes requested. In a tense atmosphere, the hero revealed that the request was to kill. The teacher was shocked, asking what Yuan said. Then the hero revealed the full story. The Watcher had promised contracts to 2 of them if they got rid of the other 2. This was the reason for the group's frustration, as they faced such a request from the constellation. Previously, when they were in the tower, the constellation's voice was, "Children, you have surprising ability. Cut the throats of your companions and present them to me. I will consider you my closest relatives until you reach the top of this tower and obtain what you desire. My love will never leave your side. Now come to me." After the being said these words, the being extended its hand to the 4, waiting waiting for one of them to move first and carry out its request. The story's hero was gritting his teeth from all the meaningless talk. The request to eliminate a friend just to gain power was a crazy act. Yuan wasn't intending to join this, and he was hoping that Dogo would feel the same way. He looked to his side and noticed that the silver-haired girl was overflowing with energy, ready to attack. Dogo's deep eyes were trembling from the amount of energy she was releasing. After the teacher heard the story, Yumina felt sad. She understood that Dogo had released her energy to force the constellation to leave. The hero confirmed that this was a being they wouldn't fully understand, as it treated souls like toys in such a disgusting test. Then Yuan asked her if this meant they couldn't enter the tower for the rest of the week. Yumina confirmed his suspicions, saying it was very dangerous, so they would have to monitor the tower during the weekend to catch the intruder. Now, with the duel approaching, being prevented from climbing the tower was uncomfortable. This made Yuan wonder if all he could do was train during the remaining time. The hero told Yumina he was thinking of sending a report about what happened in the tower with the recording they made. Yumina said that would be good, but if possible, she'd be happy to hear more about it over a meal. However, looking at Rochelle, she realized it wasn't possible to do that now. The hero explained that both Rochelle and Light seemed physically and mentally exhausted. Yumina became worried when she realized the situation and understood the students' feelings. In the end, the teacher praised the three of them for their good work, and Yuan thanked her. Yumina assured them that she would do everything in her power to prevent such a situation from happening again. Next week, she hoped that none of them would think badly of the academy. Then she asked them all to rest well for the remainder of the day. Light then bid farewell to Yuan and teacher Yumina, and he and Rachel departed using teleportation after the hero asked them to convey his regards to Dugu. The hero was about to leave as well, but the teacher asked him to wait a moment. She said she had a question to ask, warning that it would be direct. With the hero's confirmation, the teacher asked with a worried look. The observer didn't ask you to kill two of the others, but specifically chose you and Dugu to get contracts in exchange for killing Light and Rachel. Isn't that right? The teacher's question shocked the hero, but he eventually confirmed her question. The hero knew that the observer wasn't just trying to turn them against each other. It was more like trying to separate gold from sand. In the tower, the observer pointed at Bun and Dugu, saying they could definitely reach the top together, but only if they got rid of the other two as useless burdens. When they heard this, both Light and Rachel were discouraged. The being that appeared, who seemed like it could be an enemy, was now trying to make their friends turn against them. Yuan and Dugu were shocked by the suggestion. The being was promising them that if they got rid of the other two, they would gain the most brilliant abilities among all the tower climbers. They were told to take advantage of this, because that's how things work in the world. The hero returned to the dorm to find Light sitting in a fetal position on one of the couches. Looking at his companion, Yuan wondered if Light hadn't showered first. The hero approached Light, trying to break the silence, and said, "Amazing, isn't it? Even Rachel couldn't sit like that. Isn't it comfortable?" Yuan was heading to the bathroom to take a shower. At that moment, Light asked if he was mocking him for not sitting like a man. Yuan was shocked by the question, asking why Light would think he might think that. Light apologized, saying he actually just wanted to talk, and that Yuan could insult him if he liked. The hero felt bad hearing that from Light and said he wouldn't do that. In response, Light smiled and asked if Yuan thought he wasn't even worth insulting. Hearing this, Yuan wondered why Light was acting this way since he was usually the boastful type. For the first time in that room since they returned, Light lifted his head to look Yuan in the eyes and said, "Welcome back. I kind of hate you." Hearing Light say he hated him, the hero didn't know how to react. Yuan returned the feeling, saying he hated him too, but only in his mind. Although he wanted to say it, he decided to hold back and endure because calling a fool was unkind. Despite everything, the hero decided to sit down and talk with Light, to listen to him. He told Light he could say whatever he wanted. He didn't care. Even if it was a complaint, he would listen. Light was sitting in a gloomy mood, silent, but he eventually decided to speak. "Me too. In the world I came from, I was among the most talented." From what the hero knew about Light, he actually expected him to be talented in his world. Then Light continued his story. "I'm not exaggerating. My family, my companions, they were all impressed by me and praised my talent. I was entrusted with the Holy Sword, but not just out of praise. I was tasked with obtaining the power of the Tower of Babel and finding the last guardian to save everyone. Thanks to everyone who trusted me, I was able to form a contract with the Holy Sword and came to the academy to meet everyone's expectations. But what is this ban? What am I doing here? Why are they treating me like useless trash? The hero tried to lighten Light's burden, saying he didn't need to take that being's words seriously, whether it was a god or anything else. Light used Yuan's words against him, saying that Yuan could call that being whatever he liked because he was chosen, but he himself was different. Light said that in the end, he was just a stepping stone for the two chosen ones. Light continued his complaint and said, basically, they're divine entities, transcendent entities, much stronger and more knowledgeable than humans. How can you and Dugu so easily refuse their offers? The hero was shocked by the question. Yuan lowered his head, saying they refused it because such a proposal was meaningless. Yuan explained that there are many ways to become strong without anyone suffering. Neither of them came to the academy to hear such things. However, Light said that Yuan was only saying that because he had overwhelming talent, and Light said, honestly, if I had received the choice of a divine being, I might have hesitated about the request to sacrifice you all, but I might not have been able to refuse as firmly as you or Dugu did. I could have made that choice, but the truth is, I feel so much resentment, so much fear, that I can't forgive myself. In light of this revelation, the hero couldn't say anything. So, Light went to shower. Afterward, he sighed while drying his hair. The hero looked around and noticed that Light had now gone to bed. Yuan looked at him for a moment, thinking he was asleep, but decided to leave. However, at that moment, Light called out to him. Light had a guilty expression and apologized to the hero for crying like that, saying that what happened wasn't his fault, and apologized for acting jealous, and even for telling uncomfortable stories. With Light's apology, Bun smiled and replied, saying, "It's okay, we're friends after all." Hearing these words, Light struggled not to cry. Then the hero said he could listen to him anytime, then mentioned he would go out for a while. He opened his inventory and pulled out some hot chocolate, planning to leave it for Light to drink whenever he wanted. Yuan left the cup of hot chocolate on the table, saying that usually things we don't like will disappear after eating something sweet. In bed, Light sighed and thanked the hero, feeling a bit more relieved. After leaving the room, the hero thought for a moment. It seemed that Light had changed since the first time they met. While Yuan was thinking about Light, he noticed Dugu, who was approaching, his presence. The girl walked quickly to the hero, and with her shining eyes, said that now that he was back, she was relieved because she didn't need to go. With Dugu suddenly approaching him, the hero was annoyed and asked her what she was doing in the boys' dorm. Dugu answered mischievously that he should be quiet and said, "It's not a crime if no one catches me. Don't you know that?" While the hero was trying to insist on complaining about Dugu's presence there, the girl grabbed him by his shirt collar and pulled him along with her. As they sat on a bench in the academy area, the hero asked Dugu if she had come there because the nearby cafe was too crowded, but she said she came after wandering aimlessly. Anyway, Dugu said she was curious, asking about Light, wondering if he was okay. The hero argued with Dugu, asking why she was calling Light that way. Dugu questioned the hero, saying that the truth was that Light only knew how to swing his sword like a fool, and that he was a miserable person with no talent or adaptability. The hero became angry, saying that Light wasn't without talent, but had sword skills and many other things as well. At that moment, Dugu said that all of Light's problems came from his sword, and asked Yuan if he didn't feel that too. Dugu claimed that Light's physical strength, sharp combat instincts, and special abilities all came from his sword, and without it, he wasn't different from a useless fool. Dugu added some additional things to the list, saying that Light couldn't even understand the situation he was in. He always felt insecure, and at critical moments, he became just a simple fool. After the hero heard Dugu's words, he felt frustrated and asked her to stop. Finally, Dugu said that in difficult moments, Light lost his courage and spirit, adding that if that happened during a fight, everything would be over. There would be no point in staying together if that was the case. Dugu wasn't satisfied with just talking about Light. She revealed that even Rachel was feeling weak, and if she was silent too, frankly, things were heading for the worse. The hero wondered if Dugu wanted to insult Rachel, or if she was trying to show concern for her. Finally, Yuan looked at the sky, and then asked Dugu about herself. Dugu was surprised by the question, so Yuan began to explain, saying that she had been acting strangely since she met the divine being, showing her displeasure even in front of the teacher. Yuan looked at Dugu and asked if she was okay. Dugu was surprised and felt embarrassed when she saw Yuan worried about her. In a moment of shyness, she asked him if he had figured that out using his abilities. The hero lay back on the bench, sighing, and when he returned to his normal position, he held the hot chocolate again, saying he didn't need any abilities to know that because she revealed revealed everything through her expressions. As he offered her the steaming hot chocolate, the hero said he was just asking if she was okay. Because of Yuan's concern, Dugu felt her heart as warm as the hot chocolate. She took the first sip of the drink, wondering if Yuan was comforting her. After the first sip, Dugu said the drink was sweeter than she expected. The hero replied, asking what her expectations were since it was hot chocolate. It was obvious it would be sweet. As they drank the hot chocolate and enjoyed the night, Dugu thanked Yuan for his concern, warning that there was nothing serious, just that she was upset. The hero became curious about what she was upset about. Remembering the observer they met in the tower, she shared her thoughts with the hero. She wondered if they were both thinking about the same thing. The idea that Dugu revealed stunned the hero. The being they met in the tower existed only for destruction in its pursuit of desires. Dugu inquired of the hero, asking if he thought both of them and the being shared the same mindset. Faced with this question, the hero was stunned. Dugu answered instead of him. At their core, they were similar. If neither of these two was of any use, I would have considered kicking them out. Yuan was frightened by Dugu's words and asked what nonsense she was saying. Knowing it was indeed illogical, Dugu was more frustrated. She realized that if she had been more extreme, if she had only allowed herself to choose those who were capable of staying by her side, she might have neglected Light and Rachel, even without attacking them directly. Dugu cursed herself and felt angry at herself for potentially agreeing to such methods. The hero took a sip of his drink, confirming Dugu's thoughts. After hearing the girl confess that these were her true feelings, Yuan looked at her and said, "So, you're a fool too?" Dugu's face reddened from Yuan's mockery. She had revealed her deepest thoughts, yet the boy responded this way. She turned to the hero, asking if he truly believed the other two had talent, but it was clear that Yuan believed it. For him, no matter how exceptional a tool was, if someone lacked talent, the tool wouldn't be given to them. For this reason, Light was undoubtedly a natural talent worthy of wielding such a sword. The only problem was the tendency to rely too heavily on the holy sword, and Light was struggling to keep up with its demands. Yuan thought the same thing applied to Rochelle. Her physical abilities were immense, but trapped due to her internal struggles. For both of them, it wouldn't be easy, but if they could overcome and solve their problems, Yuan believed their talents would surpass anything he and Dugu could imagine. Dugu listened silently to the hero's thoughts, showing an expression of learning. She bit her lip and then decided to trust Yuan. At first, the hero was surprised, but he felt encouraged when Dugu said that if the two friends trained, they would show results sooner or later. These words made him think that Dugu also wanted to help them. Suddenly, Dugu stood up and said that if they could overcome their challenges and grow, she would admit that Yuan was right. However, if the results didn't match her expectations, Yuan would have to take responsibility. The hero was surprised, and Dugu left him with a feeling of astonishment. Then she got up and told him, "You'll take responsibility for making me set aside my judgments and spend time with these fools. Make sure to think about that carefully." Then the girl jumped from the roof after bidding him farewell and telling him to meet with the two foolish friends the next morning. The hero walked toward the roof barrier, looking in the direction Dugu ran off, wondering if they would really start the next day when they had just returned. The next day, there was an intense battle in the training room. The hero was watching the fight with a stern expression on his face. Light advanced toward Dugu while they fought unarmed, but his efforts didn't prevent Dugu from throwing him aside, nearly hitting Yuan. Light trembled on the ground, looking for Yuan, but he was facing completely the wrong direction. Light crawled toward the hero, yelling, "You said you'd teach me something. That's why we followed you, so why am I the only one getting beaten up?" Dugu approached the two, startling them. She tapped her finger, declaring that they were doing physical training, so this was natural. She reminded Light that he wasn't like Yuan, who could learn things just by seeing them once, so he should stop complaining and get up. Light looked toward his sword, asking Dugu to allow him to use it, but the trainer refused, saying he couldn't use the sword until he learned how to fight without it. Although Light was a swordsman, his sword had a label that basically indicated it turned its wielder into a fool. Light wanted to use the sword because he was a swordsman, but Dugu wouldn't let him use it, even in the tower, wondering what would happen if he lost it someday. Seeing Light insist, Dugu told him to take the sword and fight, assuring him he would lose in seconds. Light decided to beg Yuan instead, asking him to hand over his sword. However, the hero tried to motivate him. "This training is for your growth. This is something Dugu and I agreed on beforehand. Trust us just once and try training without your sword. How about that?" Seeing Yuan's insistence, Light reluctantly agreed. Light decided to get up. If Yuan had a plan in mind, it must have meaning. He got up, determined to trust Yuan and his plan. However, just as Light was preparing to start again, a foot flew toward his face. Dugu hit her target precisely. She took advantage of the opportunity Light gave her. While the hero was surprised by Dugu's speed, the girl continued landing blows on Light to train him. Light admitted he knew he needed to act, which made Dugu intensify her attacks even more. She said, "If you know, then actually fix your stance." Then she added, "Is your fighting instinct this weak without your weapon?" Yuan watched the fight closely, confirming that what Dugu was saying was correct. At that moment, Light's stats were dropping severely. Usually, Light was a beast who could easily face Irito. However, for some reason, after he started avoiding using his sword, his abilities seemed to have disappeared. If these changes were caused by the sword, Light's condition might be worse than Yuan imagined. Dugu continued her attacks, also targeting Light's mind with her words, "You're getting increasingly weak. Is your true self the sword? Are you the sword?" At this last question, Light denied it, but Dugu continued pressing him with a series of quick attacks, claiming that without the sword, he was completely useless. Light didn't want to admit this was true, which made Dugu press him harder. "If you think so, stop looking at the sword that isn't even in your hands and face me properly." At that moment, power exploded inside Light's body like powerful flames. For the first time, Light took the initiative, trying to land a strike on Dugu. Dugu was surprised by the burst of energy flowing from Light and by his attack. She managed to maneuver in time, but Light's strike created a powerful airwave. The hero's mouth opened wide at what had just happened. Beside him, Rochelle was amazed by Light's transformation into a blonde woman. No one expected that Light was a girl and not a man. Her curves became more prominent, and her hair grew longer. The hero was both impressed and shocked at the same time. The moment Light stopped giving in and hiding, the secret holding her back was released. Dugu noticed Light's new appearance and became annoyed by the fact that Light had been a girl all this time. However, at that moment, the power surrounding Light began to shrink. It concentrated in her chest, making her collapse on the ground in immense pain. The hero ran quickly toward her, but Dugu stopped him, saying Light was fine. As Light returned to her original form, Light didn't notice that her true form had appeared and her secret had been revealed. Dugu commented that this wasn't an issue that could be easily solved. Sitting on the ground, Light wore a look of disbelief. Looking at her, Dugu asked if she knew what her problem was. She got confirmation that both she and Yuan were right. Light thought she couldn't continue this way, so she asked Dugu to fight her again. Dugu gave her a complex look before agreeing to her request. Then Dugu said, "Before that, I need to apologize. I misjudged you." Light scratched the back of her neck, saying Dugu didn't need to apologize because she was the one who needed help. However, Dugu's next words hurt her. "I thought you were just an ignorant fool, but to be a fool carrying a bomb inside you, let's hope that bomb doesn't explode inside the tower." Dugu's words made Light hate her again. At that moment, Rochelle pulled on Yuan's sleeve, saying they should train too. However, Yuan ignored Rochelle. The hero's eyes reflected a strong golden color as he watched Light from afar. Two concepts were released, a demonic soul and a holy soul. The hero didn't understand how such opposing concepts could coexist in the same body. These two powers seemed to be the cause of the congestion. Yuan wondered if Light was aware of this. Seeing that Dugu was dealing with Light's situation, the hero decided to talk to his companion later in the dormitory. The hero apologized to Rochelle, who had called him earlier, explaining he had been distracted. The girl said shyly that it was okay, and she wanted them to train too. The hero remembered Rochelle's transformation and asked if she would be okay. Rochelle admitted she wouldn't be okay, but she trusted that Yuan would have the means to restrain her. The hero summoned his snake, knowing it would be the key to restraining Rochelle, though he was still hesitant. However, unlike him, Rochelle was determined, as evidenced by the resolve in her gaze. She wanted to control her power so she could help Ban too. The hero felt embarrassed by Rochelle's comment and decided to accept her request. The hero approached the sword rack to choose one. Meanwhile, he thought about how Rochelle seemed strangely motivated, perhaps because of the amazing events the day before. Yuan grabbed a wooden sword and threw it to Rochelle with a curious look. Unlike the battle between Dugu and Light, the hero wanted him and Rochelle to set their own pace. They didn't need to imitate the other duo. The hero intended to gradually increase the intensity, and Rochelle understood his intention. Once they both held their wooden swords, the hero asked if they should start. Rochelle agreed, saying she would do her best. At that moment, an idea crossed Yuan's mind. He realized this was what he had always dreamed of for his college life. The slice of youth he imagined with Ban wasn't chaotic battles full of random blows and flying teeth. Rather, it was about young men and women encouraging each other, working to improve their skills together. The hero smiled, feeling a bit embarrassed, realizing how lucky he was. Thanks to Rochelle, his dream had become reality. While the hero was absorbed in his thoughts, Rochelle asked again if they should start. The hero felt excited and gestured for Rochelle to come at him. At that moment, sweet Rochelle unleashed her power, transforming into a demonic beast. After 5 minutes, the training room was completely covered in dust. Eve transformed into chains, and at Yuan's command, restrained Rochelle from multiple angles to keep her unable to move. The chains wrapped around Rochelle's body, draining her energy and exhausting her power. After a short while, Rochelle's power faded and she regained consciousness. The hero felt relieved to see her return. Although she looked like a dried corpse, Rochelle rushed toward him, worried, asking how many times this had happened so far. Yuan told her it had already reached this state more than 10 times, but he reassured Rochelle, saying his arms and legs were still fine. The two sat on the ground to rest, and Rochelle apologized, tears forming in her eyes because she had made Yuan reach this state. However, slowly, the hero patted Rochelle's head, assuring her it was okay. With a bright smile, he reminded Rochelle that he had promised to help her, saying he was fully prepared for it. While he was stroking Rochelle's hair, he told her not to feel bad. At that moment, the duo was surprised when someone approached. Dugu appeared, angry at Yuan while dragging Light behind her. Dugu said, "While I was training hard, you were flirting with the beast." The hero was shocked by Dugu's comment, asking if she didn't notice that he had almost died moments ago. But Dugu only remembered how he was whispering sweet words to an innocent beast. Rochelle came to the hero's defense, saying he truly cared about her. Upon hearing Rochelle take sides, Dugu approached her and said, "Oh, maybe the beast has hidden motives. Training with distracted thoughts is disrespectful to your opponent, beast. You should put those thoughts aside." At Dugu's scolding, Rochelle felt discouraged. The hero watched as Rochelle, who had been excited just moments ago, returned to being shy again. He thought Rochelle was too soft when it came to Dugu. However, remembering what happened in the tower, he realized that her ability to even find her own motivation was an impressive enough attempt. Perhaps if he were in Rochelle's place, he would have spent the entire day angry and depressed. Yuan knew that Rochelle didn't have much time to take care of her mental health. Nevertheless, she was still making an effort. At that moment, he announced to everyone that it was okay. Dugu became curious about what he was saying. In response to Dugu, the hero revealed that he had recently asked the teacher if he could take one of them with him the next time he went off the island. The teacher had agreed to his request. Thinking Yuan would choose her, Dugu found his request wonderful because she was already feeling bored. However, Yuan's next words shattered Dugu's expectations. Yuan said, "Rochelle, from now on, come with me." Not only was Dugu shocked, but Light and even Rochelle herself as well. It was amazing to see Dugu express her disbelief, and Light looked worried upon hearing Yuan's words, thinking that Yuan said, "Come with me, Ryle. Let's go on a date." The next day, the hero went to a women's store. He was sitting on a bench while explaining to some people, via communication device, that he had already told them he wouldn't stay out all night and that he would return before sunset. Dugu was completely furious, wondering how long he had lived in another world to think that a man and woman could stay out late carelessly. On the other hand, Light was shocked, asking if the teacher's order wasn't for him to take everyone with him and why Yuan didn't choose her to go out with him, especially since she was his roommate. While the hero was talking with the duo, his eyes widened when he looked to the side. Rochelle appeared after changing her clothes. Her white shirt with a pink skirt gave her a cute look, perfectly matching her hair. Modestly, Rochelle looked at the hero and asked how she looked, saying she felt like she was showing off her charms too much. The hero covered his mouth to hide his smile. Completely stunned, he then said, "Really beautiful." While Yuan was showering Ryle with comments, Dugu whispered threateningly while Light was crying, lamenting that she wanted to go out too. The two left the store and walked in the streets. Rochelle was amazed by everything she saw. She couldn't believe there was a big city outside the academy. The hero smiled at her reaction, asking her if it wasn't amazing. Even he, who had only visited a city like this twice, was still amazed. The hero crossed the street, calling to Rochelle to hurry up a bit, as there was an area with other stores ahead. While Rochelle tried to catch up with the hero, she found herself trapped in a crowd. Before she realized it, many people appeared around her. She rushed to catch up with Yuan because at this rate, she would get separated from him. When Rochelle thought she was lost, someone grabbed her wrist. It was Yuan, who had come back to rescue her from the crowd. Apologizing, the hero admitted he forgot it was her first time in a place like this. Rochelle blushed when she saw Yuan holding her hand. Knowing how crowded the shopping area was, he thought it would be better if they held hands. Quickly, Yuan turned around and hid his blushing face, unaware of the fact that the same thing was happening to Rochelle. The two walked, leaning on each other in the street, silent. During that part of their outing, they enjoyed various street foods like grilled meat and crepes, and did some shopping. They also visited a candy shop that sold stuffed animals, and Rochelle decided to get a penguin. Later, they ran through a park, still holding hands. They scattered white birds that flew away while the two smiled. On this magical outing, Rochelle and Yuan seemed to be enjoying their time, and so, lunchtime came. The duo sat in a restaurant to eat, where Yuan asked Rochelle if she was comfortable with the dishes because they were all made from beast meat. For her, they were perfect, which she proved by taking a big piece of meat. Rochelle enjoyed the meat, finding it extremely delicious. For Yuan, who was eating this type of food for the first time, he realized it was better than he expected. Rochelle was amazed. She couldn't believe she was eating meat by herself after coming to the city, and she felt grateful to Yuan for this experience. While she was lost in her thoughts, Rochelle suddenly realized something. Yuan, who was eating, noticed a change in Rochelle's facial expression. When he saw the worried features on her face, the hero asked if there was something wrong or if she didn't like the food. However, the reason was different. Rochelle revealed that she felt she was being overly enthusiastic. Yuan had taken her to the city for the first time in a long time, taken her to many nice stores, and even given her delicious meat. But Rochelle felt there was nothing she could do for him in return. The hero was surprised to learn the reason for Rochelle's concern. She was wondering if it was acceptable to enjoy herself so much, especially since she didn't know if what she was doing would help her control her abilities. She felt extremely insecure. While pressing his lips together, the hero felt annoyed and angry. In the next moment, he explained the concept of anxiety to Rochelle, asking her to look at something for a moment. Then he said, "The emotion you're feeling now has formed above my hand, even if you can't see it. Let's assume it exists. Until recently, my ability was able to sense the anger inside you, but now the situation is different. Just by spending some time together, I can pick up on these subtle emotions. If we get closer and understand each other better, I'm sure we'll find a solution to your problems." Rael nodded at the hero's words, thinking about the problems she was facing at that moment. Finally, Rochelle could see the symbol above the hero's hand. At that moment, the hero closed his hand, grasping the concept of anxiety in the other, and dismantled it. With a wide smile, he showed his empty hands, confirming that all anxiety was gone. Rochelle was amazed, as the glow faded like small stars before her eyes. The sparkle wasn't just a result of that power, but also from Pan's words. "I promise you again, I'll make sure to solve your problems. So, I hope you'll enjoy today without thinking about returning the favor." Upon hearing Yuan's request, Rochelle nodded. She found it charming how everything Pan said seemed magical, as if it would always come true. The hero scratched the back of his head, remembering their last battle. Although attacking me as forcefully as you did last time might be a bit excessive." Rochelle blushed at his words and tried to shift the conversation away from that. Then she changed the subject, speaking more shyly. Instead of saying, "I want to get closer to you, I want to know you better like she does." The hero became curious about who Rochelle meant. Rochelle told him she meant Dugu. The hero was shocked when he heard Dugu's name, wondering what part of her was friendly when she did nothing but destroy everything with force. Rael calmed her hands, a soothing gesture. She said Dugu might be really scary, but she seemed to love Yuan a lot. But Yuan told her that Dugu treated him like something she owned, as if he were one of her swords or sharp blades. Rochelle started laughing at the hero's comment. She found it funny that Pan was comparing himself to a weapon. The hero was confused, not understanding why Rochelle was laughing, as the metaphor seemed strange. However, Rochelle then said she felt relieved, which surprised the hero. She gave him a bright smile and said, "I thought Yuan was some kind of all-knowing wizard or something like that, but it seems that's not the case. Thanks to that, I think I can make more effort now." The hero didn't understand what Rochelle meant or why she was getting closer to him while talking. Rochelle grabbed his hand, calling him to leave if he was done eating. Her smile was brighter than before, showing that her worries had vanished. She told him, "You've already bought me so many clothes and gifts, so as a thank you, I'll choose an outfit for you." The hero smiled a small smile and agreed to her offer. He decided he would let her choose anything, regardless of the cost. She walked ahead of him with a beautiful smile while Yuan carried the bags. Professor Yumina was in a meeting in a dark room. Next to her was the recording robot that Yuan had given her. The robot looked nervous, so Yumina reassured it to bear with it a little longer as the meeting would end soon. While watching the recordings, one of the professors was angry about the spread of information about the tower. He demanded to know who allowed them to climb the tower, and cursed these lower-dimensional beings for their transgressions. A blue-haired professor asked if there was any way to prevent the tower information from spreading, but another professor said there were no violations in the videos shown. However, some professors were still angry, blaming the acceptance of lower-dimensional beings. At that moment, someone called for silence. This individual addressed Professor Yumina directly. Then he said, "No matter how we look at it, the behavior of these students has crossed the line. This is clearly a breach of the Academy's authority. Have you thought about how you plan to take responsibility for allowing them to act as they please? Yumina faced the words that Professor said and looked at him with an unwavering, pained expression, unlike the small robot beside her, who looked like it was about to cry. A while ago, Yumina had watched the recordings made by the hero. She was surprised that Yuan had actually reached the point of filming inside the tower. When Yuan said he wanted to climb the tower and record a video, there was no reason to oppose him. Yumina had thought he wouldn't succeed. Yumina knew that machines and external devices don't work inside the tower because magical devices would malfunction and burn due to the strong magic emanating from it. This was known in their world. However, Ban ignored this conventional logic and achieved results. The footage shown by the small robot ended while the robot was thinking about its master. Yumina was certain that Yuan still didn't realize the importance of what he had done. It wasn't just that he brought back recordings from the tower, but that he created a tool capable of operating inside it, something unimaginable. And his crazy ideas didn't stop there. When Yuan met with Yumina, he said he wanted to upload the video to his channel. Yuan knew this topic would attract attention. His rebellion and his group would stir more support among the academy students. Yumina was worried about this. The information about the tower they had worked hard to gather would spread recklessly. She wanted to know if he would regret it. However, Yuan stated that their hard work should be shared among the students. Besides TikTok, his recording robot, there was no other way to film inside the tower, so he would basically monopolize the information. He planned to edit and remove some elements like the towers before publishing the video. He believed that sharing information with others would be beneficial for everyone. Yumina found Yuan's perspective wonderful. She often warned him about the academy's dangers, but he managed to deal with all of that. However, Yumina warned him that there would be consequences, but the hero was already aware of this since she had previously discussed with him that this incident would bring both big and small opportunities. That's why Yuan said he wanted to stabilize his position and asked the professor if she didn't think she would feel safer while watching them. Yumina smiled secretly, finding it hard to believe Yuan was this amazing. In response to the hero, the professor stated that if he wanted to feel safe, he should avoid causing incidents. Yumina had built high hopes. She felt as if the things Yuan created were giving birth to something massive, something that transcends the distance between dimensions. Seeing Yumina remain silent, the professor in the meeting asked what she was thinking about. Again, he wondered how she planned to take responsibility. Because of the things Yuan did and created, Yumina decided she would support him. She looked at the professor with a confused expression and asked, "Filming and publishing a video about the tower isn't a personal matter. What's the problem? And who exactly do you mean should take responsibility? I don't understand what you mean by this question, Professor Canton." Professor Alex Canton was the one pressuring Yumina and acting against her students. He started laughing, calling Yumina a beautiful liar, and asked the other professors if he was the only one who felt her perspective seemed like an attempt to defend the student. At that moment, the blue-haired professor asked Canton to shut up. Then Talia Larina, from the Artifact Creation Department, spoke, asking Yumina to speak frankly and tell them who that student was. Yumina answered calmly, saying he was just an ordinary student who joined the academy this year. However, another professor couldn't accept this. Professor Ryo Cho-myung from Aura Combat Studies declared that there was a limit to selfishness. He announced that information about the tower was central to the academy and asked Yumina how she could spread it recklessly. He considered it a clear violation of the academy's authority. Yumina confronted Professor Ryo, saying his words were strange. The reason no one has filmed the tower until now is simply because it disrupts technological capabilities. What we need to discuss now isn't about authority or interest, but how to use these capabilities. I don't think this is an issue of authority or interest. Canton cut off Yumina's words with a sinister smile hiding his own interests. He said, "So, Professor Yumina, can you explain the principles of these capabilities and technologies so everyone here can understand them?" Yumina remained silent before the question. From the other side of the table, Talia also spoke, saying she had spent 200 years studying these matters and knew that artifacts created outside the tower don't work inside it, especially filming equipment, which became even more impossible. No electrical circuit can handle the monochromatic waves emitted by the tower. The more I researched, the more convinced I became that external machines would never work inside. This is an undeniable rule. However, Yumina finished Talia's words, the artifact creation expert. However, Yuan managed to do it. This left Talia more curious. This is what she wanted to know. Who is this boy? Talia thought he was making it seem as if only he was special. As soon as she finished her words, Talia realized something. The tool that filmed those recordings was now with Yumina. The professor revealed a firm academic look, putting on her gloves and asking Yumina to hand over the tool so she could dismantle it and discover what kind of technology had been used to create it. Yumina hugged hugged the robot, refusing to hand it over to Talia. She stated that she was asked to bring the tool to the meeting, but this robot is an achievement accomplished by her student, and she couldn't allow anyone to dismantle it. One professor after another began opposing Yumina, wanting to discover everything about that tool. At that moment, someone raised their hand, asking everyone to stop. The professor in the corner of the table, near Yumina, commented that the discussion had gotten too intense. This professor was Zenon Yoon, the Academy's vice president and head of the tower department. He put his finger to his lips with a smile, asking everyone to remain silent until the discussion calmed down. Everyone agreed with the vice president. However, Zenon suddenly broke the silence by calling out to Talia, which made her surprised. The professor was very embarrassed when she heard the vice president praise her efforts in spending 200 years on research. Zenon said, "I appreciate your efforts in spending 200 years on research. However, for a professor who possesses such authority in this field, it seems Yuan is a special person, isn't he?" The professor stammered, trying to respond to the vice president, confirming that she thought so. After hearing her confirmation, Zenon smiled, saying this must be a difficult truth for the professors to accept. The professors wondered what Zenon was saying, and he continued to clarify it. In short, Yuan was recognized by the tower, and he's the only one in the world who got that. The professors were shocked upon hearing such a statement, since Yuan only entered the tower for 1 day. They considered it impossible, especially because he's from a lower dimension. Quickly, one professor tried to argue with Zenon, claiming his statement was irresponsible, even though he was the vice president. As the other professors' voices rose, Alex Canton remained silent, watching the vice president. Zenon didn't care about the commotion, dismissing, "You can believe it or not, but the reason he's special is that there's something else." The professor's curiosity increased. Then Zenon asked Yumina to explain, asking if she wouldn't like to share something else from the videos so the professors could understand. The professors exploded with anger upon discovering that Yumina was hiding something. Yumina felt tense. Then Zenon took charge, pretending as if she didn't know either. "Let me tell you then, Ban Yuan and his colleagues, they were the only ones among the first climbers who were chosen by the towers." Professor Talia stood amazed at what the vice president revealed, asking if it was really true that someone who climbed the tower for the first time was chosen by the towers. Yumina reminded the vice president that contact with the towers was also an achievement of the students, asking him to be careful about what he said. Complying with Yumina's request, Zenon asked her to honestly answer the question that the vice president had to ask, whether Yuan and the other students had made contracts with the towers or not. Yuga wondered why the vice president was pushing this way. However, she told the truth, saying that neither Yuan nor the other students had made any contracts. Zenon became curious upon hearing that they had refused, believing it must have been difficult for them to express their intentions in the face of the tower's pressure. Making a decision, Zenon told everyone present that he would consider Yuan and all the other students from Class 11 his students as well from today. The professors rushed to ask Zenon to reconsider, reminding him that he himself said none of the students had made a contract with the towers. They couldn't understand why these students would be considered qualified to receive advanced level lessons. Zenon explained that for him, it didn't matter whether the students had made contracts with the towers. What mattered was that they had been chosen by the tower. For Zenon, selection by the constellations was sufficient proof that they were exceptional. Yumina was surprised to see her students receiving defense from Zenon, who said that since these students had refused the offer from the first constellation, others would definitely be interested in them. With all that, Zenon pressed the professors, asking if these students really shouldn't participate in their lessons. No professor could refute Zenon's words, not even Alex Canton. Thus, Zenon continued, saying he was the teacher who guides students chosen by the constellations, and therefore, if Yuan was chosen, he would also be among his students. Finally, he looked at the professors with his golden eyes, asking if everyone had understood. With the professors accepting Zenon's words, the vice president moved to the next topic. While a new topic was raised by Zenon, Yumina remained immersed in her thoughts. She lowered her head. It seemed she understood now. This meeting wasn't about deciding how to deal with Yuan. The vice president's words conveyed the president's intention. Zenon was talking about the students, and at the same time, Yumina kept thinking he was delivering a message from the president. This became clear with the topic he was talking about, where he said they could make requests to understand the abilities of the student who filmed the tower, but if he was pressured, the involved parties would be expelled from the academy. For Yumina, this was like the director's declaration to leave Yuan alone. At the vice president's words, silence prevailed among the professors. After the meeting ended, the vice president wished everyone a wonderful weekend and then vanished from the room. Yumina breathed a sigh of relief. She never imagined Yuan would receive all this favor from the president. In this moment of relief, one of the professors approached her. Alex Canton sat on the table asking what she thought about going for a drink at his bar, claiming he wanted to toast to the success of his students. Upon hearing that, Yumina felt disgusted. Without responding, she simply left the room. The professors quickly tried to console him, inviting him to join them for drinks. The next day, many people surrounded him in the cafeteria. There was a flood of introductions. Everyone wanted to be Yuan's friend. There was even an invitation to join the student council, requests to exchange numbers, and curious questions to learn more about him. The protagonist was amazed by the number of people there, and all the dating and friendship requests. Meanwhile, Dogu was meeting with 2 other classmates, wondering what was happening with those crowds. Light explained what was going on, asking if Dogu remembered the channel they had created. She revealed that the channel had become famous after posting videos of their tower climb. They had already surpassed 2 million subscribers, and the videos had reached 5 million views. At this point, Light found it hard to believe there was anyone at the academy who hadn't watched their videos. Upon hearing the explanation and seeing many people watching the video Yuan created, Dogu fell silent. Honestly, compared to his other skills, Dogu didn't find Yuan's filming skills that impressive, but people seemed to be reacting excessively. Dogu truly thought Yuan's ideas and skills were excellent. While Dogu was looking at the protagonist with a darker expression, Rochelle was watching him. The beastly girl was thinking about several things regarding Dogu's reaction to what was happening. At that moment, Yuan put his plate on the table, asking what was happening that morning. Yuan could only put his head on the table from exhaustion, while the others greeted him with good mornings and salutations. Even Light became sarcastic, saying it must be a nice feeling to be famous, but Yuan really thought that at least it was better than getting into trouble just for breathing. This time, it was Yuan's turn to joke with Light, commenting that she also had many fans, and asking her to talk to them and be nice. At that moment, a loud voice caught Yuan's attention. Someone was saying, "What a joke, making a fuss with fake pictures. Does it seem logical that they reached the 4th room in such a short time?" In front of them, there were some troublemakers talking badly about the protagonist's group. They were the troublemakers who had bothered Rochelle in class a few days ago. Now, they took the opportunity to try to discredit the video Yuan posted. They looked in the protagonist's direction and told him to wait, as the next day all his lies would be exposed. The protagonist then remembered what would happen the next day. It would be the day of his scheduled duel, the day he would fight against the huge man. Yuan reviewed the facts. After hearing those who were either doubting the video or didn't like him, he concluded that they were probably the ones waiting to see him defeated in the duel. Light also agreed with the protagonist's hypothesis, while Rochelle offered her support to Yuan. After wiping her mouth from eating, Dogu stood up and commented, "So, you can just respond in the best way possible to anyone watching and supporting, right?" The protagonist smiled, agreeing with Dogu's words. Indeed, the next day should be the perfect event for the channel's new subscribers. The next day, the protagonist stepped into the arena. The assistant professor was ready, excited. This duel would be broadcast live on the school's official channel. Do you agree to this? If so, sign the document. Bon was surprised when a small screen appeared before him. The screen displayed the document, and to his surprise, there were several precautionary conditions for the duel. If anyone got injured or surrendered, the duel would be concluded. Attacks on vital points were forbidden, but injuries would be the participants' responsibility. It was as if they were telling them to fight until one disabled the other. The huge man approached the protagonist, suggesting negotiation. Bon was surprised by the sudden request, thinking the man was a subscriber to the channel and had watched the videos. However, the rocky man asked Yuan if he was scared, saying he could surrender, but only if he crawled between his legs and barked like a dog. Only then would he accept the surrender. Upon hearing this, the protagonist felt stunned, torn between fear and the desire to laugh. Although the fight was being broadcast school-wide, there were only 2 classes in the arena. The troublemakers, who were part of Areto's class, applauded him, filled with hatred toward Yuan. Ortima, who was defeated by Dogu last time, was looking at the arena with a curious gaze. However, his focus wasn't on the 2 fighters, but on Dogu. Dogu was with the others, trying to check with Light about how the reactions were going. Light told the girl that the number of viewers had exceeded 10,000, but many were cursing Yuan. Rochelle found this very unfair, as everyone was targeting Yuan, but Dogu had already expected that. In the best scenario, there would only be a few people who liked them because of the videos. Therefore, Dogu wanted, now that many were watching, for Yuan to prove whether he had the strength to reach the top or not. The protagonist was thinking about Areto's words about crawling and barking, and started laughing to himself. He never imagined he would actually listen to something like that. Something that seemed to come out of a third-rate drama series. Yuan caught Areto's attention and gave him a look he tried to make threatening. "Have you been preparing a lot to provoke me?" That phrase, he said, had an effect. He returned the same look to the protagonist, saying he wondered how long he would be able to act calm. Yuan shrugged, saying that whether he was calm or not, Aredo would find out through facing him. After saying that, he drew his sword. Aredo gritted his teeth in frustration from the provocation. He seemed to be boiling, asking Assistant Professor John to announce the start of the fight. The assistant professor raised his hand. Alright, Erto from Class 1 against Yuan from Class 11. Begin the fight. Immediately, Aredo launched toward the protagonist, relying on his larger size. Every step Aredo took made the arena shake. His massive fist descended toward Yuan, who stood firm, waiting. When the mighty mountain-like fist approached the protagonist, he moved. His legs moved quickly while his eyes were focused. Yuan praised Aredo for taking the initiative, but his sword moved and struck the giant, smashing his face like a crumpled piece of paper. With that strike, Yuan knocked Aredo down, gaining the advantage in the battle in just a few seconds. To face this rock, Yuan knew it would be most effective to use the reversal strike he had learned. The protagonist and the others had gathered in the training room a day before his meeting with Rochelle. Dogu was trying to give the protagonist a lesson, saying that before using a technique, there's always trial and error. If that's the case, the technique would be like an uncooked cake. He knew that when facing a new opponent and a new attack, he must be able to use the technique. Only then could he say he had fully mastered the reversal method. To achieve this, he must always practice using the reversal method at any moment. After the theoretical lesson, Dogu raised her sword, indicating that it was time for practical training. Thinking he would have to block at least one of Dogu's attacks, the protagonist trembled with fear. Yuan remembered that Dogu had taught him this method so that Erto wouldn't even be able to touch him. When the protagonist executed the technique moments ago, he felt this was correct. Unlike Dogu, Erto was much worse. Erto was able to wake up wondering what had happened, but before he could understand, another attack hit him. Erto fell to his knees, while the protagonist watched the effect of the technique working. Right before the attack struck, the protagonist filled his sword with a wave of energy. Thanks to this, Erto's body, solid as granite, transmitted the energy like waves, causing significant damage. Erto was angry, asking how Yuan dared to hurt his body. The protagonist bent down to match the height of the fallen mountain. Then he said, "Sorry, can you stop complaining and start attacking? If you don't want to continue, we can stop here." Erto was angry at the provocation coming from the small human. He got up and extended his hand to grab the protagonist, but Yuan was quick to dodge. Erto was very angry. "You, how dare you? A dog from a lower realm looking down on me." Erto screamed in rage. The protagonist realized something was happening. Several concepts began appearing around Erto's extended arm raised upward, making it grow much larger. Erto's hand struck the ground in the arena, resulting in a huge boom. The protagonist mocked Erto internally, thinking he was a fool. He wondered if Erto should at least try a different method after failing the first time. Erto didn't care about strategy. His eyes held pure anger, and with his massive body, he tried to attack the protagonist, but Yuan was quick to dodge his attack, circling around him. Erto continued attacking in the same way, extending his hand trying to strike the hero. However, Yuan's sword cut through the air swiftly as it was charged with concepts. Erto's massive arm cracked, severed by the hero's attack. Facing many similar attacks, Yuan had no choice but to attack in the same way he did the first time. Taking significant damage, Erto screamed a mix of pain and anger. While watching the battle, the vice director couldn't understand why something so illogical was happening. In the comments, confusion spread among the viewers. A few read and roll commented that it must be hard for everyone to believe what they were seeing. Compared to when Yuan first registered, he was now much stronger. Erto's colleagues couldn't believe he was losing the battle from the start to someone from a lower dimension. They couldn't help but doubt that the abilities displayed on that channel were real. The assistant professor who organized the battle was stunned. Unlike last week, he didn't feel that Yuan was this strong. At that moment, the assistant professor received a message from the faculty. When the hero saw Erto on the ground, the hero wondered what he should do, as he found it frustrating to attack someone who couldn't even move. He put his sword on his shoulder, waiting for Erto to regain his footing. At that moment, the assistant professor raised his hand, stopping the fight. By decision of the faculty monitoring this battle, we declare that Erto appears unable to fight. To protect both participants, the battle ends here. Gritted his teeth upon hearing his professor talk about protection. He knew the assistant professor wouldn't do anything if he was the one injured. The hero tried to object, but the professor refused to listen, and the fight ended. Yuan clenched his teeth at such injustice, but had no choice but to leave the arena. He was frustrated that the battle ended before a winner or loser was declared. Knowing that at least he didn't lose, he decided to accept the result. At that moment, the hero was surprised. Erto seemed to be getting back on his feet. The assistant professor tried to stop Erto, pointing out that the battle was already over, but the stone man refused to accept it. Who said it's over? Do you expect me to bow before trash from a lower dimension and be humiliated here? The hero looked at the stone man who was cursing him. With all his remaining strength, Erto ran toward the hero, shattering the arena with each step. Even the assistant professor couldn't stop him from heading toward Yuan with killing intent. Worried, the assistant professor told Yuan to dodge, but with a smile, the hero summoned his sword. Why should he dodge? Facing someone who was clearly trying to eliminate him, why should he stay still? Facing the man who was disobeying the professor's orders just because he was fighting someone from a lower dimension, the hero used wave and cut on his sword. With his blade glowing, he prepared to face Erto. In that school, even the professor seemed to encourage such an attitude. Disgusted by how the school worked, Yuan decided to pour all his anger into that strike. With a downward strike, he passed by Erto, who was heading toward him. After the attack, Yuan's expressions remained unchanged, but fear appeared on Erto's face. He collapsed on the arena after losing his arm, letting out a howl of pain. Everyone was stunned by the scene, unable to believe their eyes. The assistant professor quickly ran to help Erto, trying to reassure him that his arm could be reattached. The hero looked at Erto's severed arm and was stunned. A notification appeared asking if he wanted to steal its attributes: life, body, giant, volcanic, brute strength. While the hero hesitated, the assistant professor was preparing to take Erto to the emergency room immediately. Clutching in pain, Erto tried not to cry, and the professor was quick to access the system, transporting Erto elsewhere. After sending Erto away, the assistant professor had the audacity to confront the hero. What's the meaning of this? Pan Yuan, I told you to dodge. Pan gave the strangest excuse possible, claiming he didn't have time to react because everything happened too quickly. As the assistant began to get angry, someone opened a voice call, ordering him to calm down. Inside a room, someone announced they would handle the situation. Introducing himself as the vice director's assistant, he welcomed the hero, revealing he had been watching everything. From that moment on, he would be the one asking questions, so Yuan should think carefully and answer honestly. Despite being dissatisfied, the hero agreed. The vice director's assistant asked the first question, doubting whether Yuan would really claim he couldn't dodge Erto's reckless attack. With your abilities, you could have easily avoided it. The difference in power between you two was so great that we professors decided to end the battle. So please give us an answer we can accept. The hero remained silent before the question, thinking about the ability he obtained, the power of language. He hadn't contemplated deeply what's called the spirit of the word. However, from the questions echoing behind that screen, he felt tremendous pressure. Despite being dissatisfied, the hero decided to give an answer. As you imagined, I didn't dodge the attack and instead counterattacked because I believe a student who disregards the professor's authority and acts on his own whims should face consequences. The vice director's assistant didn't expect Yuan to point to their authority. The hero continued his explanation. Additionally, in an official match where rules are followed, I wanted to make clear that no student should break the rules and attack sneakily. The assistant wanted to know why Yuan thought this way was correct. Yuan explained that many students and people from other dimensions were watching the battle. Erto ignored the announcement that the battle was over and attacked me. If I had acted passively in this situation, the idea that rules don't need to be followed when dealing with students from lower dimensions would have spread. Although I made this decision in a short time, I believe my actions align with the Academy's principles. Zenon couldn't help but smile bitterly upon realizing that Yuan wasn't just talking to him, but to everyone listening, expanding the issue beyond the two fighters and making it a matter for the whole school. Despite agreeing with the hero's opinion, Zenon had to say something. Yuan, you're right. Students who don't follow the rules should be punished, but punishing a student for his mistakes is my job and the Academy's responsibility. It's not something a student like you should do. Frill was pleased with the vice director's reprimand, which Yuan couldn't object to. The hero didn't say much after that, apologizing if he overstepped the professor's authority, saying he would accept his punishment. When he heard the word punishment, the vice director smiled and said he didn't intend to punish Yuan, but was just curious to know why he handled the situation this way. Through this brief interaction, Zenon understood that Yuan had both the determination and eloquence needed to win planetary support. After leaving Yuan, the vice director announced that the only punishment would be for Erto, who ignored the announcement of the battle's end and attacked without permission. The hero's friends celebrated as the ruling stated he only defended himself. Assistant Frill tried to intervene, but the director silenced him immediately, ordering him to stop this shameful behavior. In a threatening voice, the vice director wondered whether this incident would have happened if Frill had stopped Urto, instead of just watching. This almost made the assistant pee his pants. The director announced that Frill would also be punished, and stated that reattaching Urto's arm wouldn't be a difficult task. The vice director ended the matter, ordering all students who were watching the match to return to their seats and focus on their upcoming academic activities. Praising Yuan's hard work, Xenon ordered his return as well. The hero bowed toward the director's transmission window and then left, but before he could go, the vice director left him with some final words that made him curious. "I'll see you soon." When Yuan met up with his companions, they greeted him warmly. Light praised the sword arts Yuan displayed in his final strike, while Rochelle expressed relief that Yuan wasn't hurt, and Dugu acknowledged that Pan Yuan had developed. Then she smiled and asked him how it felt to get new power. The hero didn't forget to thank Dugu for training him over the past few days, but Dugu interrupted him, revealing she wasn't talking about that, but about the power in Ito's arm. Dugu asked if he had absorbed that power, and averting his gaze, Yuan confirmed he did. The moment he saw the abilities he could get from Urto's arm, the hero was amazed. He couldn't stop himself from taking part of that power. By learning the volcanic and giant concepts, which humans couldn't originally possess, the hero also improved his other stats. Yuan was surprised that he could actually steal such powers. Until now, he hadn't been able to manipulate the concepts of living beings, but he was pleased when he realized he could do it if he tore parts from them. With a sad look, Yuan admitted he ended up absorbing the powers from Urto's arm. Dugu wondered why he looked depressed when something good happened. Yuan revealed his feelings. At first, he was happy, but when he came to his senses, he realized he did this to a human, not a monster. The feeling of joy from taking power from someone else was an abnormal and uncomfortable feeling for him. Upon hearing Yuan's thoughts, Rochelle became worried, but Dugu scolded him. "What are you saying? Raise your head. He was someone who tried to take your life. The only price he paid is his arm. You won. He lost. That's the result. It doesn't matter who they are. You don't need to consider their circumstances when your life is at stake. Understood?" The hero smiled again after Dugu's scolding, agreeing with her. Returning to his cheerful nature, he thanked everyone and apologized for overthinking, realizing how silly it was to dwell on this. To reassure him further, Dugu asked jokingly if she should start cutting off arms, but this scared him more. However, the person who actually calmed Yuan was Light. "Yuan, don't worry. Compared to Dugu, you're still completely human." While Dugu and Light were bickering, the hero received a message that was enough to scare him and grab everyone's attention. The hero was assigned to a mandatory course with no right to refuse. It was the Babylonian Planetary course taught by Professor Xenon, exclusive to students in their 4th year and above. While standing in the middle of the stage, Vice Director Xenon revealed the topics his class would cover: how to effectively gain planetary support, how to negotiate contracts with them, useful knowledge and preparations to avoid their wrath, how to change planets, and much more. As they walked through the school, the group attracted a lot of attention. Many students had come to dislike Yuan since his battle with Urto, though some still thought he was cute. What made everyone curious was why the group was on the 4th year floor, where the only classes held there were Professor Xenon's class. The hero stopped and asked his group if he had previously told them a saying from his world. "There's a rumor that says, the more people curse you, the longer you'll live." Knowing how hated Yuan was, Dugu commented that he might become immortal. Holding Kum Yuan's sleeve, Rochelle asked if he was okay. She was worried that more people would start hating him after what happened the day before. People were talking about him a lot, even though they didn't know how good he really was. The hero reassured his friend. Although it was somewhat annoying, it was better than being underestimated like before. Playing with Real's hair a little, he asked her not to worry too much, thanking her for her concern. However, in the middle of this small romantic moment, someone made a sound, bringing them back to reality. With a dark expression, Dugu complained, "You two went out together last weekend, and now you're matching like this. Rochelle, did you like the clothes Yuan gave you that much? If you're going to make such obvious advances, do it somewhere else." Rochelle got angry and decided to confront Dugu. What, jealous? The hero was surprised to see Rochelle stand up to Dugu, who was equally shocked. Rochelle had to hide behind Yuan as Dugu's more aggressive side awakened. "Wasn't it enough to get beaten in our match, you monster?" Yuan felt the need to intervene. The hero tried to calm Dugu down, reminding her that class was about to start. Rochelle couldn't resist provoking Dugu further, taking advantage of Yuan's protection, leaving him stuck between a rock and a hard place while trying to stop their fight. Finally, They arrived at the Babylonian planet's class door, and the hero asked if they were late. Knowing that a class had been held the previous week, worried about how it would look for newcomers to join in the middle of the lesson, the hero was surprised to see that Light actually cared about something like this. Opening the door to enter the classroom, Yuan said that the older students would probably think gifted students had joined them. When he saw the number of students in the room, which looked more like a lecture hall, the hero was impressed. Immediately, all the students turned to look at them, examining each person present. Even Dugu couldn't ignore their strong abilities since they were older. Rochelle quickly hid behind Yuan, while Light, who stood beside him, showed concern. The hero was surprised by the strong pressure in the room. He knew this was a course for exceptional individuals, but there was still an immeasurable amount of unknown concepts in the air, showing the abilities of the professor teaching the lesson. At the podium, Professor Zenon welcomed the new students and introduced himself to everyone. After some time passed, the hero was able to interpret and understand the concept held by the partially transcendent being. In an instant, the poison book's vision reached 137 points in total. When the hero heard the professor's voice asking them to take their seats, he recognized it as a voice from the duel. As the lesson began, Zenon revealed his simple goal: to understand the origins of the tower and the stars. With new students joining the class, the professor began talking about the tower. He revealed that although the tower appeared as a massive stone structure, it was no different from a living being. Zenon explained to the students that as they climbed the tower, they would face challenges, obtain hidden treasures, and discover secrets. It might seem like getting a reward after cleaning a room, but it was different. They wouldn't find the rewards. Instead, the tower was preparing them, choosing the best climbers. With the best elements, more exceptional treasures would appear, and miracles beyond their expectations would manifest. The tower itself was seeking those who sought to understand it. Revealing more secrets to those who perceived it was a prerequisite for intelligent beings capable of advanced thinking. As he listened to the full explanation, the hero found it illogical. A fragile system that could be turned upside down by an irregular climber through an unconventional path. It lives, believes, and chooses climbers. Everything seemed unbelievable, like believing in Santa Claus. However, at that moment, the hero remembered something. The mass email was sent to students before the intruder invaded the tower. Because of that, they assumed the unusual phenomenon with the spiders on the 4th floor was a result of the intruder. However, after thinking more, it seemed the difficulty had been strange since the 1st floor. If the tower had only started acting strangely after they reached the 4th floor, when the intruder appeared, it couldn't explain the strange difficulty on the previous floors. The hero couldn't help but feel worried, wondering what had happened. Contemplating the professor's words that the tower is a living being, a hypothesis formed. Perhaps if they changed their assumption about the tower, the difficulty didn't change because of the intruder, but because their group started climbing it, as if the tower itself deliberately chose the level of difficulty they would face. Or perhaps it happened because he, as the grandson of the tower's master, had begun climbing. Yuan faced many choices. Yuan was about to lose his mind. When Zenon noticed how his words affected the new student he was interested in, the vice principal smiled imperceptibly. The hero finally decided to stop overthinking. If what the professor was saying was true, there couldn't be a better situation than this. At worst, he and his team would have to face unprecedented difficulties. As the saying goes, great risks bring great rewards, and the rewards prepared by the tower would be on a completely different level. After thinking for a long time, the hero realized he still didn't understand the concept resonating in the atmosphere. At that moment, the professor pulled him out of his thoughts and said, "Have you discovered it yet? There are barriers around here. Some students don't notice them even after years. The fact that you found this orb on your first day in class shows that your intuition is very sharp." The hero had no idea what orb Professor Zenon was talking about. However, the vice principal took this opportunity to show the 11th grade students that they were qualified for his lessons. He raised his hand, causing a large violet orb to appear from the ceiling. Standing next to an orb larger than himself, he then asked the hero a question. "What do you see in this orb?" The orb was radiating immeasurable violet energy that the hero's linguistic ability hadn't recognized yet. Revealing the truth, Yuan admitted he saw nothing. Zenon asked him to focus a little and check again. The hero looked again and saw that nothing appeared to him, but Zenon insisted he must focus more. There was something he could perceive. The vice principal encouraged him to discover the secrets of that orb. As the indescribable unknown forces moved within the orb, a dark yet luminous power began to appear inside it. The hero's eyes widened, and he was finally able to see the concepts within it: barrier, separation, protection. Beyond these three concepts, the hero couldn't discern much. Satisfied, the the professor asked him to rest. Zenon released a small smile. Seeing the boy reveal 3 of the orb's basic abilities proved he was far from ordinary. Now he understood why the principal gave this young man so much attention. Yuan was rubbing his tired eyes, frustrated that he couldn't fulfill the request more efficiently. This time, the professor asked the hero if he understood what the orb was. Honestly, Yuan admitted he had no idea. Seeing Yuan's honesty, the vice principal allowed him to think about it later. Zenon then confirmed that everyone there, whether during class or in their daily lives, should expand their thinking and nurture their imagination, as expanding ideas is directly linked to expanding power. Anyone who wants to use abilities at a more advanced level must develop the power of thought and the ability to think. It was necessary to cultivate the ability to think and remain in thought constantly, even if the answer wasn't immediately visible. The hero didn't understand what the orb had to do with thinking. Then he said, "Professor, if someone has great perceptive ability or imagination, can they control the orb?" Zenon confirmed it was correct. One day, if you understood the structure of all things, analyzed them, and developed the ability to expand them, this orb would make you a false king. Upon learning the power they could obtain, silence fell over all the students as they processed those words, except for Yuan, who wasn't particularly interested. Laughing, the professor admitted it might be difficult to understand now, but as the lessons progressed, they would gradually understand. This was the core material of the class, directly linked to the Star Simulation War. As the professor finished the lesson, he assigned the students the task of imagining possible applications of what they had learned. The hero could only scratch his head, struggling with the difficult content. Yuan tried to understand what a false king was compared to a true king, and what the principle was behind becoming a king. In the end, the lessons seemed too difficult, which Yuan assumed was because he was attending a higher year class. After spending most of the time immersed in thought, the hero asked about the lesson topic. Sight was surprised. She expected Yuan to be the one teaching her. As the two talked, Yuan noticed a blonde young man standing near them. They were shocked to see Ortima and immediately asked what he was doing there. Boastfully, Ortima ordered them to be quiet, saying he was the one who would ask questions. When he noticed Dugu wasn't with the group, Ortima asked where she was. At that moment, the person Ortima was looking for appeared. Dugu didn't notice Ortima at first, but when she didn't seem very interested. She smiled slightly and said, I thought something serious had happened." Ignoring everyone, Ortima approached the girl. When she asked what he wanted, Ortima revealed he had business with her. Disgusted, Dugu asked if he wanted another duel, saying if that was the case, she wouldn't stop him. Although it would be difficult to fight inside the academy, Ortima was biting his lips in frustration from the insult. Then, in an instant, Ortima knelt on one knee and said, "I'm not here to challenge you to a duel." Then Ortima pulled out a bouquet of flowers and said, "Dugu, I'd like you to go on a date with me." As Ortima's face turned red, everyone was left motionless from shock. Dugu was so shocked she barely felt like her soul had left her body. No one could believe that the arrogant Ortima had fallen in love with a woman who had defeated him. The hero wondered what kind of taste someone must have for that to be possible. Since Yuan himself had been defeated several times by Dugu, he asked Light if he wasn't answering his own question. When Yuan was insulted and called a violence lover, this suddenly stirred his resentment. These feelings extended to Rochelle as well. Doggo was shocked that Yuan couldn't understand the other man's feelings, while she had been about to ask him what kind of plan he thought Ortima had laid out. Upon hearing the word plan, the three looked at Doggo in astonishment, making her realize they truly seemed unaware of the situation. Doggo was certain that Ortima was planning something, as there was no trace of emotion in his gaze. However, Yuan had to object. "No, that doesn't seem right at all. I mean, you're incredibly beautiful." The sudden compliment made her flustered and embarrassed. Doggo muttered angrily, asking how the idiot Yuan could say something like that so casually. It was clear that Yuan didn't understand what he had done. Light advised her not to fall for his tricks. While Doggo was arguing with Light, Rochelle wondered if there was really another reason behind that confession. She was preoccupied with a certain expression that had appeared on his face. At that moment, while Ortima was on his knees, Doggo crossed her arms in front of her chest and rejected him. "I have nothing to do with you. I have no interest in you. Go ask someone else." And she left Ortima behind, calling her group to leave. Meanwhile, Rochelle caught a glimpse of Ortima from the corner of her eye and was amazed by the sad expression on his face. During training, Yuan obtained new information after revealing his presence to many beings, causing them to discuss his existence in their minds. Yuan had unlocked a new language concept, attractiveness and honor, both of which immediately rose to 10 points. The hero was stunned. After all, he had only uploaded a new video to his channel. Upon reviewing the details of the concepts, ways. He discovered that attractiveness allowed him to charm and influence others, while honor established his dignity through the recognition of many beings. Although he couldn't complain, Yuan wondered how these two concepts would help him climb the tower. Rochelle, who was in front of Yuan, was surprised when she heard him ask if his face had changed somehow. Shyly, Rochelle lowered her head to answer, "Ah, well, I think you're very handsome." The hero choked in surprise, confirming that wasn't what he meant. Meanwhile, Doggo, who had been listening to the entire conversation, was starting to get annoyed. Suddenly, Rochelle heard Light scream. She was training with Doggo and felt a strong breeze hit her back. Doggo stomped her foot forcefully on the ground, drawing the attention of the two who were flirting, then said, "Train. Focus on your training, and when you rest, just rest." Light, who had just been defeated, was now being carried by Doggo. The hero also tried to ask Doggo about her destination, but the girl quickly slapped him while feeling embarrassed. "Seriously, didn't you hear what I just said? Focus on training. If you two keep this up, I'll make you both train until morning." With Doggo's threats, Yuan and Rochelle resumed their training, while the exhausted Light cried out for rest. Yuan and Rochelle immediately began sparring. As they exchanged blows, they moved through the entire training room, utilizing as much space as possible. Rochelle's claws clashed with Yuan's sword, leaving behind spectral images of energy. In an attempt to take a break, Light commented on how strong Yuan was, and questioned whether he should stop focusing on dungeons and return to the tower. Doggo considered Light overly hasty. In her opinion, even if Yuan had improved, he was still far from Light and Rochelle. Doggo could notice that the sparring was going well only because one side, Rochelle, was holding back and not using her full strength. Anyway, Doggo remembered they would return to the tower the next day. She wondered if Yuan had figured out how to deal with the beast inside Rochelle, because if he hadn't, there would be no difference from last week. Yuan was also aware that if they didn't find a solution quickly, they would end up repeating what happened last time. In the midst of their battle, Yuan used Observing Eye. Over the past week, he had been watching Rochelle, which helped him discover some things. Her violence was triggered by using any emotion as fuel. Depending on the emotion used, her state would change dramatically. When a strong negative emotion was used as fuel, it would burn until she lost control. But when positive and calm emotions were used, the violence within Rochelle decreased and her feelings stabilized. Knowing this, Yuan continued to fight Rochelle to observe her more and learn how her power truly worked. In battle, intense emotions naturally intensified, making violence inevitable. The more emotional fuel was consumed, the more aggressive Rochelle became. However, Yuan wanted to try changing that fuel. He wanted to use something more positive. The sparring continued until Yuan was able to gain an advantage and use the back of his sword to push Rochelle, whose hair had turned completely black. The pair who weren't fighting watched their fight closely. Rochelle was pushed back and landed on the ground in a sitting position, and due to fatigue, Yuan fell to his knees. However, Rochelle's anger was at its peak. While gritting her teeth, she refused to give up. Seeing that things had reached this point, Yuan realized it was time to execute his plan. To prove he hadn't just been messing around in the past days, he extended his hand, forming a magic circle. He was about to prove that the time he spent with Rochelle had allowed him to collect fragments of her emotions. Whether she was happy, enjoying herself, or at peace, Yuan didn't just collect these emotions, he copied them directly from her essence. Immediately, upon releasing a mixture of joy, happiness, and laughter, Yuan rushed toward Rochelle, directing these emotions toward her, trying to make her absorb them. However, a sudden strike prevented him from getting closer. In a rush, Rochelle managed to hit Yuan's hand, the one holding the emotions. Yuan felt a bit confused. In front of him, clenching her teeth hard, the girl immediately got up, grabbed Yuan by the waist like a rugby player, and relying on momentum, slammed him to the ground and landed on top of him. Yuan felt the heavy impact. Sitting on top of him, Rochelle showed a demonic look. With a loud scream, she pounced on him with her sharp claws. Seeing the danger, both Doggo and Light immediately rushed toward them to stop the attack. However, a chain was faster than both of them. It wrapped around Rochelle's arm, preventing her attack. A second chain appeared, grabbing her other arm and completely restraining her. Seeing Rochelle's expression, Yuan felt worried, but he quickly noticed that her hair was shimmering with a light color. With Rochelle returning to normal, finally, Yuan could relax, reassured that it was possible to quickly calm the beast inside Rochelle, but it was still dangerous if they had to restrain her every time they fought. He couldn't help but wonder if there was a better way to calm her down, or some kind of condition for it, which sparked his thoughts. Rochelle thanked Yuan. Yuan didn't understand why she was thanking him, especially since he hadn't completely solved the problem yet. However, Rochelle quickly shook her head and thanked him again, saying that at least now she could fight a little. She considered this a significant improvement and was therefore happy he was by her side. Yuan started to feel embarrassed by Rochelle's words, but Doggo soon approached him, staring at him. The hero was surprised by how close she got and hurried to find an excuse. "We were working hard here. Didn't you see?" As Doggo continued to stare at him, Light also approached, relieved that no one was hurt. But Doggo thought something else was more important. She turned her gaze to Rochelle, attracting everyone's attention, including Rochelle's, making Yuan feel uncomfortable. Doggo silently analyzed Rochelle for a moment, then looked away. No, nothing. She decided to end the training for the day so everyone could rest. Later, Rochelle looked at Doggo sadly, filled with doubt and unhappiness. The next day, the group set out toward the tower. Upon arrival, Light tried to get permission from Doggo to use the holy sword, at least while entering the tower. Light was worried about the challenges awaiting them because they would determine the fate of all four. However, Doggo reminded her that they had all agreed to build a solid foundation without rushing. This was only their second expedition in the first semester as beginners, so she didn't see that they needed to worry. The hero agreed with what Doggo said, although Light didn't seem completely convinced. The more she used the holy sword, the more dependent on it she became. Looking at the concept of a demonic spirit merged with a holy spirit, Yuan was no longer sure whether this weapon was truly holy. Anyway, it was better to keep Light away from its negative influence. Light understood that she wouldn't be allowed to use the sword, but she warned them not to blame her if she collapsed inside the tower. However, her plea met a demonic reaction. "We won't blame you. We'll cause you greater suffering," Yuan added mercilessly. "We won't blame you, but don't forget that millions of followers are watching the video." While Light was crying, the hero looked at his internal codes. His status points appeared along with his skill points and gems earned. Everything made sense, and he also made sure that the snake Eve and the audio recorder Taishi were ready. He would rely on both of them on this journey. Before they entered, Rochelle approached the hero and told him, "I'll do my best inside and will listen to everything you say." Yuan thanked her for her dedication, asking her to trust him because he was also growing stronger in combat. With a bright smile, Rochelle was ready to rely on Yuan. Doggo felt jealous, so she sarcastically remarked, "I just hope you last at least until Saturday night. If anyone gets eliminated, I'll punish them severely." While Light was insistently trying to obtain the sword, Doggo called the hero to a corner. Curious about what she wanted, he followed her. Doggo had some matters to clarify before they entered. Her words were harsh from the start. Then she said, "Today is the first evaluation. Honestly, I'm very disappointed in both of you. Haven't you forgotten the promise you made to me?" This was one of the few times she smiled. She made Doggo Yuan promise to take responsibility if things went wrong. Yuan tried to remain optimistic, then said, "Of course, I haven't forgotten that. Moreover, they've both already started changing. There's no need to wait until the results show. It will happen exactly as you said." Doggo was about to change the subject to Rochelle when she suddenly noticed the girl hiding behind one of the pillars. Before she spoke, Doggo snapped her fingers. As soon as the sound echoed, Rochelle felt a sharp pain in her ears. Hearing her scream, the hero turned in shock. When he saw Rochelle trying to spy on their conversation, Doggo became agitated and continued snapping her fingers. Then Doggo said, "You're trying to listen to our conversation, huh? You've become bold in front of Yuan." The hero's surprise was evident as Doggo's snapping sound seemed to be at a frequency he couldn't hear, perhaps something only Rochelle could perceive. Doggo returned to the subject and asked Yuan if he understood the meaning of submission. He answered that it means to be dominant, but this wasn't the answer Doggo was looking for. Then she said, "From the perspective of the dominated person, they may feel uncomfortable, but some people find stability under strong leadership. From this perspective, it seems that Beast likes someone who can dominate and completely control her." Since Yuan didn't show that he understood what she meant, Doggo tried to clarify further. In other words, she said, "When that beast loses control, trying to communicate indirectly is useless." Even with this new explanation, Yuan's mind was full of doubts which annoyed the girl. Grinding her teeth, she ordered him to stop trying to understand the subject and just memorize her words. Sighing, the hero agreed and continued watching Doggo turn her back to him to join Light, who was already waiting for them to enter the tower. As Yuan advanced, the group approached the entrance. Placing his hand on the door, Yuan asked if everyone was ready. Light was the first to nod her head, followed by Rochelle and Doggo. With enthusiasm, the hero began recording. First year in Special Class 11, the second exploratory journey begins now. With that, he opened the tower's doors, releasing a powerful light that swallowed them. Immediately, they moved to a place where the ground seemed to be melting, causing dizziness to anyone exposed to it. Looking at the northern lights in the sky and the various square walls surrounding them, Yuan wondered where they had ended up. Having been thrown into many strange situations, Dogo had assumed they would start from the first floor, but this wasn't the case. If she had a higher perspective, she could have noticed they were inside a huge maze. While Light was exploring the area, the hero was checking his necklace, confirming they were on the 5th floor. Light felt relieved that they were on a regular floor, prompting Dogo to wonder if she had started feeling satisfied. While the two argued again, the hero noticed something. Rochelle was staring steadily in a certain direction inside the maze. She was sure she could smell a monster from there. After hearing that, instead of finding a way forward, she had located an entity. Yuan felt slightly tense. However, what happened next left him shocked. In the direction Rochelle was looking, something began to form, as if computer data was being transmitted. Immediately, Light drew her sword, Yuan asking what this was. The hero knew this was something different from what they faced on the 1st floor. It was making an annoying sound and looked distorted, as if it was fragmenting. Without hesitation, Rochelle revealed her claws and attacked the entity. She hit her target, which shattered into data fragments. Immediately, Yuan received a notification. From what Rochelle hit, he got several concepts: 0.1 point of glitch, light and noise, 0.2 point of demonic spirit, 0.05 point of malfunction, 0.01 point of reversal. As Yuan expected, this was a glitch phenomenon. When the signal cuts out, graphics and sound become distorted. This reverse force created a strange sense of fear, which manifested as a monster. Since this type of entity was completely different from anything they had encountered before, there were many unknown concepts. He didn't know how the malfunction and reversal concepts worked yet. For now, the glitch contained reversal, so it seemed useful. It would be interesting to collect it. Lost in his thoughts, Yuan didn't notice he was about to be attacked. But, with a burst of energy, Dogo immediately saved him. With a frown, she scolded him and said, "Yuan, be focused. Defeating these things while escaping from the maze would be a big task." As Dogo advanced the way, they progressed through the maze, careful not to separate in the complex paths. While the hero was running, he received a message. They don't seem to be entities that could appear on the 5th floor, but it's not surprising. Yuan had already felt satisfied collecting fragments of several reversal points while escaping, but remembering he needed 100 points made him wonder if it was really worth the effort. The hero stopped running when he heard Rochelle's scream. The girl facing one of the glitches was attacking recklessly, but the hero stopped her, summoning the chain Eve had made. He refused to let Rochelle fight alone, preventing her from entering a frenzy state. Hearing Yuan ask her to stay by his side, Rochelle immediately agreed. While Dogo was taking down several glitches, she was yelling at them, "Hey, stop chatting and keep moving forward." To protect Rochelle, the hero summoned another chain. For now, he set aside the concepts on the walls to focus on the battle. Using her keen sense of smell, Rochelle was able to warn Yuan when monsters were about to appear. Using the chains, the hero collected more reversal points while defeating glitches. After running for several minutes, they still hadn't found the end of the maze. Then, Dogo revealed she had memorized the entire path they had taken while running. She and Yuan felt that although the place looked different, they had already passed through the same area before. She concluded this wasn't a regular maze, but one that modifies itself in real time. Facing this situation, Dogo assumed the only option was to destroy it completely. When she took a fighting stance, the hero noticed something using his eye abilities. He had been so focused on collecting reversal that he ignored important details. Dogo wanted to destroy everything, to expose anything hidden, but the hero stopped her, passing her. He placed his hands on the maze walls, explaining his thinking. Logically, the constantly changing path seems meaningless. This means there must be some kind of hidden trick inside the walls. He felt along the wall until he found a point that sank when pressed, like a hidden button. Yuan got half a point of illusion for discovering the secret button, a concept humans couldn't possess. As the wall before him faded, the hero smiled, celebrating that he was right. His gamble had paid off. A path forward was revealed. Rochelle was curious about how Yuan did that. With Light amazed that he discovered the maze's secret, the hero scratched his nose, trying to hide his pride. In truth, he noticed it earlier, but he forgot to say anything while collecting concepts. To cover this, the hero made up an excuse. "I don't like wasting time. I just noticed that part of the wall looked strange after we'd been walking for hours." Dogo Yuan thought he was suspicious, but she said nothing. She was more surprised that he found a flaw in the magic where her power had failed. Watching the hero lead the way, Dogo thought to herself that, as she expected, Yuan wasn't just an ordinary talent. The quartet continued advancing through the maze while defeating glitches. This time they faced a giant glitch, even though it was only their second discovery. For Light, this only confirmed their experience was different from other groups' explorations. Rochelle felt the same. Even after defeating the elite monster and earning many concept points, the hero remained still, staring into space, which worried Rochelle. She thought he had been injured, but Yuan quickly reassured her. The truth was, he was busy. He was 1 mana point away from reaching 200. However, the number refused to increase. Even after absorbing enough concepts in the past 3 hours, he still hadn't reached 200 points, a problem no life or body concepts had faced. When she noticed his condition, Dogo approached and whispered in his ear, "What's going on? What's wrong with you? You don't seem injured." The hero was surprised by Dogo's sudden closeness, something he had asked her to avoid. But Dogo wasn't the only one worried. Everyone was concerned too. The hero revealed his problem with his mana growth, leaving Dogo puzzled. Suddenly, Dogo laughed as if she was happy. When Yuan asked why she was happy, Dogo asked if he had encountered a barrier. Her words shocked him. Dogo reminded him he had been increasing his energy quickly, absorbing everything around him, making his growth rate massive. It was like continuously watering a plant without giving the roots time to grow, causing him to reach a barrier. After hearing Dogo's explanation, the hero asked what he should do. Dogo didn't think defeating monsters recklessly was a good method, like what Yuan was doing. Seeking a more efficient approach, she examined her surroundings. Her gaze fell on Rochelle, who was confused about why Dogo was looking at her. Dogo sighed boredly and said, "This should be great for someone. Getting fresh air on the weekend instead of being locked in school, eating delicious food, and going to clothing stores." After Yuan heard Dogo's words, the hero tried to persuade her and said, "If you teach me, I'll take you shopping next time." Dogo finally agreed to help him, just because she quickly understood the situation he was in. Looking at their companions, Dogo asked if they agreed, because it would take some time. Rochelle didn't mind as long as she was helping Yuan. Equally, Light was fine because they had just fought an elite and hadn't moved to another room yet. After seeing how understanding everyone was, the hero thanked them. Thus, Dogo explained that the best method would be for him to receive the basic transfer of the mysterious body art. The hero was confused. So, Dogo explained in detail. Despite the grand name, it was just a basic martial art, so it wasn't difficult. However, Yuan felt uncomfortable. Until now, he had only learned the basics from Dugu, but he hadn't learned a direct martial art. This time, it was a real martial art, so he wondered if he could learn it properly. Before they started, the hero asked if he needed to perform something like a 9 prostration ritual or a master-student ceremony. Dugu couldn't believe he was making a fuss over a martial art that even children learned. She told him not to worry and just get ready. While Yuan was taking off his shirt to increase his flexibility during training, Dugu got lost in her thoughts. She was surprised that someone from outside the group was talking about rituals. She acted like it wasn't a big deal, but the mysterious body art was something that couldn't be taught, even if the student valued their teacher, because it was a family art passed down precisely through the bloodline. Dugu knew her father would be shocked if he found out she was passing their martial arts to someone, especially someone she just met, someone from another world. While Dugu was lost in thought, the hero called her name. After taking off his shirt and revealing his toned body, Yuan asked, "Should I really have taken all this off?" Dugu couldn't teach this secret technique from her family to this shameless man. She shouldn't do it unless he became her husband. Unaware of Dugu's thoughts, the hero tried to cover his body awkwardly, embarrassed. Meanwhile, Light, who was staring wide-eyed at Yuan's body, was trying hard to stop Rochelle from looking. While the two were whispering, Dugu yelled and ordered silence. The training began. Dugu told Yuan to sit down and calm his mind, and so, the hero did as he was told. Standing behind him, Dugu extended her hand. From the moment she met him until now, there had been a strange feeling inside her that kept growing, a feeling that she wanted to care for this man with her own hands. Yuan was different from any man she had known before. She didn't even need to mention his exceptional talent in martial arts. But what surprised her most was his potential to possess abilities. She believed that if he grew with his exceptional skills and qualities in a systematic way, he could become something incredible. She wondered how much he could grow and how far he could go. At the same time, she wanted to witness his talent up close and felt an immeasurable desire to prevent him from being influenced by others. She didn't know why she was willing to go this far for him. While she was lost in her thoughts, Dugu suddenly returned to reality when Yuan jumped from the touch of her warm fingertips on his back. When she refocused, she asked if he was ready, reminding him that she had taught him the basics earlier. The hero confirmed he was ready, but asked if she wasn't going to read an oral text before doing something like this. Dugu felt amazed, then laughed, enjoying his question. Would you even understand if I read the technique text? Instead of explaining the details, it's better to have it carved into your body. Remembering Yuan's obsession with the master-student rituals, she couldn't stop herself from laughing again, saying, "Where exactly did you learn your knowledge of martial arts?" The hero wondered if she would hit him if he told her he learned it from novels. Setting aside her joking, Dugu prepared to start the training, and since Yuan wasn't quite ready, he tried to ask her to wait a moment, but before he could, he felt energy resonating throughout his entire body. Minutes before, Dugu had explained to the hero and said, "The manifestation technique I'm going to teach you will completely change the nature of your magical power and your physical foundation." Following this sudden information, Yuan was shocked. Originally, he thought he would only learn a basic martial art, so he intended to learn it quietly, but now, he realized it wouldn't be that easy. However, Dugu reassured him and said, "Don't worry, when you train your chi energy, it's natural for its nature to change. The magical power that's changed from manifestation stimulates the body, and the body that's continuously stimulated consumes magical power to create pure chi. As long as the body and magical power are trained, the pathways will naturally grow." Even after the detailed explanation, Yuan still struggled to understand what was happening, so he tried to simplify it. "So, the magical power is filtered and converted into pure chi, right?" While Dugu was passing the technique to his back, Yuan felt his body ignite. From the moment she touched him, it was as if he had become a ball of fire. He felt the magical power in his veins being consumed frantically. It was as if a path that didn't exist before was being forcefully created. While the hero was gritting his teeth, afraid his body would burn, Dugu placed her hand on his shoulder and said, "Yuan, calm down." Then Dugu gave him instructions on what he should do. Follow the pathways engraved inside your body and keep moving your chi energy. Move the flame. This is the beginning of manifestation. Yuan closed his eyes to listen to Dugu's final encouragement. If you succeed in this training, you will eventually find the next path. With his eyes closed, Yuan saw the blue flame inside his body, moving continuously. Sitting in the lotus position, the energy began to flow freely through every vessel, concentrating in his heart. After a while, Yuan sighed. He began to feel more comfortable. With the technique Dugu taught him, he realized it's not always good to use raw magical power. When Yuan opened his eyes, a notification appeared before him. He was surprised when he read it. "You have discovered a new martial arts concept, manifestation. Manifestation depth reached 20 points. As a result of your training in manifestation, some negative concepts inside your body have been eliminated. A surplus of positive life energy has been created." It was wonderful to receive confirmation that he had acquired the skill. Moreover, his spirit attribute increased to 440 points. In addition, his physical resistance attribute increased, just as Dugu had said before. The more Yuan trained that blue flame, the stronger the concepts became. After finishing the technique transfer, Dugu asked with interest, "Are you satisfied?" Yuan couldn't help but raise his thumb for the technique and say it was amazing. Then Yuan said, "Now you can think about what gift you want." Yuan almost felt regret when he heard Dugu's maniacal laugh. However, Dugu wanted something in that moment. She threw Yuan's shirt back at him, telling him to wipe off the sweat and get ready, unless he wanted to climb the tower alone. Yuan hid behind a wall as he dried himself. While getting ready, he felt something strange. He felt that with more focus, he could feel the chi flowing through his body. He looked at his hand, he could see his internal vessels. Then he said to himself, "The more chi there is, the stronger my physical strength becomes, and my senses become sharper." After a short while, Yuan returned to his group. Remembering what happened, Light asked if he was going to record a video of the recent events, but of course, Yuan didn't do that. While Yuan was talking with Light, he noticed that Dugu was crossing her arms in a strange way. Upon noticing his gaze, Dugu asked what he wanted. The hero quickly changed the subject and asked them to move forward. Rochelle and Light couldn't resist teasing him before they left. It seems this video will get a lot of views. As they walked through the maze, Light asked if anyone else was hungry. It must be lunchtime already. Yuan noticed that too, then said, "We're late, so it must be time to eat." However, Dugu didn't want to stop. Since they stayed in room 5 for a long time, then she said, "We won't be able to eat until we reach the next room." Light didn't miss the opportunity to mock her, saying, "You seem like a military person, imposing rules, even at mealtimes." Since Light still had energy to complain, Dugu asked her to find the exit. After Dugu asked Light to find the exit, Light came across something. In front of her was a large door. It seems she really found the exit. Since this was the only door they had seen on the entire floor, the group assumed it must be the path leading to the next room. However, Yuan asked them to wait a moment before proceeding. Yuan's eye began to sparkle with a golden color. For him, the feeling was strange because he didn't use any skill. However, Through the grooves in the door, he could sense another concept behind it. Believing that the concept really came from behind the structure, Yuan began to walk toward it, surprising Light, who just wanted to leave and eat. Dugu didn't object to Yuan's decision and followed him, calling the others to come. Yuan circled around the structure where the door was located with the others, but they found nothing. Approaching the hero, Light asked if they had gone to the wrong place. Yuan knew that to the others, it might really seem that way, but to his eyes, that wall was completely covered with illusory concepts. Yuan extended his hand toward the wall. Halfway through, his hand touched something. It felt like a glass barrier, which began to crack at his touch. The crack spread quickly, extending across the entire invisible wall. Then the wall completely shattered, amazing everyone. Light was stunned. What is this? What just happened? The girls realized that Yuan had discovered a new path. Before them, through the broken wall, they saw a spiral staircase, a shortcut to the upper floors. At that moment, Yuan received a notification. You have absorbed 50 illusions. The strange number that appeared surprised him, showing how well hidden that path was. Although it was hard to believe he found the place, Yuan forced himself to smile. Then he said, "That was amazing." Showing the shortcut to the group, Yuan asked what they should do. Light couldn't believe Yuan was still asking that question. Beside him, Dugu had already made the obvious decision. As if they all understood each other without words, the foursome rushed into the shortcut area. While climbing the stairs, Yuan fed his little snake, Eve, the total of 50 illusions, helping her become stronger. As they ascended, Yuan shared a thought. It seems the floor change happens here because there's no exchange mechanism. Dugu completed Yuan's theory. Maybe the stairs themselves are the mechanism. Then she called out to Light, "Hey, watch where you step." Light climbed sideways and asked what would happen if they encountered a monster. Dugu didn't understand why she was so worried. They could just fight. Using the identification stone, Rochelle confirmed they were indeed on the 8th floor. Yuan couldn't believe they had skipped 3 floors at once. But Dugu praised him. "You really found a great shortcut, didn't you?" Yuan could only admit after the compliment. "Honestly, I didn't know much about the shortcut." Light, who had read the manual, remembered that finding a shortcut was considered great luck. But what worried Light was that the more floors they skipped, the harder the next floor would be. She couldn't understand why the others weren't concerned. For example, Dugu cared more about the prize than the difficulty of the next floor. While she was crying dramatically, Light pleaded, "Yuan, don't look for shortcuts next time." The hero could only laugh and agree. Light's complaints were truly remarkable. Yuan didn't understand why Light was so afraid. She hadn't acted this way during their previous journey. Clutching her spear, Light muttered sadly, "If the difficulty keeps rising, it'll become dangerous. The holy sword, if only I could use it." Light seemed mentally shaken. Clearly she was too dependent on her sword. Seeing how much she was complaining, Dogo asked if she should break the sword. That made Light more anxious. While the two were arguing as always, Rochelle spotted something from her position. Looking up, she saw the end of the stairs leading to an exit. Since the student ID stone showed they were on the 8th floor, Yuan assumed the exit led to the 9th floor. As he moved forward, Rochelle warned him, "I sense hostility ahead." In such situations when Riel mentioned the feeling she had when an anomaly appeared, Dogo and Light stopped arguing. Then Dogo said something unexpected. "It doesn't hurt to be careful, Light. As soon as we step onto that floor, draw your sword." Light was surprised to receive permission from Dogo. She immediately drew her sword, and her attitude shifted to confidence and enthusiasm. Then she said, "Guys, leave everything to me." The sudden change bothered Dogo a bit, though there wasn't much she could do about it. When they passed through the glowing gateway, they arrived at a floor with stone walls and pillars. Yuan looked around and didn't see any monsters, just a high ceiling. This made Light assume they were in a rest area, but Yuan was skeptical about that. There was no indication of such an area in the guides. They began exploring the place, unaware that an armed person was hiding nearby. Suddenly, the person launched a strike, their weapon firing a shot of energy that created a magic circle. Upon hearing the sound, Yuan was shocked. A massive orb was suddenly launched toward Dogo. By the time she noticed, it was already close to her. A powerful explosion followed, scattering debris and dust everywhere. Yuan and the others had to protect themselves from the cloud, worried about Dogo. But when she emerged, she was simply stepping on the bomb, complaining to Yuan and saying, "Didn't you say you're the only person allowed to use this kind of stuff in the tower?" The hero sheepishly admitted he said that, but this made him suspect it was a single-use weapon. Immediately, he scanned the area for the attacker. Using his golden eye, he quickly located the enemy hiding behind one of the pillars. Yuan pointed the light there. Before he could give a precise location, Light had already rushed forward. The hooded man looked at the group, surprised to see someone advancing toward him. He couldn't believe they had found him. His stealth skill wasn't supposed to be detectable by beginners. Excited, Light swung her sword and split the massive pillar. The man tried to stay calm. He was planning to confront Light and then detonate the bomb near the other three. Yuan went to Dogo to check on her. He knew how dangerous it would have been if that initial attack had hit anyone else. Dogo acknowledged Yuan's concerns. Then, when Yuan activated his omniscient eye, he was surprised. Pointing at the orb under Dogo's feet, he discovered a powerful energy source. It was actually a level 30 magic bomb, incredibly lethal. He knelt beside the orb and told everyone to move away. With effort, Yuan managed to disable the bomb's energy core. He sighed in disbelief that someone would use a weapon of this level, but he was certain the person responsible would receive punishment. He knew this because Light was now attacking the enemy with dazzling strikes clashing with the man's weapon. Forced to defend endlessly, the attacker gritted his teeth. Light was truly skilled, but the man had another plan. He had moved far enough to avoid the bomb's blast radius. He looked toward the group near the bomb, but was shocked to see one of the boys throwing something toward him. He didn't care. The detonation process was set to work in 3 seconds. In his farewell, he pressed the detonator. Then he noticed the orb heading toward him. Feeling astonished, he wondered why the orb was here. Light saw the orb too and reacted immediately. In a state of panic, the man screamed, waiting for the explosion, but the orb didn't hit him. Instead, it hit a pillar behind him and bounced. He stared, confused that the bomb didn't explode. Then panic struck him. Light's sword was heading straight toward him. Then Light said calmly, "I don't know why you're so shocked, but you shouldn't look away in a fight." With a quick, unblockable strike, Light ended the battle. The man wasn't completely defeated. Clutching his wounded shoulder, he muttered, "This is strange." Light was the one who found the situation strange. "You're human, right? So why are you attacking us? How did you get here?" At that moment, Yuan entered to retrieve the orb. Then Yuan said to the man, "Since I saw through your stealth, did you really think I wouldn't notice the bomb buried inside the orb?" He pointed out the man's mistake. He also said, "You were too confident in your tricks, and now you're in this position, betrayed by a defective product. Are you stupid or something?" The man, unable to respond, gritted his teeth and asked who these youngsters were. He was angry. How could beginners still exploring the lower floors of the tower possess this power? As he was shouting his complaint, he trembled when an attack targeted the pillar beside him. Dogo had startled him, releasing energy from her fingers. She wore an evil expression, the kind that could plant fear in the deepest parts of someone's soul. Then she said, "Before we talk calmly, I need to make sure your arms and legs won't move. That way, you won't try to do anything stupid." But someone else had a more aggressive idea. Rochelle said, "No, we should finish him. We can't let him live." Rochelle's words brought everyone's attention. Her hair began to take on a dark color as she clenched her teeth, becoming more and more angry. Consumed by rage, Rochelle lunged forward. Yuan tried to stop her, but her claws quickly closed on the man. Before she could strike, she was bound by chains. The chains Yuan created using Eve imprisoned her. Then a dark voice echoed in the air with suffocating pressure. This voice said, "You failed, didn't you, fool?" Looking around, Yuan wondered about that pressure, but Light had a suspicion. Dogo knew exactly who was behind it, the constellation. The voice began to torture the defeated man and said to him, "Looking at the situation, it seems your role is no longer useful." The man, now staggering from dark energy, tried to plead with the voice, wishing for another chance, but the voice didn't believe him and said, "Sacrifice yourself so your comrades can collect the loot." While watching the man's suffering, Light asked what was happening, and Yuan ordered everyone to move away. The voice continued, "By Okotos, sacrifice yourself." The man screamed, trying to escape his fate. Yuan tried to flee quickly, but against that energy, he realized it was too late. He couldn't avoid the explosion or escape its range. Again, the bomb exploded in the air with dust and debris. Worried, Dogo looked toward Yuan, searching for him. Relieved to find Yuan was fine, the hero sat on the ground. The explosion stopped 1 meter away from him. Nearly losing consciousness, he commented, "For a moment, I saw the river of Samsara." Terrified, Rochelle rushed toward him. Light did the same and asked, "How are you okay now?" At that moment, Yuan realized he couldn't avoid the attack. In that moment, he used the concept he extracted from the magic bomb, directing its explosion toward the ground to push the shockwave from the other one. Stopping an explosion with another was unprecedented even for Dogo. It was difficult for Yuan to do. If he had been a minute late, it would have been a real disaster. Curious, Light asked what happened to the man. The hero thought he was fine. Perhaps he was sent back to the first floor since they're still inside the tower. However, the dark voice contradicted that. The dark voice said, "He's dead. He's really dead. You killed him during the battle with you. You destroyed his core." Ban frowned and smiled, questioning the voice. Then Yuan said, "What nonsense are you talking about? You caused the explosion. We only acted for survival." But the voice said, "I lost a member and gained nothing. I should have been more careful when I learned the tower treats you all in a special way." Light didn't believe it, and Yuan quickly cut off the voice's speech and said, "Stop talking in circles and speak clearly. Who was that man and who are you?" The voice fell silent, then finally said only one thing to the group: "We are Exodus, your enemies." The hero was shocked and confused by those mysterious parting words. When the energy dissipated, Rochelle felt relieved. Although Yuan was still grinding his teeth with anger, he couldn't understand why none of them were acting normal. Nevertheless, Rochelle held on to the important information they had obtained, the organization's name, Exodus, which she clearly remembered. Light knew about that organization. Exodus is the most famous pirate group across all dimensions. The constellation must be one of their investors. Yuan remembered that Professor Yumina had mentioned Exodus pirates before. Light didn't understand what was going on. Why were these people targeting them? Dogo found it amusing and said, "We were going to meet them eventually while climbing the tower. Isn't it useful to experience this now?" Yuan ended up agreeing, which made Light frown and say, "You two really understand each other." However, Light felt something wasn't right about what the constellation said regarding the tower treating them in a special way. Their conflicts were now confirmed. "Does anyone feel something?" Light looked around worriedly. Then Rochelle received a notification. So did Light and Dogo. The three gathered to check the notification, leaving Yuan out, which made the hero nervous. "Did you receive a message from the director?" Actually, Dogo denied it, but she revealed it was something that should have happened to Yuan as well. The three had leveled up, and this left Yuan in a state of shock. Dogo saw her level rise for the first time since entering the tower. Is this a reward from the tower for facing the constellation's attack? She wondered. Light found it frustrating if things had actually happened as Dogo imagined. Rochelle, upon seeing her stats increase significantly, seemed pleased. The three sat contemplating how they had improved, while Yuan stood alone, slightly amused. While watching his companions use status windows for the first time, the hero realized they hadn't leveled up before, simply because their averages were already too high. He turned his thoughts to himself, wondering if the tower was ignoring him, since he hadn't received any notification or reward. To make sure, he activated the all-seeing eye skill. Then he realized he was wrong. In the middle of the crater left by the explosion, he saw a concept floating among the smoke and dust. It was a strange concept floating exactly where that enemy had disappeared. The hero approached the concept, believing it was his reward, and touched it. As soon as he connected with the spiritual element, powerful energy spread. Words upon words flowed over Yuan's arm, transferring large amounts of stats to him. Yuan was shocked when he saw himself gain 79 health points. Something crazy. In addition, there were some concepts he hadn't seen before. The first was the concept of transformation, something that couldn't normally be applied to humans. The other was Starlight Scar, a trace of pure starlight that remains even after all individuals have gone extinct. The hero thought the first represented supreme transformation power, while the second was related to the emerald. While Yuan was trying to understand how he could use these concepts, Eve appeared. When Yuan asked Eve if she wanted the transformation concept, the little snake swayed enthusiastically with a happy look. Sighing, the hero retrieved the concept. "Well, it's not like I was going to use this anyway." Then he continued, eat, Eve." Lovingly, the little snake swallowed the transformation concept, and immediately energy effects began flowing through her body. Yuan cried out in surprise, which drew the attention of the others, who looked toward him quickly. Rochelle was the first to approach, asking what happened. Trembling, Yuan answered, "Eve." She turned into an egg. The hero was holding in his hands an egg with digital characteristics. A notification appeared. The creature has mastered a lower-level concept. Original transformation process in progress. Worried, Rochelle asked if this had happened before. Yuan confirmed, but explained that Eve had hatched last time right after she turned into an egg, which wasn't happening now. Light assumed this happened this time because it was Eve's second evolution. Dogo crossed her arms, smiling challengingly, and said, "Maybe the little girl evolved too." Rochelle, holding the egg, felt warm energy coming from it. Trembling, Yuan even started biting his nails and saying, "Ah, what do I do? What do I do? We've lost the only way to calm Rochelle down in emergencies." Upon hearing Yuan's comment about Rochelle, Light became worried. However, since the next floor was a rest area, they were relatively calm. When they mentioned the next floor, the change happened. After seconds, they appeared on a floor that looked more like a garden under a dome. A beautiful fountain was built in the center of that place, while stone stairs led to higher gardens. This was the 10th floor. which they had only heard about. It was said that sometimes there would be no food or water if climbers were unlucky, but this place was completely different. While wandering around the area, Yuan commented, "Actually, it seems we were really lucky." Light headed toward some trees and collected fruits called Eden fruits, fruits that could restore energy and enhance an individual's potential. She should eat them in rest areas. Based on his companion's advice, the hero picked one of the fruits and bit into it. When he ate it, he was amazed by the sweet and sour flavor. Beside him, Dogo also tried one, and its taste melted in her mouth. Yuan couldn't help but praise it. "This is delicious. I haven't tasted anything this amazing." Dogo followed up with her thoughts. "This is the sweetest thing I've ever eaten. I can feel a slight increase in my internal energy." Rochelle sat on a bench and ate some grapes peacefully. Even her hair color had lightened because of it. In a playful way, Dogo asked if they should eat all the fruits on the floor before moving on, or even pack some, but Light reminded them it wasn't allowed, and that the fruits would disappear as soon as they left the floor. While Dogo was frustrated with the rules, Yuan tried to search for any way to take the fruits with him. Then notifications appeared. "You have eaten an Eden fruit and unique fruits. The fruit of knowledge. From now on, the all-seeing eye can identify sins." The hero was confused. He looked at the fruit in his hand, wondering if it was really called the fruit of knowledge. So this fig-like fruit is called that. Although he had gained a new power, he tried to imagine what exactly identifying sins meant. At that moment, Rochelle called everyone's attention, saying she found a mysterious chest. Dogo smiled and quickly explained, "This is a reward for achievements. Even on lower floors, there should be something interesting inside, right? Because so far, we haven't gone through normal trials." They all remembered what they faced in recent days. They faced planets twice, as well as many elite monsters, and a trap area. Recalling these difficulties, Yuan felt that everything had been compiled and presented to the group, making him believe the reward would be worth it. When he approached the wooden chest decorated with gold, Yuan was amazed. "Wow, this must be the achievement reward we heard about." Since Rochelle wasn't well informed, Yuan explained, "There's a treasure in every rest area to reward earned achievements. Since these are wooden chests with golden edges, they should be of the highest grades of the lower level." Rochelle was confused about how chests were classified, and Yuan continued explaining, "Treasure chests in rest floors are classified by material: wood, copper, silver, and gold. The better the material, the better the contents." Light was excited about the reward and wanted to open the chest immediately, but Dogo stopped her. Confused, Light asked why, and Dogo's response was direct: "Let Yuan open the chest." Light's confusion increased and she was quickly surprised by the explanation. "I feel we'll be unlucky if you open it." Rochelle immediately agreed. Desperately, Light wanted to know why she deserved that, and Dogo's response was firm: "Because you're unlucky." While the two were bickering as usual, Yuan opened the chest, and Rochelle was beside him peeking. As soon as the two saw the glowing contents, they were struck with amazement. Yuan recognized the item inside the chest, a magic wand for a magical girl. The wand inside the chest was a short pink staff decorated with a ribbon and a large heart-shaped jewel. Light, who didn't recognize the item, assumed it had no obvious function, and guessed it was a ceremonial tool. Yuan picked up the wand, and Rochelle commented, "It has a strange shape." Feeling the aura emanating from the thing, Dogo guessed it must be an artifact. Yuan became more aware of what the item might be. The hero asked Rochelle to lend it to him. Just from the design, Yuan knew this piece was from his world. It was something magical girls used. Upon examining the item's properties, he discovered that all its concepts were related to magic, and it had impressive spirit points of 200. Seeing Yuan carefully contemplating the wand, Dogo approached him. "Did you discover something?" After analyzing the item, Yuan shared his thoughts. "I think it's a teaching tool for beginner magic. It seems to have a spirit embedded in it to teach the user." Light was shocked to hear that the item could have a spirit that teaches people. Before their disbelief grew, the wand in Yuan's hand began to move as if it had a life of its own. Since Yuan recognized the item, he requested, "Guys, can I keep this?" "Of course, I'll pay for it." The whole team quickly agreed to let him have it. They had acknowledged Yuan's efforts so far, and felt he deserved a reward. Placing the item in his inventory, the hero commented gently, "I have a feeling this little one will help me a lot." After putting the items away, Yuan began collecting various fruits, and Light quickly warned him, "Yuan, I already told you there's no point in taking more." Yuan made a basket of fruits and handed it to her. Light was very confused. "What's this? Won't they disappear as soon as we leave?" Yuan agreed that Light was right, but he took out the golden jelly, concluding he might try something since he had nothing to lose. He did some exercises as preparation and said, "Alright, I'll pay you now." Dogo was a bit confused and asked if Yuan was going to pay with money. Pan shook his head and said he wouldn't pay with money. He threw the new basket to Light, asking her to follow him. Dogo and Rochelle quickly realized what Yuan planned, especially remembering how he used the jelly a few days ago. The confused Light approached the hero with the fruits. Yuan sat on the ground and began questioning. Don't you think it's strange how only one fruit can be eaten or how it disappears when taken outside? But what would happen if it was combined with other items? What would happen after consuming it? He extended his hand, and the hero began separating a fruit's concept. With the golden glow and its concepts coming out of the fruits, the hero moved his hand toward the jelly. If no one has tried this before, why don't we be the first to try it? A powerful magic circle appeared around the jelly jar, beginning a transcendent fusion of the fruits with the basic elixir. Surrounded by the glow from the magic circle, Light and Rochelle were amazed. In a moment, the jelly jar transformed into a life elixir worth 30 points. With the contents now looking more like golden honey, this item now had the ability to restore and enhance the user's health and magic. Endless new possibilities were unlocked. Long-term use might enhance its effect, but excessive consumption at once would lead to consequences. Light was shocked to see what Yuan made. Even Dogo was shocked and amazed. Yuan clarified that they couldn't try its taste or effects because of the room's rules. To taste it or check the effects, they had to leave first. Excited for the first time, Dogo acted immediately. So let's go now. Everyone agrees to leave, right? Asked Rochelle. Light and Tan took a quick rest and agreed. Seeing how enthusiastic everyone was to try the sweet elixir, especially Dugu, Yuan couldn't refuse their decision to move forward. They were quickly transported to the 11th floor. As soon as they arrived, they rushed to ask Yuan about the elixir, and when he checked his inventory and saw it was still there, he gave the okay signal. It worked. It's still here. Suddenly, Dugu jumped over Pan and hugged him tightly in celebration. I knew you could do it, Yuan. After Yuan cleared his throat, Dugu realized what she had done, and her face turned red, as did Yuan's. Even more unexpectedly, she threw him aside with a strike. You're too close. Light tried to defend Yuan, reminding her that she was the one who hugged him, but she quickly told her to shut up. While Rochelle gritted her teeth in jealousy, the hero got up, rubbing his aching head. I was more surprised than you. Suddenly, Yuan heard a nearby sound. Before he realized it, 3 shelled crabs appeared. The monsters of the 11th floor were present. Their bodies and shells were covered with algae, and their numbers were as large as the spiders from the tower. Yuan quickly ran toward his group. Guys, they're here. Angrily, the crabs attacked. As soon as Yuan called for help, 2 attacks flew past his shoulders, destroying the monsters chasing him. Furiously, Dugu finished them off. Then she said, I was already upset that I couldn't eat the elixir because I was full, but you helped with digestion. Yuan was shocked to see his companion excited to eat again. Before he could say anything, Dugu made a bold announcement. Let's fight monsters until we feel hungry again. Knowing how much time they would spend fighting, Yuan regretted not doing something else instead of making the elixir. After 10 hours, the group had already reached the 14th floor. Angrily, Dugu hit the wall with her hand while complaining, Damn, why don't I feel hungry? Dugu had pulled the entire group to the 14th floor, even though they were completely exhausted after fighting monsters for several hours straight. Yuan sighed. He didn't expect to remain full for half a day, even after all this effort. Light felt the same way. We've only gone through 3 floors trying to make ourselves feel hungry. We must be the only team that tried something like this, but I'm still full and can't even take another step. Seeing everyone complaining, Dugu crossed her arms. She thought for a moment, then asked, maybe we'll feel hungry when we reach the 15th floor. Everyone almost cried at the suggestion. Yuan asked them to stop. While Light tried to remind Dugu that it was almost midnight, the hero suggested they stop here, even if they had the ability to continue. Upon hearing the suggestion, Dugu asked why they should stop. In response, Yuan pointed in a direction. Rochelle was very angry. After hours of fighting, the girl was about to enter Berserk mode. Dugu realized, when looking at Rochelle, that she could lose control at any moment. That's why Yuan didn't want to move forward. Since they no longer needed dinner, Yuan instructed everyone to clean up the place and rest. The next day, they could advance toward the 15th floor. Unexpectedly, Yuan created a portable bathroom complete with a basket of shampoos and soap. He asked everyone to use the bathroom first, which led Dugu to ask what he was going to do. He answered, I'll clean up later. I want to focus a little more on the manifestation technique. With her arms crossed and a slight smile, Dugu felt proud. I'm glad I taught you. The level of mastery completely changes the manifestation technique, so keep working hard. Immediately, Dugu grabbed Riley by the neck and dragged her to the bathroom. I'll take the beast for a bath so we don't get in your way. The hero, seeing Light beside him, tried to send her out to bathe, but that made Light feel nervous. What are you saying? I'm a boy too. Do you want me to bathe with them? What kind of nonsense is this, Yuan? Yuan was amazed by her reaction. He couldn't believe that Light still hadn't realized that her true identity as a girl had already been exposed. Shrugging his shoulders, Yuan suggested another option. Then you can take off your clothes and bathe outside. This statement made Light feel even more embarrassed. With Light reacting dramatically, Yuan decided to tease her a little. We're both men, right? So what's the problem? Why all this fuss? Light stammered, trying to find a response. Even if we're both boys, I can't do that in front of others. Rolling his eyes, Yuan asked what they should do. Then Light asked him to turn his back. While she was taking off her armor, Light scolded Pan, "If you try to peek, I'll get angry." While watching Light take off the armor, he noticed a necklace around her neck, but he didn't think much of it. After everyone did what they needed to do, they slept and waited for the next day. When they woke up and started eating breakfast, Light was already nervous and talking to Dugu. "What? Use the spear again? How did we end up here?" Dugu calmly reminded Light how she fought well, without using her weapon from the 7th floor to the rest area. During that time, she became increasingly accustomed to fighting. Yuan also agreed with Dugu, encouraging Light to use the spear. The only person who didn't encourage Light was Rochelle, who was clearly eating her instant noodles. With a tilted facial expression, Light admitted she could no longer use the spear. There weren't strong monsters in Room 7, so nothing happened, but we don't know what will appear next. Elite monsters can appear at any moment. Fighting without the holy sword is dangerous. Something is sure to happen. Upon hearing Light's words, Dugu started thinking. She realized Light was right and agreed to let her use the holy sword. And when she got her permission, Light became extremely excited. In a moment, she pulled out the sword and hugged it like a precious treasure. "My holy sword, I won't leave you again." Passionately, Yuan approached Dugu to ask if it was okay for Light to use the sword. Dugu felt she had no other choice. She's reached her mental limit. We'll need to pamper her now. While the two were talking, the beast in front of them roared. Holding her fork, Riley was grinding her teeth from hunger. Even after eating well, Dugu didn't understand why she was acting this way. But Yuan had a feeling. Maybe she's on alert because we're standing too close to each other. With a shrug of her shoulders, Dugu moved away with a grumble. Obsession, then jealousy. "I'm starting to worry about the future of this group." The hero asked Dugu if she thought they would be able to continue, but she turned the question back to him. After a few hours, the group reached the 15th floor. There, they faced an army of orc monsters armed with spears. Raising their arms, the orc monsters let out a war cry and attacked toward the group. Cornered, the students drew their weapons, ready to fight. The first to act was Light, who regained her confidence with the holy sword. Through a strike of the blade, she shattered the handles of many spears, then said, "Who do you think you're attacking?" The hero couldn't help but be impressed by Light's renewed attitude, although it made him feel somewhat worried too. As he himself began fighting the orcs, Yuan commented that he might be in trouble if they didn't allow Light to use the sword. Seeing Yuan lose focus for a moment, Dugu quickly warned him, "This isn't the time to get distracted." As she warned him, a huge orc, much larger than Yuan's size, raised its axe to strike him. Dugu quickly grabbed his attention, extending her arm charged with energy. The energy of the attack passed by someone and struck the giant orc forcefully. Rochelle didn't stay still either. Using her claws, she carved her way toward the orc and finished the work that Dugu had started. As soon as the girls defeated the enemy, Yuan thanked them. Dugu cleaned her hands, telling him to be more careful, while Rochelle bared her teeth in response. She continued fighting against the orcs fiercely, and Yuan realized she was close to entering Berserk mode. At the same time, Eve showed no signs of waking up. This meant he would need to try again to do what he failed to do last time. While preparing his thoughts on how to restrain Rochelle, Yuan didn't notice another orc approaching him from behind. However, when the orc's attack came, Yuan managed to raise his sword in time, defending by instinct. The orc roared, hair and beard covering its face. "Aha, I am Konos of the Pride of the Rusty Halberd Army. I will turn you all into food." Before Konos could continue his speech, Light struck him from behind, just as Konos had tried to do with Yuan, cutting off the orc's speech. However, the orc resisted the blow and remained standing, forcing his body forward. Now face to face with Yuan, he smiled. "You look like the weakest one here." Smiling amid the dust raised by the attack, the hero showed no fear and said, "And how would you know that?" Before the orc could answer, Yuan witnessed his removal. Light struck the orc again, and with a sharp look, "You talk too much for just a tower monster." After Light's attack, what was above the monster's shoulders rolled onto the stone floor. With a cold look, he stared at those on the other side of the room. To Yuan's surprise, Light advanced alone, shouting at the other orcs, "Only small monsters are left." With the holy sword, confidence returned to Light's attacks. causing the same fate for the other monsters. After finishing off the group that was with him, she waved her sword, relaxing as she sighed to herself and muttered, "I didn't imagine I'd notice the same orcs I saw in my country here." But with the glowing sword, she was confident that such a barbaric race wouldn't stand before her. Amid Light's thoughts, Dugu screamed, "Emergency!" When Light looked back, she saw Dugu complaining angrily. "What are you doing here? Taking out everyone without saying a word." Yuan clicked his tongue, warning everyone that taking out the last monster would soon change the floor. Dugu continued questioning, "Didn't we agree to regroup before the room transition? Did you forget that?" Unexpectedly, Light gasped in response and stunned Dugu and Yuan with what she said. "What are you worried about? As long as I have my holy sword, we'll get through the next rounds easily." Light was confident enough to say they didn't need to waste time on such a low level. With a sarcastic look, Light questioned Dugu, "Are you upset because you couldn't do anything? Okay, I'll leave some for you next time." Light's words brought out anger inside Dugu, who clenched her fist tightly, frowning and emitting an aura of frustration. She was ready to fight. Noticing the hostile atmosphere between team members, Yuan placed himself between the two to calm them down. Looking at Light, Yuan wondered why she suddenly changed, saying things she normally wouldn't say. The moment Yuan warned that they needed to prepare for the next floor change, the ground began to shake. Team members were covered in light as the space began to change shape. Dugu and Light, astonished, also got ready. Soon, several giant chess pieces began to form while the walls disappeared. When the quartet realized it, they found themselves in the middle of a giant chessboard, with many pieces scattered around them. Confused, Yuan noticed they hadn't been transported to a new floor. The floor itself had changed. Suddenly, Rochelle fell to the ground, drawing everyone's attention. Yuan ran toward her, worried. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Breathing with difficulty, Rochelle exhaled warm air while groaning. She grabbed Yuan's arm, clenched her teeth in pain and whispered, I can't take it anymore. I can't hold it back anymore." Yuan realized that Rochelle was about to lose control, and this was exactly why she needed rest periods before floor transitions. At that moment, when things were already worrying, a creature appeared, speaking in a deep voice. "Are you the humans who killed my soldiers?" The orc with the large axe introduced himself proudly. "I am Kiros, commander of the Great Regiment," the great orc shouted, and his eyes showed anger at the loss of his men. With an open mouth, Yuan realized that this orc's soldiers must have been the ones they eliminated in room 15. Confused, thinking they might still be in room 15, or that it was connected to this floor, Yuan opened the tower information window. There, a small phrase was written, "Room 16 rule. The weakest soldier advances first." Unexpectedly, the orc Kiros pointed at Yuan. "Come on, weakest human, step forward." He pointed his finger, arrogantly. "I'll teach you a lesson." When Yuan learned that the orc was talking to him, he prepared to go first, but Light stopped him. "Yuan, don't worry about things like this." Stepping forward, Light declared confidently, "There's no need to comply with a stupid rule like this." Yuan was surprised by Light's actions, who used the full power of the holy sword, causing fiery wings to appear on her back. Angry at the chief orc, Light shouted, "How dare an ordinary orc talk about rules to someone like me?" Light jumped quickly, advancing toward the orc, even as Yuan tried to tell her not to do it. The orc looked at Light advancing, and asked if she was the weakest human. Ignoring the question, Light shouted confidently, "I'll finish you with one strike." The orc observed and came to a conclusion, "You're not the weakest." Light swung the holy sword, attacking the orc and striking his shoulder. However, the orc's expressions were emotionless. A warning alert appeared. "Rule broken. Penalty applied. 1 skill reduced. All stats will decrease." Light's sword bounced off the great orc's shoulder. An annoying smile formed on the orc's face. Before she could respond, the orc launched an attack, tearing Light in half. Light didn't even speak, and her gaze only revealed the immense surprise she felt before elimination. Yuan, with wide-open eyes, watched the alert appear as Light disappeared. Light has been eliminated. Trick room. Unlike normal rooms, it was governed by special rules and orders. Such rooms were more difficult than regular rooms, but if the rules were followed, it would be possible to overcome them and get great rewards. However, any move that violates the mandatory rules would lead to severe penalties. Before Yuan and Dago, these penalties were revealed with Light's elimination. Yuan felt they were now in trouble. The difficulty of the Tower of Babel always matched the maximum power of the teams. When the difficulty value was set, even if the group lost members, it remained calculated at the same ratio it started with. For this reason, it was always necessary to advance to the next room only when the team was fully prepared. With Light advancing and being eliminated, Yuan felt that the exploration in the tower had already been doomed to failure. He cursed Light internally. The orc put his hand on his shoulder because although Light's sword didn't split him in half, it left a small open wound. The orc looked at his hand, stained with red. Kiros gritted his teeth as he laughed and remembered Light, then said, "You're a surprisingly strong human. You attacked directly to take my life, and managed to injure me before you lost yours. I enjoyed fighting you." The orc advanced, became more lively, and began to grow as he challenged. "Come on, human. Face me. Face me. I am Kiros. I'm ready for anything you want to throw at me." Frowning, Yuan wondered if breaking the rules had made the orc stronger too. Dogo sighed, not expecting things to reach this point, and said, "I knew the sword affects her mind, but I didn't think she would become completely stupid." Rubbing his head, Yuan ended up confirming Dogo's words, which unfortunately were accurate. Yuan hadn't known Light for a long time, but he had never seen her this careless and frustrated. He really couldn't understand what happened. The only possibility Yuan could imagine was that restricting Light from using the sword during the exploration had caused the reaction that appeared. Dogo didn't know if Yuan was right, but she was sure of one thing: we can't trust that sword. It will definitely cause a critical mistake again because of it. With a grim look, Dogo swore, "Once we get out of here, I'll make her go through strict training." Yuan then looked at the orc, asking Dogo to maintain focus to pass the floor, but she refused. With one person already eliminated, there was no reason to continue exploring. However, Dogo summoned her own sword. Advancing against the orc, she revealed her plan. "Let's use this opportunity to break as many rules as possible and see how heavy the price is." The orc laughed upon seeing another human, not the weakest, advancing. He pointed at Dogo, shouting, "Just looking at you, I know you're not the weakest. You're ignoring the rules again." Dogo stopped and looked at Yuan and Rochelle. She stepped forward firmly this time while speaking to Yuan. "I'll apologize first, Yuan. Try to deal with this orc alone with Rochelle." When Dogo stood before the orc and he raised his axe to eliminate her, Dogo said to Yuan, "Don't forget what I told you before we entered the tower. Understand?" Yuan tried to stop her, but the orc, rushing with energy, had already reached the young woman. Dogo waited for the orc's attack. At the last moment, she drew her sword. Rule violation alerts appeared again with the penalty notification. The moment the orc attacked Dogo with the axe, she faced the strike in return. Yuan, with open eyes, looked at the result of that confrontation. Dogo began to disappear as a notification appeared that she had been eliminated. Even after defeating the second human, the orc screamed in pain because his hand flew away with the axe as a result of Dogo's attack. Through his clenched teeth, the orc screamed, "How dare that thin human take my arm?" He fell on his knees before Yuan. The hero commented, holding his sword, "Maybe you got a strong boost because of the penalties, but of course, you're not in good shape now." With a cold look, Yuan declared, "For the two who were sacrificed earlier, I'll ensure I eliminate you and move forward." As the orc gritted his teeth, he said, "Finally, the weakest advances." But Yuan was shocked because he felt the chaotic aura that Rochelle carried, who jumped and attacked the orc. Rochelle spread her claws and extended her hand while roaring fiercely. Yuan looked back and saw Rochelle advancing with wide eyes as he watched her go completely insane. Yuan quickly released his sword to stop in front of Rochelle. The hero grabbed her wrists, preventing her advance. Rochelle tensed and bit her teeth amid her roaring, trying to get past Yuan, who was blocking her way. "Stop, Rochelle. If you break the rules too, we don't know what else will happen." Yuan was talking about the orc, the same orc that Rochelle wanted to attack fiercely. Yuan felt his words didn't reach her, leaving him with only one choice. He quickly raised his hand and created a magic circle. His intention was to plant positive emotions on Rochelle's mental path. Although that was blocked last time, Yuan tried again to push different emotions into the beast's heart. Confident of his success, he made his magic circle glow intensely. As soon as the circle disappeared, Yuan checked whether Rochelle had awakened from her madness. Unexpectedly, she fell on her knees, panting heavily. She put her hand on her throat as if feeling a huge lack of air, screaming in pain. Yuan didn't know what to do when faced with this situation. Worried, he didn't understand why her condition was getting worse. While Yuan was trying to save Rochelle, the orc he ignored smiled maliciously. He gathered all the strength he had left, enduring the pain, and with his only hand, grabbed the lost axe. Yuan tried to lift Rochelle, who stopped screaming, asking if she could speak normally now, but Rochelle kept growling. Her strength and madness didn't decrease. Unexpectedly, Yuan felt Rochelle grab his shoulder. Before he could do anything, she threw him away. saving him from the orc's huge axe. He fell to the ground, and Yuan gritted his teeth, realizing that the commander orc had attacked. The next thing he noticed was the notification that appeared. Attack failed. Rules disappeared. Rochelle moved quickly, taking a position in front of Yuan to protect him from the orc, who breathed loudly. Damn, I wanted to eliminate both of you at once. The orc, looking at the human who appeared before him, was surprised and repeated, "That woman, even if she acted on instinct, she's still protecting him." The orc's gaze turned to Yuan, commenting unexpectedly, "Hey, human man, you're really lucky. You have the best possible partner." Before he finished, sharp claws silenced him. Rochelle didn't allow the orc to finish his words and destroyed his upper body. While she was protecting him, Yuan put his hand on the right side of his body, feeling pain. If Rochelle hadn't acted as a shield, the orc's attack would have split Yuan in half. Both would be in danger if this continued. Yuan grabbed a healing potion and called out, "We need to heal our wounds before we start changing floors." However, soulless, Rochelle didn't respond. A fierce and insane look controlled her. She turned quickly and attacked Yuan unexpectedly. The hero fell to the ground, astonished. Rochelle put her hands on the ground, releasing an extremely evil and terrifying aura, showing that her raging state had never been neutralized. Yuan felt the furnace inside her was burning her emotions more intensely. As he tried to understand what was happening, an aura appeared around him. The room began to change, and soon the duo found themselves in a scenario similar to what was before. They weren't alone. Heavy footsteps caught their attention. In room 17, they found masked giants, a tribe containing many members armed with clubs and axes. Upon seeing such monsters, Rochelle's anger increased. Worried, Yuan frowned and quickly extended his hand to try to stop her. But before that, she rushed fiercely. Watching the beasts attack, the giants raised their weapons and advanced toward her, her roar like a wild beast. Rochelle extended the claws rising from her fingers and displayed her teeth in her mouth. Before Yuan, the battle began, erupting violently. Gripping the handle with his angry fist, Yuan struck the ground. He felt an immense sense of failure. He didn't know why, but he couldn't stop Rochelle from going berserk. Even after he'd asked with a smile on his face for Rochelle to trust him before they climbed the tower, he had trusted his abilities too much with a completely careless mentality. Thinking about everything that had happened so far, Yuan's anger at himself grew and he said, "Why didn't I think a little more? I judged and tried to handle Rochelle's fight the way I wanted. Maybe I was just a conceited fool." With a look of sadness, Yuan thought nothing else mattered. Since Light and Dogo had already been eliminated, the mission could be considered a failure. Yuan lost the will to try to stop Rochelle. She was threatened with elimination and return, which made it increasingly make sense. Before one of the giant's arrows, he didn't even move. The beast fired the arrow, and Yuan accepted his fate, but someone else didn't accept it. Unexpectedly, Rochelle jumped in front of Yuan and received the arrow instead of him. Then she pulled out the arrow and threw it on the ground, still ready to continue fighting, standing and gritting her teeth. She was threatening the giants, showing she wouldn't give up. With her complete instinct, Rochelle roared savagely, screamed at the top of her lungs and released all her emotions in the form of rage. Yuan partially understood the feeling in her voice, the instinct to protect. As Rochelle advanced again toward the giants, Yuan remembered the words she'd said to him with a smile before they climbed the tower. "I'm counting on you there, Yuan. I'll listen to everything you say. I trust you." Although he knew the mission had already failed and everything had become chaotic, Yuan took out a potion from his inventory. Upon drinking it, he recovered 2 health points, 1 body point, 2 magic energy points, and 1 magic point. With the increased natural healing speed thanks to the potion, Yuan declared firmly, "I won't allow things to end here." Although he didn't give up, he didn't see things getting better either. Rochelle continued her attack on the giants with all her energy. Although he needed to return her to normal, Yuan didn't know how to achieve that. Moreover, recklessly intruding on her emotions didn't seem to be the solution. Yuan tried to imagine what Rochelle was like when she wasn't in a berserk state. She seemed more like a puppy, completely dependent on him. However, what he was seeing now seemed like a beast heading toward its end. Then Yuan realized something in his own thoughts. Rochelle was a beast. Being a beast didn't mean she couldn't be tamed. Only those who were born wrong were like that, but Rochelle wasn't. Yuan clearly saw Rochelle's normal side as her human side. He tried to imagine why Rochelle didn't understand him. If she wasn't savage from the beginning, maybe there was something wrong with the way he was approaching her. Yuan remembered when Dogo had asked him a question. Do you know the meaning of the word submission, Yuan? The words Dogo had spoken before brought understanding to Yuan. At that moment, he wondered if submission was related to judgment, but that wasn't the answer Dogo wanted. Dogo explained point by point what Yuan didn't understand at the time. From the perspective of someone subjected to judgment, it might seem unpleasant, but some find security and strong leadership. In this sense, it seemed that Beast wanted someone it could submit to, someone strong and in control. Looking Yuan deeply in the eyes, Dogo taught him how he should act. When Rochelle stops understanding your words, you must stop trying to speak gently to her. Yuan didn't believe Dogo's directions at the time, but now things seemed to become clear. He realized Rochelle was still capable of communicating, but his method was too weak. His voice wasn't reaching her. Then he decided to follow the only path that could truly reach her and make her stop fighting. Rochelle, filled with rage, continued to advance toward the giants, unaware of Yuan's thoughts. At that moment, Yuan jumped in front of her, blocking an attack by placing his sword in front of his body. He swung the sword, making Rochelle step back while he shouted, "Rochelle, enough." The last giant was confused when he was saved by the human who tried to warn, "Rochelle, this is the last giant. If you defeat him, we'll be sent to the 18th floor, so let's stop here. We need to rest first and prepare." Although she was gritting her teeth, Rochelle didn't advance immediately. The last monster tried to attack Yuan, but Yuan broke its movement and also broke its teeth with a kick. Yuan yelled at the last monster while annoyed, "I'm dealing with a serious matter. Shut up for a few seconds." The monster fled to a corner to hide and started crying like amateurs. When Yuan looked at Rochelle again, he noticed her movement. Rochelle attacked again, and when he saw she didn't want to listen, Yuan had only one solution. He drew a rope and started swinging it like a whip. He roared with eyes full of annoyance. "If this is the case, I have no choice but to use this." Yuan threw the rope up and made it spin. Rochelle was attracted to the rope, which Yuan pulled forcefully toward her. The rope cut through the air like a whip when it hit the ground, creating waves of energy charged with Yuan's power. He shouted, making Rochelle step back. "Back off." Rochelle screamed angrily at the attack, but unexpectedly, her hair color changed a bit. Nevertheless, she was still angry and saw Yuan taking a chair. With a cold look, he placed the chair on the ground. Finally, Rochelle heard Yuan's command, "Rochelle, sit." While hitting and pointing at the chair, Yuan commanded. The command made Rochelle scream with more anger, but she screamed while sitting on the chair, obedient. Yuan sighed, as if dealing with a dog. While annoyed, he hit the ground with the rope, roaring, "Shut up." Confronted with the screaming and the noise of the rope, Rochelle tensed up with tears in her eyes. Yuan extended his hand to her and asked, "Rochelle, give me your paw." Although she was gritting her teeth, this time from frustration, Rochelle extended her hands and placed them on Yuan's hand. When she touched his hand, he noticed she had retracted her claws. This made him praise her. "Good girl. Excellent." Extending his other hand, Yuan touched Rochelle's head and started petting her like dogs, and the girl replaced her angry eyes with astonishment. To his amazement, a shimmer appeared in Rochelle's hair, making her condition quickly return to normal. Yuan sensed she had become conscious, and Rochelle blushed with embarrassment. When he found her speaking again, Yuan, surprised, felt relieved. "Rochelle, you're back. Finally, your mind returned." In the middle of his sentence, Rochelle quickly stood up. Unexpectedly, she hugged Yuan and whispered in his ear, "You are the first, and will be the only one in the world, my lord." Yuan felt a strong shock hit his body. The hero fell with Rochelle sitting in his lap while thinking about what happened. Immediately, a notification window appeared to him. The concept of obedience has been established. Rochelle has become a completely submissive being exclusively to Yuan. When he read this, Yuan felt everything was crazy. After a while, Rochelle woke up again, now lying with her head on a pillow, and Yuan had dressed her in a shirt. Rochelle got up quickly, remembering what happened, and hearing Yuan's voice next to her while he was tying up the last monster. "Ah, you're awake." Tears of worry fell on Rochelle's face as she quickly approached Yuan to see if he had any injuries. To reassure her, Yuan showed her how the elixir worked. He explained that he made her drink the potion while she was unconscious to heal her wounds. But, although she didn't feel pain, Rochelle felt bad. "You saved me again, Yuan. I became a burden on you again." Yuan put his hand on Rochelle's head again, petting her while asking her not to worry. While looking at her warmly, he reminded her, "I promised you I'd do everything I can. Sorry I was late. I didn't understand the messages you were sending well. If I had noticed a little earlier, we would have solved the problem faster." Rochelle removed Yuan's hand from her head and placed it on her face. She smiled a sweet smile and with closed eyes whispered softly, "No problem. I'm grateful you didn't forget and kept the promise in mind. Thank you for stopping me, Pan." "No, thank you for stopping me, my lord." Yuan was shocked by the word lord and blushed with embarrassment. Quickly he tried to correct her. "This isn't right. this whole lordship thing. But, as if she wasn't interested in anything but her love for her master, Rochelle contradicted him. There's no problem calling you my lord. Yuan put his hands on his head. There was a big problem with this situation. They were colleagues. She couldn't say things that could resemble master and servant publicly. He tried to imagine what his family would do if they discovered a girl his age calling him lord. They would surely punish him. The family's rejection of the relationship was certain. Unaware of Yuan's thoughts, Rochelle asked if her master was okay. While hesitant, he asked to talk about this conversation later, but he eventually screamed when he saw her trying to cling to him. In the end, Rochelle managed to sit with her arms crossed next to Yuan and tell her story. I was born a half-human being, but I'm different from other half-beings. My ancestors were great, and my father had a contract with a constellation. Rochelle revealed that her father regretted making that contract, but the constellation wasn't planning to let his family, who carried the blood of great beings in their veins, leave without punishment, so they placed a kind of curse on him. Rochelle explained that the curse made her body burn emotions to gain power, but also put her under the control of those emotions herself. Since childhood, whenever her beastly instincts awakened, the curse would burn emotions as fuel, spreading chaos throughout her entire being. When she inherited the clan's legacy, few people could stop her, and since people were constantly getting hurt because of her, Rochelle lived hiding her instincts and hiding her emotions. The more she did this, the more isolated she became. Yuan understood Rochelle's feelings, and also the reason that made her always pale. If any emotion is considered fuel, she would enter a crazy state. Curiously, Yuan asked, "Is this the reason you joined the Union, to find the constellation connected to your family with this?" Rochelle denied, saying neither her father nor she wanted to be involved with the constellations again. She blushed a little while pointing, and Rochelle said there's a more effective way to suppress the burning of emotions, something she was searching for. Curiously, Yuan approached the girl, and while hiding, she revealed, the way is to form a subordinate bond between master and servant, enjoying the master's commands. This is an instinct engraved in the souls of beast beings. They become completely obedient to the chosen master, and the master's commands take precedence over anything else. By sharing all the details, Rochelle revealed the reason that enabled Yuan to control her crazy state. At the same time, she asked, "As long as you want me not to lose control, my body won't burn emotions again." Changing the subject, Yuan finally asked why Rochelle chose him among everyone. The girl had a clear reason for this. The master's soul level must be much higher than the servant's level, but something additional. Not wanting to be blunt, but Rochelle commented, "My soul level is very high, maybe because I was born with the constellation's curse, and because of that, it will be almost impossible for any other person to accept me as their servant." Sitting next to Rochelle, the hero heard her talk about how her frustrating journey began without finding anyone strong enough in the Union, even with students coming from all dimensions. Pausing for a moment to think, Yuan remembered when he first woke up, his value was over 300 points, and the current moment, Rochelle's soul depth reached 200 points, while he reached 460. This represented the conditions of the monstrous beings. After a brief moment of silence, Rochelle continued, "When I first saw you, I thought I could serve you, and you'd become my master. I've been thinking about this since the day we met," hiding a shy smile that made her face flush pink. "I'm so happy you made the decision at the right time. Thank you so much." Yuan laughed somewhat sarcastically and said that this decision was a bit heavy, but Rochelle wasn't going to let him slip away from her. She grabbed his arm and said, "There's nothing that can be done. I was always holding back until now, but now I don't have to anymore. Now I can smile more, cry more, and act more bravely." Ban was surprised when he saw Rochelle express the most genuine smile full of gratitude and affection. Rochelle continued speaking, "This is all because of you. Even if the burden is heavy, you have to take responsibility for me, my lord." Yuan was silent for a moment, before finally agreeing. Rochelle was happy when she heard the answer and asked, "Shall we go now?" Confidently, she wanted to climb the tower alone with him as much as possible, because she wanted to experience what it felt like to control her emotions freely. Before they started doing anything, Yuan discovered he needed to give something to Rochelle. He extended his hand, creating the symbol of wild instinct. While giving the power to Rochelle, he announced, "This is the wild energy I've collected so far, including from the orcs we recently defeated. It's not much, but I want you to take it." With her eyes gleaming with light, Rochelle was amazed by the amount of energy she was receiving. Still surprised, she asked if Ban was really giving this to her. Smiling, the hero nodded his head. He took Rochelle's hand, passing the power of wild instinct while thanking her and saying, "If you agree to this, I'll be very happy to give it to you." And so, a bright light illuminated the room as the wild instinct was transferred to Rochelle. After a while, a small link of light formed, extending from Yuan's fingertip to hers. When she looked at the mark on her finger, her amazement increased. She smiled happily while holding her hand and declared confidently, "Let's hurry and fight. I'm not scared anymore." After Rochelle regained her composure, the duo advanced using all their energy, but in the end, they didn't cover much distance and lost in the 19th room. The main reason for Rochelle's frustration wasn't because she was eliminated, but because she couldn't spend more time alone with Yuan. When the two left the tower, Professor Yumina welcomed them, congratulating them on their effort. Yumina seemed confused and commented to Yuan and Rochelle, "I tried to ask the two who left earlier about the details, but they went straight to the training room before I could talk to them. Did something happen between them?" Yuan explained somewhat vaguely that there was no problem between them. While having a snack with tea and donuts, Yumina brought out, saying, "I'm still surprised. I heard about the part where you caught the infiltrator. When I found out and saw the footage, I was truly shocked. I didn't expect the attacks to continue week after week. No one expected such a thing." It was clear in Yumina's sad eyes how worried she was. Encounters with infiltrators carried a much higher chance of casualties compared to any other irregular phenomenon. This time, everyone returned safely, but it wouldn't be surprising if that didn't happen again. Yuan attributed the outcome to luck and asked if the professor had any idea why the infiltrators attacked. Yumina thought deeply and noted, "It had nothing to do with the academy, but he seemed to possess some qualifications as a climber. Perhaps because you've become promising climbers, they wanted to eliminate you before it was too late." Yuan was astonished at how the professor referred to them in this way. Exactly. Yumina revealed that people associated with a constellation naturally attract the attention of other constellations, especially in their case, which was unique. Refusing a contract with a constellation showed strong will as well as great potential. Yumina left Yuan speechless, ending by saying, "Many constellations want you, or at least are watching you closely." Yumina remembered the recording Yuan made and asked to confirm if those who attacked them were part of Exodus. Exodus was a notorious group of dimension pirates, and the largest group invading the tower with support from constellations. According to Yumina, the constellations supporting Exodus were extremist and known for violence. The new information left Yuan surprised and worried. Yumina was warning them not to make contracts with Exodus because it would take them down a brutal path like the one shown. She felt relieved that Yuan and the others initially. She expected that Class 11 wouldn't be noticed, at least until the end of the first semester. When the professor fell silent again, Yuan tried to recall the methods the attackers used. They resorted to simple tricks, but if they hadn't been noticed, they could have caused immense suffering. Yuan knew they only survived thanks to everyone's high stats. Certainly, a group of ordinary beginners would have been wiped out in their place. This situation was disturbing to Yuan, who pessimistically wondered how many people Exodus had executed in this manner, and there were even constellations supporting them. "They tried to interfere with us since the last campaign. Was it the constellation's fault that Rochelle suffered so much this time, and now they're acting again?" Yuan was unexpectedly overcome and swore not to forgive Exodus or the constellations, and to get rid of both. Yumina, who had been silent, frowned with concern toward Yuan, a truly frightening expression. Realizing he had crossed the boundaries of his emotions, he quickly apologized. However, Yumina felt the same way. She looked down and expressed her concern about the situation. "You all fell into this problem. As the supervisor," she said, "I should help you grow without interference, but it's frustrating that I can't be of much help." Yuan reassured her, saying that no one can control what happens in the tower. Changing the conversation, he asked what he should do about the tower video, which had already been edited. Without hesitation, Yumina ordered, "Just put the video online." Their plan failed, and as soon as the video appears, they won't be able to do anything for a while. After a smile at the professor's comment, Yuan stood up. After they talked about everything necessary, he prepared to leave. Before leaving, Yuan commented, "Nothing good comes from getting involved with constellations. It only happened twice, but I'm starting to get tired of it. I don't think I'll make a contract with them." Yumina considered this decision wise, but she still wanted Ban to take a good opportunity. So she said, "Among the constellations, there are those who care about their contractors." Confused, Yuan turned to look at the professor, who began sweating desperately. She quickly changed the subject. "Nothing. But before you go, I have a suggestion." Elsewhere, Dugu frowned angrily and said, "No, you're not going anywhere. That worm needs more punishment." Light was on the ground, completely exhausted. With determination, Yuan tried to calm Dugu down, because punishing her this severely wouldn't help either. Dugu pulled Light from the destroyed arena because Yuan wanted them to discuss what happened in the tower before going somewhere to get some fresh air. Light, who was crying, tried to get up. Then she said, "Yuan, was what I did that bad?" Yuan replied to her and said, "Yes. You destroyed everything." Then Yuan continued and said, "If you hadn't destroyed everything yesterday, we could have reached the 20th floor. Rochelle and I reached 19 only thanks to luck." When Dugu heard Light saying she made just a small mistake, Dugu got angry again. She clenched her fist tightly, causing Light to hide behind Yuan. Avoiding hitting him again, she roared, "Do you call that a small mistake? It seems you didn't learn the lesson well." Trying to use Yuan as a shield, Light screamed, "No, no, it's my fault. It's my fault. My friends, I'm sorry." Seeing how much Light regretted, Yuan asked Dugu to leave her alone for a bit. With her nose in the air, Dugu looked away and quickly announced, "Fine, but I want 2 gifts." Yuan seemed confused, but Dugu, who was hiding her blushing, remembered Yuan's body and commented, "You promised me in the tower that I could get any gift I wanted?" While Yuan accepted without asking what Dugu wanted, Rochelle felt jealous and Light felt ignored. After a while in Flower City, the group gathered at a clothing store. Dugu held a black dress in front of her body and asked Yuan, "Do these loose clothes really suit me?" While Yuan reassured her, saying they suited her. Dugu wasn't sure what to choose, but she decided to follow Yuan's words, who asked her to try another outfit. Rochelle, who was watching the two, had dark eyes as if she was watching prey. Annoyed, she roared inside, "How dare you treat my master as a servant?" Next to Rochelle, Light called Yuan with concern. "Yuan, I think you should pay attention here too," Dugu felt, although without realizing it, she smiled, which she didn't usually do. In Dugu's mind, although she wasn't used to the style of clothes chosen, she loved it because it was recommended by Yuan. It had been a long time since she went shopping freely, especially like this. While Dugu was smiling happily, there was someone lurking. Rochelle, who was staring at her from afar, said loudly enough to hear, "Greedy pig!" Dugu screamed angrily at Rochelle, causing her to run asking for help from Yuan, who didn't understand how they suddenly started fighting. After a while, Rochelle extended her hand and brought a piece of candy to Yuan's mouth. While watching this scene, Dugu, who should have been treated this way, felt extremely annoyed. Nervous, Yuan tried to push Rochelle away, saying he could eat by himself. Frowning, Dugu inquired, "Can we consider that this beast's problem of turning into a killer in battles has been solved, right?" While he was eating the candy that Rochelle offered, Yuan answered with a full mouth, "Yes, correct." Rochelle rubbed beside him, commenting cheerfully, "Yes, Yuan took care of it perfectly." Despite the situation between the two, Dugu considered it a victory because Rochelle would be under control. Upon discovering that Rochelle's problem had been solved, Light realized she was now the only problem in the team. At the outdoor cafe, Ban asked Dugu how hard she pushed Light in training to call herself a problem. Dugu said that Light isn't a problem, she's a ticking time bomb. Light's sword was a very serious problem. Looking at Light, Dugu asked, "Do you have anything to say about what happened yesterday?" But even Light knew her actions weren't normal. Light leaned back on the table, sighed sadly and said, "I'll try to fight without the holy sword if possible." When she saw her putting this condition to not fight with the sword, Dugu got upset, and even Yuan was worried about her. When he saw Light lying on the table and hiding her face, Yuan wondered why Light wasn't accepting not using the sword. Yuan thought about how much Light hides her problems from the group. In the end, all he could do was sigh and enjoy his iced coffee, because he couldn't force Light to reveal everything. But amid the cold stream of drinking, Yuan received a mental transmission from Dugu. She said to him, "How long will you keep standing there watching?" Yuan was surprised and touched his eye when she warned him, "You're sharing the same room, right? What's the point of being handsome if you don't use it? Try to flirt with her like you did with Rochelle." Ban almost choked on his coffee and coughed quickly from Dugu's words, unaware of the mental transmission he received. Rochelle quickly asked if he was okay. While Rochelle tried to care for Yuan, Dugu continued sending mental messages to him. "If you keep being soft with her, she'll continue to be clingy and keep hiding things, right? You attracted Rochelle, why not Light?" Yuan finally looked at Dugu again and replied, "I wanted to be with Rochelle, but it's not what you think. On top of that, Light is convinced she's a guy, not a girl. What do you expect me to do?" Dogo looked away angrily, avoiding eye contact, and reminding him that he was the one who wanted to support those two, saying, "I'm doing my job, but you need to do yours instead of just sitting there doing nothing." Yuan said he was planning to do something. Then Yuan changed the subject and opened an information window, saying, "Guys, did you hear about the special outdoor activities next week? I'll send you the details via message. Go ahead and check it out." Rochelle, when she heard Yuan's words, remembered that these activities included trips to other dimensions. Yuan confirmed the information, saying they were very large activities where students and teachers travel together. Since it was Dago's first time hearing about something like this, she asked if the guild always did public service like this. When Light saw the trip information, she started getting annoyed, saying, "What's this? Monitoring the lower dimensions in the name of poor souls who can't defend themselves. The goal of this special activity is to stop the monster wave. Why talk about the lower dimensions as if they don't exist without care from the higher ones?" Yuan agreed with Light, and Dogo beside them commented, "If he wants to be a leader of all dimensions, I think that level of vision is necessary. You don't need to twist your thoughts like that." Light sighed and hid her feelings, frustrated that all these activities were just preliminary education for people who wanted to become kings. Yuan chose to stay silent. He had been feeling something for a while. When he saw how angry Light was at the higher dimensions, he figured something must have happened on the planet where Light lived. Yuan forgot about Light's story and said he needed to say something else. Yuan shocked the three at the table with his words. "Starting this week, I'll be attending Professor Yumina's magical combat classes, so I'll be training alone for a while." The three at the table shouted together, "Why are you only telling us this now?" A few days later, in the training room, Yuan found himself sitting on the floor, with the magic staff in his hand. He asked it, "You can speak freely now. I'm waiting." When he saw the staff staying silent, Yuan smiled a dark smile, threatening it. "If you fail again today, I'll break you. It's been 3 days since I got you, and you still haven't given me any concept of magical language. Maybe because you have strong pride, but clearly you're not cooperating." Yuan was running out of time. Professor Yumina was treating him like a magic apprentice because he obtained a magic artifact, so he couldn't allow himself to be humiliated in tomorrow's class. Yuan threw the magic staff on the ground and grabbed a hammer, sighing and saying, "Time is running out. I'm still struggling with the concept. There's no other way, right? I have to destroy it and absorb the concept from its remains." Yuan raised the hammer with a dark look, saying goodbye to the staff. "If you break, it's your fault, not mine. Goodbye." But the moment the hammer was about to strike the magic staff, it shouted, "Wait." The magic staff quickly revealed its voice. "Human, you just jumped inside me without warning and think you can talk to me now? Don't delude yourself. Who are you to try to break me?" Confused, Yuan lifted the magic staff and asked what it meant when it said he entered inside it. "Are you talking about my Babel symbol ability?" The magic staff erupted in anger against Yuan. "That barbaric power. Why should I help someone like you who uses brutal authority? Magic is the path of those who follow the noble, elegant, and absolute laws of the universe. Someone like you will never be a mage." Pressing his ear because of the staff's voice, he told it to shut up. Yuan flipped the staff upside down. Yuan looked at it with wide eyes, directing orders for it to stop making a fuss and quickly hand over the concept it had. Wondering how it ended up with this barbaric creature, the magic staff surrendered. It shook quickly, throwing a small bubble of light with words around it. Upon collecting this concept, Yuan received a notification of absorbing 1,100 units of magical languages. The depth of the all-seeing eye, the all-hearing ear, and the all-speaking tongue reached 165. The staff, with its head down, commented that it always thought it would create a mage who would shake the world, but now it was being seized, experiencing a miserable life. Yuan asked it what life it was talking about. While Yuan continued looking at the language notifications, a different notification appeared. Absorbed 50 units of elemental magic. The depth of the soul reached 510. Amazement filled Yuan's golden eyes. The depth of this concept was no joke. New notifications kept increasing. Complete conversion to kanji of magical language was now possible. Besides that, an elemental notification appeared. Fire, water, wind, earth, and other attributes could now be generated, enhanced, and artificially controlled. Extending his hand, Bon created a magic circle with the 5 elements. Today, he could understand magical language and its structure, something that was impossible before. Finally, he could participate in Professor Yumina's classes without worry. Looking at the magic staff in his hand, Yuan realized it was better than he imagined. When the staff saw the interested young man's gaze, the magic staff began to tremble. Curiously, Yuan asked, "What happened?" The magic staff shouted, "This doesn't make sense. Why would they do this to me? Why?" Ban, confused, looked at the magic staff that decided to philosophize. It had never been someone like this, like the will of a tool. Worried, the hero saw the magic staff getting closer to a background character. He didn't want to know, but he was absorbed in what he didn't expect to hear. The magic staff shouted at the top of its voice, I was human." Silence filled the training room because of the amazing revelation from the magic staff, which saw disbelief in the boy's eyes and shouted louder, "I'm telling you, I was human." Ban couldn't believe the magic staff, as if if its words were inspired by a novel or comic because of the massive cliché. However, courageously, the magic staff insisted it wasn't fabricating things and that it really was a living being, a human of flesh and blood. As eyes appeared in the heart-shaped crystal of the staff, it burst with anger. Those people who I trusted betrayed me and imprisoned me inside this staff. They planted false memories in me to lead me to a miserable life. Confused, Yuan asked why her memories returned at this moment. The magic staff that Yuan was holding revealed that when he pulled its power, of course, the spell's heart that sealed her memories and abilities was broken. Still not completely convinced, Yuan asked if her memories and abilities were fully restored, but the staff replied that it still wasn't at full power after being sealed for such a long time. Yuan didn't think about it much. Internally, he wondered with doubt. It's a tool that needs to be sealed for long periods. Well, from the moment we found it, this staff's stats were actually impressive. The staff thrown in the 10th zone room contained 200 soul points. Thinking about these stats, Ban realized that the magic staff was at the same level as Rochelle, who was born at a very high level among her race. While Ban was surprised by other things, enormous energy floated around the magic staff in his hand, and he wasn't paying attention. The staff ignited with black flames while in a state of rage, saying, "I will achieve my revenge. I promise. No matter what happens, I will restore all my power. I will search for them all." Yuan tried to calm the magic staff until he heard what it was saying. He dropped the staff, which rose filled with energy. While the staff was performing its oath, it began changing its shape before Yuan's eyes, reshaping itself in the air, and the magic staff transformed, and with a gleam of power it became a majestic magic staff, resembling a spear carrying the sun. The complete transformation was shocking to Yuan. But when he grabbed the staff, he saw again how the staff was cursing those who imprisoned it in that form, as if it were its spell, the reason for its existence. Yuan felt that a magic staff for an elementary school student had turned into an emotional teenager. Now, the magic staff was called Celine's Tears, and its attributes were 350 points, both in mana and soul. The name caught Yuan's attention, as did the stats, which rose again. After complaining a lot, the staff felt tired. It tried hard, but it couldn't remember the names of those who imprisoned it in that staff. The memories it opened seemed to be its maximum limit. Amazed by the staff's comment, Yuan asked, "So there's still room for more growth? This isn't a beginner level, is it?" The staff got upset. "What beginner? I'm a beginner? Don't say stupid things. Do you think I can only teach basic magic? Don't even think about using me for small tasks." Yuan realized that the Celine staff, after regaining part of its memory, had changed in behavior. When Yuan called the staff by the name Celine, it felt confused, but it soon revealed that it was the name with which it appeared, presenting a deal. Before the staff, he suggested, "If you help me properly, I'll guarantee your wish too. This way, you can restore your power and memories and complete your goal." After hearing the suggestion, the staff fell silent. The next day, before the magical combat class, Yuan met with Light and Rochelle, focused on Yuan's arm, asking enthusiastically, "Can't I go with you? I think just being by your side is enough, isn't it? I'll be quiet, please." Light grabbed Yuan's other arm, crying. After thinking for a few days, "It seems it's wrong not to use the holy sword, isn't it? Why take that risk? Where can I find something better than my sword?" Yuan quickly pushed them both away, angry. "No, this won't happen. Definitely not. Don't take them with you." Du smiled slyly behind Rochelle and Light and began to comment, "I didn't like how these two were acting recently. Maybe this will improve that." Dogo grabbed Rochelle and Light by their collars and dragged them away while they were crying, begging Yuan to save them. After being alone again, Yuan sat on the couch, able to rest peacefully. The stats window opened, and the hero began studying the structure of the student transfer card, located in the necklace given when they joined the Union. The codes in binary represented concepts related to spatial movements. To use them, there was only a need to extract the variable element, the coordinates. Yuan felt somewhat clever, smiling internally. With his current understanding, plus the power of Celine, this was very suitable for generating coordinates. The spells he didn't understand before could now be easily analyzed and reconfigured by him. After forming the teleporter information, Yuan entered some previously saved coordinates in addition to adding an activation point. Finally, a magic circle appeared around him, amazing him with the result. Thus, he disappeared, teleporting instantly. Yuan appeared elsewhere, amazing a young witch who was resting there. She watched him celebrate, her eyes somewhat shocked. Curiosity forced her to ask, "Teleportation?" Upon hearing someone's voice, Ban turned around. The blue-haired girl, wearing a pointed hat with a clasp, was standing, looking at Yuan, and asked, "Did you just use teleportation?" The hero smiled, confirming that he used the function in the student ID. However, the girl questioned as if she knew the truth. "You changed the coordinates, didn't you?" Impressed, The hero confirmed that. She asked him how he did it. Shyly, Yuan replied, well, using mana of course. That made her curiosity increase. You read and decoded the extensive code of the student ID. The girl grabbed Yuan's shirt, asking him insistently, how did you manage to change only the necessary coordinates for spatial teleportation? As if interrogating him, she pressed the hero. How did you intervene in the code prepared by the director? Scared, Yuan wondered why he was being interrogated suddenly, wondering if he had done something wrong. More importantly, he wondered who that girl was, and whether he had seen her before. Suddenly, Yumina appeared behind Yuan, making him flinch completely. Ban quickly turned around, seeing the teacher. The teacher who was standing there calmly commented, you found your way here well, Banyuan. Oh my, I told you to join the magic class, but I forgot to tell you where the classroom was. I thought I should come get you, but you found the room yourself. After hearing the teacher's words and the students' questioning, the young sorceress looked at them with a curious gaze. Yumina noticed the girl's presence and welcomed her. Oh, Ira, you're here too. Well, shall we start together then? Grateful, the young Ira agreed with Yumina. Yuan stood beside Yumina, who smiled silently, sighing. Ban thanked her. Thank you for your intervention, teacher. This is the first time I've seen someone be this aggressive since I met Duo Yan. Smiling with relief, Yumina commented, well, I also prefer not to have any events that add other heroines. Leaving Ban in a state of confusion, Yumina prepared to start the class. High up in the sky, inside a covered arena, where a limited number of selected students gathered, Yumina called everyone's attention from the platform. Everyone, a new student has joined our class. This is Yuan from class 11. Please, welcome him warmly. While seeing some applauding his joining the class, Yuan nodded his head slightly and introduced himself. From now on, I hope to learn a lot from all of you. Somehow, Yuan was already in that position. All the students there, despite applauding and greeting him, were burning with hatred because he spoke in that tone with the beloved teacher, Yumina. While looking around, Yuan found that the total number of students was only 9. It seemed that only a few could use magic in addition to their innate abilities. And while he was looking around, Yuan spotted the sorceress he had asked about earlier. Thinking about the girl, he tried to remember her name, Ira. She was sitting alone, which bothered him, making him wonder if she and the other students were on bad terms. However, Yuan noticed something that negated his initial idea. In Ira, a large amount of mana burst forth like the sun, while in the other students, this aura was faint like a breeze. There was a large barrier between them, the same thing that kept them apart. Yuan remembered that Dugu in the special class had said there was someone who might be stronger than Ord. Looking at the blue-haired girl with the pointed hat, Yuan wondered if it could be her. While Yumina was preparing to start the class, a blonde girl with short hair raised her hand. Teacher, I have a question. Yumina asked Misty to ask her question, and the girl quickly asked, if this student can also use magic, why hasn't he attended classes until now? Yumina didn't hide the truth and told everyone what surprised them. He obtained an artifact during a recent exploration. The artifact chose him as its owner, which awakened his magical talent. Hearing about the artifact, everyone was shocked with wide eyes. Their surprise and confusion made Yumina realized something, allowing her to do a simple promotion. Oh, it seems you haven't subscribed to the channel yet. The exploration video from last week has already been posted online. Please check it out. I even appeared in some scenes. Immediately, everyone who hadn't subscribed to the channel did so just because of the beautiful teacher. While Yuan saw how Yumina was promoting his channel, he remained shocked. However, some students were confused about the information, saying that an artifact would awaken a magical talent in someone and choose that person as its owner, something they had never seen before. Yumina heard everyone's comments and kept a smile and silence, keeping her thoughts to herself. You're amazing enough to be chosen by the Federation, but perhaps you haven't heard of cases like this before. After all, being born with magical talents is extremely rare. It's understandable that this situation is hard to accept, but for students who have hidden talents, things like this happen all the time. After hearing the explanations, Misty raised her hand again. Teacher, can we ask him to show us some magic? Of course, without using the artifact. Yuan was surprised by the girl's request, who wanted to see what awakening a latent talent meant, but Yumina tried to defend Ban, but he spoke. I agree to do it, teacher. Even Yumina was surprised by Ban's words, because she knew he had only gotten the artifact a week ago. Yuan, standing up, asked the girl to understand. I've just started learning magic, so remember that I'm not ready for anything complicated. Despite the calm words, Yuan kept his smile on his face, making Misty suspicious. Yuan went to the center of the classroom arena, thinking about spells. There were many spells he couldn't do yet, so he decided to use the easiest one. For the chosen magic, Yuan chose the wind element. Extending his hands, he summoned the element. Thinking of the form that appeared in everyone's minds, he changed the shape of the magical attribute, making it spin like a tornado, expanding. In the next moment, Yuan used fire, surprising many by seeing him use elemental magic, combining wind and fire. Yuan created a tornado, rising intensely in the center of the arena. Many students stepped back, afraid of the flames growing under Yuan's command. Most of them were shocked and commented loudly, "He's not even using spells. This looks more like a physical ability than magic." However, Misty, who was watching carefully, knew that it was definitely magic. It was a type of magic that didn't need a spell. Ira was watching Ban's magic silently, while many were chattering. With many thoughts in her mind, she said nothing. After Yuan displayed the magic, Yumina asked him to end it. Quickly clapping his hands, Yuan extinguished the fire and wind. Yumina clapped with a smile, praising, "That was a wonderful display." The lack of spells was surprising, but the power was impressive. It's hard to believe he just started learning magic, isn't it, everyone? At Yumina's question, silence fell among everyone. While Yuan was climbing the amphitheater steps, he heard some frustrated people. "So, that's what special admission talent looks like. Damn, he might be better at magic than me." Misty, beside the frustrated young man, reassured him, "It's just simple elemental magic. Don't make a big deal of it." Out of curiosity, Yuan looked at a spot in the arena. He looked at the blue-haired girl to see if she had any reaction, but he saw her expressionless face, which made him sigh. Ira had turned her gaze away, thinking in her mind, "Such a thing is boring. Is that all?" After finishing the welcomes, Yumina asked everyone to prepare to start the lesson. Yuan wondered internally, given that the girl was strong enough not to care about his skills. Yuan sat down. At the end of the class, when Yuan was preparing to leave, someone unexpectedly grabbed him by his shirt. Looking to the side, he realized it was Ira who stopped him. The girl was there to ask him again, "You didn't answer the question I asked earlier." Seeing Ira talking with the special admission student, some students started wondering, unaware they were watching him. Yuan tried to get away from Ira. "I thought I answered you earlier," but she insisted. "Did you analyze and interfere with all the code designed by the director?" Confused, the hero asked if this was something too difficult to do. Ira was interfering a lot with her questions. "I'll understand if you had permission to modify the teleportation coordinates, but how did you do it?" Seeing Ira pressing Yuan again, Yumina approached them, calling the girl, still holding Yuan so he wouldn't escape. Ira asked Yumina if she needed something. Leaning naturally, Yumina revealed that she actually needed Yuan because he had a scheduled consultation session. Furthermore, Yumina reassured Ira, which surprised her. Yuan didn't get any kind of permission for modifications. Those permissions are only granted to full-time professors. Hearing the teacher, Ira commented in frustration, so he really did it with his own abilities. Confirming the girl's idea, Yumina asked if her answer clarified the doubts she had. Therefore, Ira said goodbye, asking Yuan to follow her. While Yuan was following Yumina, he didn't notice that Ira had clenched her hand in a mixture of frustration and contempt. If you enjoyed today's summary and want more manhwa content, subscribe to the channel. We're starting this journey now.